So what are the dangers of wealth?
I think it's addicting.
What is your advice to somebody who's maybe in your shoes, 10 years ago? Flip houses, start a business, social media star.
If you buy one house every year, after year 5, you just sell the one you bought 5 years ago, and now you make $100,000 a year forever. But I worry what happens when the market shifts dramatically, and a bunch of us start going bankrupt. My income has gone to almost nothing. If the goal of life is to get as rich as possible, there are certain rules that make sense. Don't pay your house off, maximize. Real estate rentals were a business back in 2010, 11, 12. It is not a business anymore. There's no room for mediocrity in real estate anymore. Either you're great or you're out. What do you see as the thing right now? Like what's working?
My plan now, we're going all in on this. My good buddy, Brandon Turner. What's up?
What's up, man? Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, dude.
I feel like we were just here.
We were.
Last time though, I was in short shorts.
Yeah.
And so this time I brought jeans. Not only did I bring jeans, I brought your jeans.
Oh, those are my jeans,
These
baby.
are your jeans. Dude, I said this before and I'll say it again. These are the best jeans I have ever owned. And I'm not paid to say that.
Yeah.
Like, I legit wear these. That's the only jeans I wear now.
I'm going to have them get you a couple other pairs. So, no, I'm going to get you some other colors and everything.
I'm just kidding. I take showers in them.
They're pajamas.
They're everything. No, but these are the most comfortable jeans of all time. So good job.
Dude, thank you. I tried to tell people, I'm like, look, they're AI, because there's no sizing.
Yeah.
It comes the way you want it.
Yeah, it's perfect. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Shout out to Scene, my partner on the jeans. They're killing it.
Yeah.
So we'll link to them down below. But dude, so, last time you were here was a few months ago and we did WealthCon. You absolutely crushed it. Everybody was excited to see you because you were out of your hiding. I think you hadn't spoken at events in a long time.
I had not spoken in a long time. Yeah, I don't really speak anymore.
Yeah. And so I think, we had a massive turnout because people were like, dude, this might be the only time Brandon ever speaks again.
Oh, I'm beginning to shift my thought on that. And I'd love to pick your brain on that. Speaking's good, helps you raise money and all that, but it's also like leaving family and disruption. How do you deal with that? I'm turning the interview back on you. How do you deal with those events?
Well, I just don't speak that much for other people's stuff.
Yeah.
So I would say maybe a couple times a year. I speak for because I speak so much for my own stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But, for me, we run a lot of events, but they're all in Vegas.
Yeah.
So it's just like a normal day for me. I'm like, oh yeah, today I just happen to be holding a workshop or WealthCon's today and I'm going to go sleep at home.
Yeah. Dude. Yeah. That sounds, there are a lot of benefits to living in Maui. Like Maui's great. It's beautiful, but man, like nobody wants to come. Nobody comes there for we had a conference.
You can't hold a conference there every quarter.
Yeah. You can't hold a conference every quarter. We can't
once
hold
a year
business meetings. It's hard. So boohoo, I get the beaches and I just have to travel 6 hours for everything.
You think you're going to keep living there?
I feel like nobody lives there forever unless you were born there.
Yeah.
But I think once you make it through the 1 year mark, Maui and Hawaii has a way of chewing people up and spitting them out.
Yeah.
So we lasted through the 1 year. Now we're there 5 years. So now I think I'm there at least till the kids are older.
Yeah. How's it been with the fire?
Yeah, man, the fires were wild. I haven't been here since the fire. So the fires it was insane. In so many ways, Maui gets fires.
Yeah. It's very dry.
Yeah. It's very
people
dry.
Don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's not, people think jungle and all that.
It's not.
Yeah. Maui is very dry. I live in a literal desert.
Yeah.
We get 3 or 2.5 inches of rain per year. Yeah. A desert with an ocean. So we have cactus in my neighborhood. It feels like a desert. We just water our lawn with $1,000 a month water bill. So it's it looks really nice. Maui gets fires all the time, and there was this fog, what they call in the industry fog of war in military. They call it the fog of war. It's you don't know what's going on when you get into war. You go into a battle, you don't know what's going on. You don't have any information, so everything's just hard to comprehend and hard to figure out. So I have friends that live in Lahaina where the fires went down. They live in Lahaina and they did not know that their town burned down.
Yeah.
A quarter mile away, they didn't know that their town was gone.
That's crazy.
It's crazy because when cell phones are gone, this is actually probably the biggest lesson from this thing. There's a lot of lessons, but what do you do when cell phones drop? People life is so hard. And we don't remember what that was like. And you couldn't communicate with people that were 10 minutes away.
Yeah.
You couldn't get through because the road was closed. It was just chaos and no one knew what was going on. Nobody was stepping up, because nobody was in charge. There was no one that's okay, guys, this is what we do in a fire. Just pure chaos. And
Lahaina's gone.
Lahaina's gone. Like the main, like the downtown, like the old part to the ground. It's just completely gone.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely insane. Now on like roughly 100 people died, but that's way better than the 1,000 that we were expecting.
Yeah.
There was a lot of really bad coincidences and things that happened that led to a lot of conspiracy theories, and then a lot of really good things that have happened that led to a lot of lives being saved. And so it's kind of a little bit of both, and just
nobody will hear about that.
No, nobody's hearing about that. You're gonna hear about Oprah firing space beams from a satellite to buy land or something. Like just, it was crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Cause I've been to Lahaina every time I go to Maui, and just like eating there, and it's just gone.
Dude, I keep doing these things where like this happens when people pass away too, where you're like, oh, I got to make sure I go tell that person, oh wait, they're not here. So I do that all the time. I'm like, oh, I got to go pick up a kite from that kite store that doesn't exist anymore. And I'll be like, oh, I can't wait to try that burger again at Cool Cat Cafe that doesn't exist anymore. Like that keeps happening.
Yeah.
Where I just think of something I got to go do in Lahaina, and I'm like, wait, that doesn't exist. Like it's gone.
It's crazy.
And it's, it'll be a decade, I think, before we see like a thriving town there again. It's like, it's not going to be fixed overnight or over the year or two. Yeah.
A decade. That's insane. So yeah, I mean, dude, it's wild. Obviously, like when we're talking about like the town being destroyed, a lot of that, well, I mean, the majority of that is real estate, right?
Yeah.
It's like, everything kind of always goes back to real estate of like, man, dude, the ground is still there.
Yeah.
But now we got to put new buildings on it.
Yep. And that gets complicated because what do you put there? And like, how do you make people happy? You don't. Like, it just,
it's going to be tough.
It's going to be
tough.
Then
like, people are going to be building around like rubble.
Yep.
And ashes.
Yeah. So the first 6 months are supposed to be all for cleanup, 6 months to a year. And the federal government's going to take care of that. But then it's like, what do people do in the meantime? I mean, Vegas is going to grow from all the people leaving Maui, probably. Like, that's where people go when they leave Maui, is they go to Vegas.
Yep.
It's sad. And then it's just, what do you do? Like it's so over. They built 100 houses in Maui a year, and now we have 2,000 to build. It's like, how do you even comprehend that scale?
Where are you going to get all the workers?
Where are you going to get the workers? Materials? Where are you going to house the workers? Where are you going to, like, there's all these problems and no one knows what to do. So it's
nobody's creating like a plan.
Yeah. We started a foundation actually when it happened, like me and like 5-6 other like real estate minded people on the island that are all business and real estate guys. We got together and we're like, how do we help? Like we've got expertise. We've got some ability to raise money. What do we do? So we started a foundation. It's called the Mackay Foundation. And to be honest, like even when we were raising money, we just like $500,000, a lot of through my Instagram, but we didn't even have a real clear answer on what we do with the money because it comes in such weird phases. Like in the beginning, people just needed food.
Yeah.
And then it was like they need generators. And now it's like they need jobs. And then later on, it's going to be they need houses. So we're trying to figure out like, how do we use a bunch of like the biggest developer in Maui, and then like me being like, I don't know, the loudest famous real estate. Yeah. The loud, like loud.
Yeah. Most known.
Yes. I don't know. Like what do we do? So we got some plans in place that we're working toward, but I like the idea of thinking like we want to keep generational lands in generational hands. Okay. So we don't want just, I mean, I'm a real estate investor like everyone else, but we don't want real estate investors coming and offering, pennies on the dollar to this land that's super valuable, but people are desperate to sell because they're out of money and they have to still pay their mortgage payment. And like, there's a lot of mess there. So hopefully we can kind of help the people of Lahaina rebuild.
No, I mean, it's a long road. That's for sure. But no, it's good to hear that. Yeah. It's kind of like subsided and it wasn't as bad as people predicted. So that's good to know.
Yeah. A couple good lessons to pull out from a real estate standpoint, people listening to real estate investors is, especially if you're in a condo, I mean, really, it's everybody. Review your insurance. Nobody thinks about insurance that much unless they need it. And what people are finding in Lahaina now is that nobody had enough insurance because property values have gone up so much over the last 5 years.
They didn't insure them enough. So people have, they don't like, they're out. They just like, they maybe had enough insurance to cover their mortgage, like whatever they owed. Yeah.
And that's what a lot.
And now they just have land.
And now they just have land and they can pay off their mortgage. Maybe what are they going to do? And so maybe they can finance again. They're like, some people will be fine. A lot of people had no insurance. A lot of people were severely underinsured. It's a real mess. So one thing it's taught me is like really review my insurance because my properties are probably worth double what they were 3 years ago. Yeah. Did I double my insurance? I bet I didn't. And I bet most people listening didn't. Yeah. So it's a good lesson for us is keep in touch on that.
Speaking of that, lessons. Last podcast, we talked a lot about, funds and syndications and you're talking about how you're living on like 80 grand a month and, like not making money. And
that solves a lot of that, by the way.
Yeah,
I know.
Exactly. So I'm thinking, man, back to just how real estate has evolved over the years, right? Because you were the first guy a lot of people who are our age started listening to on, Bigger Pockets back over a decade ago.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we're just in such a different environment today than we were back then. And before we got filming, we were just laughing about like old things that, were standards and rules that, you were talking about 10 years ago.
Yeah. Like don't buy a deal less than the 2% rule.
Yeah. What is the 2% rule for those who don't know? Because that's not a thing.
Yeah. The 2% rule was you should only buy a property. This was preached high and low. You should only buy a property that you can rent for 2% of what you buy it for. So if it's $100,000 property, you should be able to rent it for $2,000 a month. A $200,000 property, you should be able to rent for $4,000 a month.
Yeah.
And it's like, that just doesn't exist. And it was interesting over the last decade is to watch that. It was like the 2% rule. And then it was like 1.5% is pretty good. And then it's like 1%. Now today it's like, if you can get 0.5%, you're like, you're doing okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, cash flow has changed. And those deals just, they printed money back then.
Yeah.
But you couldn't finance them. There was like the loans were terrible. Like nobody was lending back in 2010.
Yep.
It was really hard to get loans. So things tend to shift between the financing and the opportunities. Today we have both those struggles, right? It's hard to get loans today because interest rates are so high.
Yeah.
And today it's really hard to find properties. And so it's a different world.
Yeah. There's always something that's hard about real estate. Like people are like, man, I wish it was 2010 again.
Yeah.
And then like when I was, I got started in 2010. It's like, well, dude, getting a loan was really difficult. No one had money. The economy was awful.
Yep.
Like,
and we didn't know if it was going to get better. We didn't hindsight's 2020.
Yeah.
Yes, you could make a guess, and we did. We bought property. We assumed things would get better.
Yeah.
But there was a fear that nobody talks about. The fear. There's so much fear that we were going to go into a double dip. Like people like Kiyosaki were like, "No, the end's coming. Like, get your guns."
Robert, yeah. Him and Michael Berry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everything
They're
was
always.
Yeah, it's broken clock twice a day, right? It's correct.
Yeah.
It's like it's like
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it's like a broken clock is right twice a day. Yeah, and so like you just keep preaching it, but there was so much fear that the world was going to collapse. But you look at the numbers and you're like, I mean, it's a 2% deal. Like cash flow is $1,000 a month. Like we should be okay.
My thing was I just got started, 2010 was when I got licensed. I was 21 years old. So I was like, maybe they're right. Like, to me, I'm like looking at it and I'm saying, I don't know how you lose buying this. Yep. Like it's so cheap. It's dropped like 80% of what it just sold for. Yep. The rent would easily cover the mortgage. I'm not sure why you wouldn't buy this, but that was my thinking. And then people are like, oh, you don't get it, dude. You're young.
Yeah.
It's going to drop. And
yeah. There was so much fear. It's like I said the word earlier, fog of war, but that's what it is always in real estate. There's always a fog of war. You cannot see what the enemy's doing. You can't see what the economy is doing. You don't know what the market's going to do tomorrow. Like you don't know what it's doing in other areas. You don't know what people are buying for necessarily. Like it's messy all the time.
Yeah.
There is no great time to get into real estate. Like there's no great time where it's like, oh, everything's perfect. Now looking back, 2021 was a pretty good time to flip houses, or 2020.
Yeah.
But in that moment, we all thought a recession was coming. Like that day. Like,
well, let's actually like give a history of real estate the last just I guess 15 years, right?
Yeah.
So we started at, hey, it crashed.
Yep.
2008 crashed. Everyone's super scared.
Yeah.
Right. 2010.
Which made everyone then go, we have to buy cash flow. Because you always learn from the lessons previously, right? So what were the lessons learned in 05, 06, 07?
Mm-hmm.
Was those guys where cash flow didn't matter. You buy because properties were going to double in value.
Yeah.
And
anyone can get a loan.
Anybody can get a loan, and you don't need good loans. You just got to get
a loan.
A loan.
Own the property.
Yeah. So like those were what we did. That led to the collapse. So then we learned from that and we said, okay, cash flow only. Don't ever care about appreciation. Only get fixed rate
ultra
debt.
Safe.
Yeah, ultra safe. Like we all overreacted, maybe not overreacted, but we all reacted that way. And that worked. And then
from 2010, 11, 12, that's kind of like what people were saying. Yep. And I remember here in Vegas anyways, right? We got hit harder than anyone. Yeah. So I remember when I got licensed in 2010, inventory, dude, people complain about just how much inventory is available at just all different points. in that time, there was like 10 months of inventory in Vegas, and over 90% was owned by the banks.
Jeez,
so imagine like you're a realtor, nobody can get a loan, so you can't really sell houses to anyone. And then there's no listings to get. They're all owned by the banks. Somebody's already, listing them all. And I just remember being a realtor back then. I'm like, dude, real estate's really hard. Why do people do this? I was like, I don't want to be a realtor at all. This is terrible. And then the commissions were super low because the prices were super low. So everything about it was terrible as a realtor. And I remember around 2012, prices started to come up, but then we had a new problem here in Vegas anyways. They passed some law. I remember this 10 years ago. Realtors in Vegas, if you're watching, you'll remember too, if you were around, that the banks could no longer foreclose, that they needed proper paperwork. And I'm pretty sure this was actually nationwide, because what was happening was there were so many foreclosures and the banks were just ripping them instantly. And they said, no. You guys are the ones who gave these bad loans. You need to, have the burden of proof that, you're not at fault for why these people are in foreclosure. And so foreclosures came to a halt around that time. And so what happened was these people were still way underwater. They just could not get foreclosed on. And so there began this short sale boom. Which once again was terrible as a realtor, because if you found a good house, crap, now we got to go do a short sale. If you don't know what that is, it's when you owe more on the mortgage than it's worth. And so it takes forever because you have to go submit this crap to the bank, negotiate, hope they accept way less than what's owed. It was just this whole nightmare, dude. I don't know if you went through that.
I did a little bit of that for sure. About a few short sales back in the day. But what I think is funny as you're even just telling this story about like the movements is like, there are these movements where certain things are just the thing. So I know guys that in that foreclosure time, like when foreclosures were going crazy, just cleaned up. I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of foreclosures they bought and just made a ton of money. And then that ended and some of them lost all their stuff and some of them pivoted. And then there was a short sale period. And then there was a period where rentals made a lot of sense. And then flipping back, over the last 4 years, flipping's been really good. And so there's this, but then all of a sudden it will stop. It can stop quickly too. And so as a real estate investor, it is our job to constantly be monitoring the market and saying, what is the thing now? And what do I have to be careful of and pivot to? Because if you're still doing the thing that you were doing 5 years ago, you're going to get caught with your pants down and you're going to be in trouble. And so you have to constantly be shifting, but you also don't want to be shifty, right? You don't want to be the guy that's like jumping from thing to thing to thing.
Because you just suck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because that's what most people do.
So what is the thing right now? I mean, what do you see as the thing right now? Like what's working?
I'm going to make people stay to the end to tell them what's working now.
I like that.
So we're going to use a little creator, logic so we can get our watch time up.
Oh, look at this.
But I think we should just, walk through the history. So it's like, I remember that short sale period. It was crazy. And I bought short sales back then too, because it was literally like in Vegas anyways, that was the majority of the market. And, for those wondering, like it usually takes say 30 days to close a property. A short sale could take a year. So it's terrible if you're an agent or somebody trying to buy. You don't know when it's going to happen. And what was crazy about that period was that the banks were so needy to unload them that they were offering short sale incentives. So these people who literally hadn't paid their mortgage in years, the bank was saying, hey, I'll give you $20,000, $10,000, $30,000 to start the short sale process now. They were bonusing them for not paying. It was crazy.
Oh, such wild times.
Dude, it was crazy. Let me know in the comments if any of you remember that. Because I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make why would this guy gets rewarded for not paying his bills? But hey, for the bank, it was like, dude, if we don't, we're never going to get this property back. So
that was wild.
Crazy times.
And
so,
well, I was going to say like the acquisition strategies changed then too, right? Because all I would buy is foreclosures back then.
So they went from foreclosures only to then short sales. And then when I started watching you on Bigger Pockets, it was in 2014, 2015. And at that point, the market had normalized. There was like people had equity in their homes again. There was normal sellers. There were still foreclosures. It was like a very just normal market. And that was when I started listening to you guys. And at that point, I'd been a realtor for 5 years, but not a flipper or a landlord or anything. And I'm like, dude, I need to invest in real estate. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And then that was when I started hearing about the concepts you were talking about, like the 2% rule. But even at that point in 2015 in Vegas, I was looking at it, which by the way, prices were still ultra cheap in 2015 compared to where they are today. And I would look at like $100,000 home because they still existed and they were still only renting for like $1,200, $1,300. And I'm like, that doesn't fit the 2% rule.
Yeah.
I'll never own a rental here.
Yeah. And I've been preaching that from the beginning. It was like the 2% rule was it's more of a guideline, right? It was like more of like it was a good, quick and dirty way to say, hey, does this make sense? So even like the 1% rule, I still like the 1% rule today. If I'm going to go
in the right market, yeah.
But it changes drastically depending on taxes and insurance and other things. Like 1% rule in Texas is very different than 1% rule in Nevada.
Because Texas's taxes are stupid.
Texas is super high. And so you might be paying $800 a month for your house in Texas for taxes. You know, a $200,000 house in Texas, taxes are higher than my $3 million house in Hawaii. It's just like,
really?
Taxes are super cheap in Hawaii. Like super cheap. Yeah, super cheap. I think I pay $2,000 a year for my house. It's worth $3.5 million.
What's your mortgage on the house?
Let's see. I bought it at 1.7 5 years ago. It's worth about 3.5 today. My mortgage, I put down 500 grand. So I think my mortgage was at like 1.2. I'm probably paying down to 1.1. And at interest rate wise, I think I'm at 3.2 or something like that. So
your mortgage is cheap.
My mortgage is not bad. Yeah, I think my whole I don't know what it is. I don't even know what it is. 1,700 like maybe. Yeah. Well, I should say I have two mortgages.
6,000.
I have two because I have a second and I have a first on it. So the second is like 17 and the other one's like 49 maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I did it was like a 10.
Okay, so what's your total?
20 something loan.
What's your total?
Total payment all together?
Well, between what because you did a second.
Yeah. All combined together, it's like $7,000 a month, I think is what I'm at. If I'm remembering right.
I thought you said 17 just now.
It was 17 for the second mortgage. And it's like basically
17,000 or 1,700?
1,700 a month.
Oh.
And then it's 5,000-ish, give or take a little bit on the first mortgage.
I'm surprised you don't take out a bigger second.
I definitely could. I don't know why. I don't know why I haven't. I like the idea of paying my primary off. If it doesn't make any mathematical sense.
Dave Ramsey in you.
A little bit of Dave Ramsey in me. Actually, what made the biggest difference was a book called Millionaire. Have you heard of that one?
No.
It's called Millionaire, and he makes this great point in there. And I don't believe I'm not a Dave Ramsey debt person necessarily, but he makes this really good point. Here's the point of Millionaire: is he says, hey, if the point of life is to make millions of dollars, you're going to play by certain rules. If the game of Monopoly, if the goal of Monopoly is to wipe out everyone else and be the only one left, you play by certain ways. If the goal of Monopoly was actually to avoid any properties, you would play a different way. If the goal of Monopoly was to go around the board as many times as possible, you would play a different way. So the rule of the goal of the game determines how you play the game, right? That makes sense.
Yeah.
If the goal of life is to get as rich as possible, there are certain rules that make sense.
Yeah.
Don't pay your house off.
Yep.
Maximize as much as you possibly can, leverage everything you can, right? If the goal of life is to get as rich as possible, but you and I both know the goal of life is not to get as rich as possible. Wealth is great.
Yeah.
It's not the goal of my life. There are other goals of life that are more important than wealth. And so when I look at, so they make this point in the book is when you pay your house off, like that is a rule that doesn't make sense mathematically, but it might support a more important rule or goal of life, maybe like making your spouse feel just comfortable.
Yeah.
Now I would argue that having a paid off house is actually way riskier than having a loan on it, right? Because then you're gonna get sued and you have just so much money. But there's ways to prevent against that. There's things. Yeah. So anyway, all that said, I have a lot of room in my house.
Yeah.
Because I do want to pay that off. Yeah. And then I will go get one of the strategies, right? You go get a massive second mortgage on it, line of credit, and then you just don't use it.
Yeah.
So when some people go look at it, they're like, oh, you have massive amounts of debt on this property. It's not worth suing you. And in reality, you don't have to use it. And if you do get sued,
then you do go max.
Then you go max it out at that point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's games you can play there.
There's games you can play. I think it's interesting because I mean, who knows? Maybe one day I'll change where I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I want a paid off house. I haven't ever desired that. And
I'm not working toward it. I mean, I'm not putting any money towards it, but I just in my head, I'm like, that would be cool. I think that would be cool. And then I probably would get a line of credit. I use it to Burr properties or something like that. But
you want to know why? Like, it doesn't really matter to me because I don't really care about my house.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, if I did lose it,
just get
whatever.
Yeah.
I just don't care. Like, I'll get another house. Yeah. And then I know at some point I'll replace it.
Yeah. One thing that might surprise a lot of people about my house in Hawaii, that $7,000 a month probably sounds like a lot to people. I rent out my back house for $3,000 a month. I have a separate house, an ADU.
Yeah.
I rent out for $3,000 a month. That takes my whole mortgage down to right around $4,000, let's call it.
Yeah.
I also have the downstairs area at my house, which is another unit that I don't rent out right now, but I could rent it out for 3 or maybe even 4 as well. And I only live on the top floor. So if I wanted to, I could live for free in a $3.5 million house in Hawaii. So I think when I talk about house hacking a lot, it's like a popular strategy that worked in 2008, 10, 12, 15, 18, works in 2023.
Yeah.
House hacking has been a big piece of my journey, and I'm still doing it today, even in a multi-million-dollar property. I think that's just like, I like to tell people that because I think there's a lot of people who, especially maybe their spouse is like, oh, I ain't ever going to live with a tenant. Like, I don't want to live in a crappy duplex over in the crap part of town. Like, I'm not going to do that. But I'm like, there are ways to house hack. And not that I needed to either. I just like the idea of saying, hey, worst case scenario, I could move out of Hawaii, rent out all 3 units, and I don't have to worry about it. It just takes not all, but it takes a monster amount of the risk off the table that I always have those options available. In real estate, like, it's not always like, sometimes real estate's about who survives the longest. Yeah. In a lot of ways.
Well, that's business.
Yeah. In business. Yeah. It's not always like growth is important, but like, can you survive? David Green, Bigger Pockets podcast, David Green says, cash flow is a defensive metric. And I love that concept. Like, we buy properties at cash flow so we can hold on to them long enough to actually make wealth. Like, I don't know any billionaires who are like, yeah, I did it through cash flow. Like, that's not,
I got rich on my cash flow.
Yeah, nobody's getting rich off cash flow.
Yeah.
Like, you get rich off properties and you can only hold
appreciation.
them. Yeah, appreciation. Yep.
Yep. I tell people that all the time.
Yep.
I'm like, bro, you ain't making no money with your cash flow.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Like, you ain't getting rich.
Yeah, you're really not. Now, maybe if you're in the business of cash flow, like Airbnbs or assisted living.
That's not even cash flow. That's just a business.
Exactly. Then it's just business.
Yeah.
Which is where I think, to go back to the conversation about like what's shifted over the years, today, I think largely like I'm seeing like, yeah, there's not a lot of cash flow in rentals.
Well, and I
just don't see it.
Yeah, you for sure don't see it. It's non-existent.
Yeah.
But it goes back to like, okay, in 2015, when I got started, right? Everybody was like, bro, cash flow, buy these rentals. And flipping was kind of looked down upon, at least from me looking from the outside at Bigger Pockets, because people are like, bro, you don't want to flip for
you got to pay taxes on that.
You got to play capital gains. You don't have ownership. And I'm like, dude, I don't know, man, because I could really use $25,000 right now. Like, that seems way better than $200.
Oh, so much better.
And so I was like, I'm just gonna, I don't know about that one. And I just went flipping.
But the downside of flipping, of course, then you got to go back to the well and get more water every time you're thirsty, right? You're not building your own pipeline, but
once again, welcome to running a business.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's like, it's okay. Like, that's the funny thing about financial freedom in general is like, we work so hard to get financial freedom so I can not pay my bills. But then like, what do you do with your time? You just, you're going to sit and watch TV or scroll TikTok all day? No, you're going to go out and work and do something anyway. So maybe instead of focusing so much on cash flow financial freedom, we could focus a little bit more on just building a life you don't have to escape from.
Yeah.
Right. Like that idea of like, I like what I do every single day. So if that's flipping houses, flip houses. If it's wholesaling, wholesale. If you want to own an ice cream shop, own an ice cream shop.
Yeah. Well, I think for me in my situation was, and I believe this for every beginner. It's like, okay, well, most beginners don't have money.
Yeah.
You should not buy rentals. Yeah. You're broke.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to do anything.
Yep.
Like, what's your main goal? Okay. If you got a W-2 that you like and you make money, okay, I don't mind you buying rentals and like buy one this year and whatever. But if you're broke,
yeah.
How is a rental doing anything for you?
Yeah. Yeah, that $200 a month that you get, it's not getting you anywhere.
Well, and also you're one repair away from also like losing it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Like, what's more risky? Owning the rental that pays you $200 a month while you're still broke.
Yeah.
Or trying to flip that property and making 30 grand.
Yeah. You know, and people who have a W-2 job too, I would argue like people are trying to make $200 a month off a rental house that they have to put all this time and effort into when they should be going to their boss and asking for a raise for $1,000 a month raise. Yeah, you know,
that'd be way easier.
Like, it'd be way easier. Just like go gain a skill set, take a class for a week, gain some skill set, get good at that thing at your job, go to your boss and get a raise for $1,000 a month. And you just got yourself 5 rental proproperties.
Yeah.
Like with no money down.
I was talking to a guy who used to be at my former brokerage, my real estate brokerage. And he was like, Ryan, dude, I'm trying to get to 20K a month cash flow. I go, here we go. You know, like in my mind, whenever I hear this, I'm just like, all right, let's hear it. And he's like, what should I invest in? Should I go to the Midwest? I don't know. It's hard to make cash flow in Vegas. And I go, let's just walk through the math. So okay, let's just say somehow in the Midwest, you're like getting $500 a month.
Yep.
Cool. So we need 20 or no, we need 40.
Yeah,
we need 40 of
those,
them.
Yep.
How are you going to buy 40?
Yeah.
Like, where are you going to find 40 deals? Number one,
Yep.
How are you going to get the down payments? What's your plan there? Oh, well, I don't know, but I'm just looking to get that first. I'm like, the plan already doesn't work. Yeah. Like, you can't even do it. Even if you pick the market that you want to attack, you can't even do the things you need to do. Yep. You can't find enough deals. You don't have enough capital. What's the plan then? He's like, oh, well, that's why I'm talking to you. What should I do? And I'm like, well, I'll tell you what you should do. Don't try to buy a rental.
Yeah.
Figure out how to make 20 grand a month with a skill. That's way easier.
Yeah, it really is. It's so much easier. Now, that said, we all still love real estate because long term, you're going to build wealth through owning real estate.
Yeah.
Like, so there's a balance there. So I've been driving people more and more. I'm like, make money at your job, get a raise, be the best employee you can be, start a business, flip houses, do something, like be so good that you can make $500,000 to $1 million a year in income from your job, career, business, whatever. Then go ahead and take that and start buying real estate or investing in funds or whatever.
Yeah. And I told him, I go, dude, like, just flip houses wholesale. You were with me 5 years ago. You saw what happened. Like, you didn't think that maybe you should try and get on that train a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, and he's done well for himself in, 20 years of being a realtor. He's like, yeah, like I have $1 million of equity, in my stuff. And I go, okay. And how'd you do that? Well, I did house hacks. He's like, I bought a house and, I sat on it and fixed it up. And then I got another house and moved into that. And then I moved into the next house. And he's like, now I have, this portfolio and all that. And I go, okay, so that's amazing. I'm not discounting that. That's great. But you still never learned a skill. Yeah. Like you still haven't figured out how to actually make money. You just, like you said, bought real estate. You got appreciation, not cash flow.
Yep. Yes.
And that's how it should work. But here's the problem. You still, like, if you want to go continue, it's going to take the exact same amount of time. Like it's going to be another 15 years to go do that again.
Yeah, it really is. It's, again, it's great to buy it, hold on to it, have it, but somehow real estate, and this maybe is a good summary. I've never really thought this, but I'm going to say this, like real estate rentals were a business back in 2010, 11, 12. In other words, they were a for-profit business.
Cash
it worked.
flow,
it was
like
a cash flow.
The income.
Yep. It was actually a business. It is not a business anymore. Mm-mm. It is now it's back to what it was in 5, 6, 7, which is an investment. Yeah. You buy it, you hold it for a long time. Nobody buys Tesla stock and assumes that they're going to get financial freedom off it in the next 2 years. No, you buy Tesla because 20 years from now, it's going to be worth a lot more.
Yeah.
And so real estate has shifted back. Single family rentals and small multifamily rentals have shifted back from business to investment.
Yeah.
And it still is a phenomenal investment all day long.
100%.
It's just not going to get you out of your job next year.
Yeah. It's not your cash flow, financial freedom that it's been pitched for the last decade.
Yeah. Now that said, I think there are avenues, things like if you were going to go out there and hustle, and again, let's go back to the business, right? You're going to go hustle your way into a small apartment complex or a mobile home park. Let's say buy a 40 unit mobile home park that's been mismanaged for years. You go in there and you just work it and you work it hard and you get it turned around and you get it fixed up and you get bad tenants out and new ones in. There could be life-changing financial freedom cash flow in that. But it's still not an investment. You had to do all that. Like
you own this business. The mobile home.
Yeah. Mobile home park is a great business. Assisted living, great business. Airbnb, great business.
Yeah. Business.
Yes.
Yeah. It's to me, it's no different than any other business that operates right here in this building.
Yep.
Like it's a business.
Yeah.
And you're like, but you own real estate. And I'm like, I could own this building too that I run my business out of. Like they're just businesses.
Yeah. And once you the beauty of that though, is once you understand business, it's a universal language. It translates to everything. So like you could go and start right now an ice cream shop and you'd kill it.
Oh yeah.
Like you'd kill it because you know how to run a business.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is most real estate investors don't read business books. They just read real estate books, especially when they're getting into it. All you want to read real estate.
They're reading all these stupid Brandon Turner books.
I know. Stop reading my books and go read go read Traction from
read some real books
or something. Yeah. Read a real book. Go read your next 5 moves. Patrick Bet-David. Something that's like.
Hey, by the way, how many books have you sold over the years?
I don't know. A couple million, I think. I
was going to say you have to be millions.
Yeah, it's a couple million at least. But
that's crazy.
It's wild. When I left the podcast, that went off a cliff. But
yeah, but at this point, how much could you get in a book advance? do you think?
I have no idea. I've never got a book advance because all the Bigger Pockets was just like,
they published it.
They published it, and
because I've been going down that path for my next book.
Yeah. What are you hearing? Are you hearing anything?
I was going to, so I self-published Wealthy Way because I was like, I don't care. Freaking, I just want it out there. Right. And, I'm working on my second one. I will not say what it is, but, the first draft is almost done.
Oh, nice.
And I was getting ready to just publish it again. And then somebody was like, have you thought about trying to get an advance?
Yeah. At a certain level, it's worth.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, honestly, I don't really care. Like, it's not worth it to try and go throw all these hoops and they control everything. And, for 50 grand, 100, like that's what I thought in my mind.
Yeah.
And they're like, dude, you're not talking like 50 to 100 grand. You could get a lot more.
Yeah.
I was like, what do you think? Like, I mean, we don't want to, we have to go pitch, but they're like, you could see 250 to 500 grand. Yeah. And I was like, all right.
Yeah. Now we're talking. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, so tell me more about this. How do we do this?
I got a buddy. He's not in real estate, but he's in the kind of the Christian world. But he's a New York Times bestselling author multiple times. He's had a lot of books, and me and him have been talking about writing a book for a couple of years now together. And
who is it? Can you say?
I guess I could say it. Jefferson Bethke. I had him on my podcast. Okay. Yeah, he's the guy that wrote that. I had that viral video a few years ago. But we've been talking about that, and we just the other day we were having the conversation. He's like, "Dude, we could get a serious advance." And I was like, "I mean, what are you thinking?" Yeah, he's got 50,000. He's like, "No, you can get like real money at this because now at a certain level."
Yeah, you sold millions of bucks. You should be able to get a 7-figure advance.
Yeah, the difference in the question is like, can you do it if it's not in real? If I don't write a real estate book, will they translate? Will they follow? I don't know. So if it's more of a spiritual book, or if it's a habit book or a goal, I don't know. So at the same time, I don't know. I'm not in writing mode. I get in writing mode every few years, and I'm like,
how many have you written?
Yet. Five in a journal. So
when I see people talk about their financial freedom numbers and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, I need to make this amount of money, then I'll be financially free and I'll be good." For one. Once you hit it, you realize you're like, okay, like what's next? This isn't enough. When you factor in inflation, you're like, okay, this is not enough, right? But two, the thing that happens is like just that mindset. Like, how selfish is it that you're like, oh yeah, I'm good, so I don't need to work anymore.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, that is like the most selfish thing you could say. And it's like, dude, if God gave me the ability to go create businesses and create jobs and to build wealth, and I can now go give it to other people, I would be acting in disobedience doing anything otherwise. I become a huge golfer. I love golf now. And I think about it a lot because I'm like, dude, just like this fantasy, it won't happen. I'm like, what if I went back into pro sports and I just went hard at golf? Right. And I'm like, what if, I know what it takes to play pro sports. I'm not a dummy. So what if I just practiced for 8 hours a day? I gave it all up and I just pursued the dream. And I'm just like, I go back to it. I'm like, how selfish. Like, God gave me this position and these skills and these talents, and I'm going to go pursue some selfish thing for no reason. Yeah. It's literally a hobby that I want to make a bigger hobby. And we see people do that all the time, right? It's not drugs and alcohol and sex and all these things that screw people up. Like, that stuff does screw people up, but it's also the addiction to hobbies and entertainment. Like, dude, if you watch Netflix for 4 hours a day, what are you doing with your talents? Yeah. You play golf with the boys, whatever. Like, you're the retired guy who plays golf every day and that's all you do. Like, what a waste of living your life.
Yeah. And the key is there, what you said too, or a big piece of this is you still have a lifestyle with your kids, with your family, with your wife. So it's not like, I think people have this idea, and this comes from just limited mindset and maybe Hollywood movies, is rich means you work 100 hours a week and you're a jerk to your family. Yeah. And so when they see a guy like you who has money, or me who have money, and they're like, oh, well, why would you abandon your family like that to go make money? And it's like, no, I'm going home for dinner in a little bit. Like, I'm gonna I'm gonna go hang out with my wife and kids tonight at a show in Vegas. So if I was doing those things, and if you were doing those things, I think I have a good reason to ask you, as a brother, be like, Ryan, what are you doing, man? Like, you haven't talked to your kids in 6 weeks. Like, you need to work on this. But if you're still able to maintain that, just people can't understand that. They think if you make $1 million a year, versus somebody who makes 100,000, you were working 10 times more hours. than the person making 100,000, right? Like, but our work is not linear like that.
No, not at all. Yeah, I think once you, I don't want to say I've mastered business, but you reach a level where you realize like, oh man, I can put this amount of work into it and it gets outsized returns because of the systems and funnels and processes that we've built. And so I spend a lot of my time, like I actually work less hours now, but make more money. Yep. And it's not that like I'm lazy. It's just that like I understand like the important things I need to do. And also like I said, dude, I'm not against golf. I'm not against Netflix. I'm not against any of this stuff. It's just like everything needs basically balance. And so like when people start to live this unbalanced lifestyle where it's very top heavy into one thing, then it causes destruction in other things. It just is what it is. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Yep. You can't just spend 16 hours a day working. Like the hours don't come from anywhere. Like you're going to take it from something else.
That is very true. So what are the dangers of wealth, the financial wealth? We'll talk about that. What if people are not careful? Are there downsides?
I think it's addicting, right? I think making money can become an addiction like any other addiction, right? So, with addiction, it just goes back to it's destroying other aspects of your life. And so if it becomes addictive to starting businesses and the thrill, it's going to... So like one thing I think about, a recent example would be a guy like Tom Brady. And I don't know the ins and outs of his marriage or anything like that, but basically from what it looks like, he had done everything in football. Yep. And he had made some kind of deal with his family that he was done. And then he wasn't. And then he got a divorce. And then, it's like, when's enough?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like, and for him, he's like, well, I don't feel like I'm done. I want to keep playing. And if you don't support me, then you're a bad wife.
We're done. Yeah.
Right? But it's like, I don't know. She supported you for like 25 years. You've been in the NFL for like 25 years now. Like, so at what point does it not become about you?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And the Bible, it's clear to lead on the addiction thing. Like there's that whole section in there about you can't serve two masters, right? Yep. God and money. It's like, take your pick. Who are you going to serve? And so when things become that addiction, then that becomes the master, right? Whether it's drugs, alcohol, sex, whatever. Once you get addicted to a thing, that becomes your master, and you can't serve God and another master at the same time.
Yeah. And I think that this is the thing, right? I mean, we're both Christians, so it's easy for us to understand, but it's hard for a lot of people to understand. But like when you have God directing your path, you have a higher authority, not yourself, because most people consider themselves the highest authority. And so subjectively, as a flawed human, if I feel like I should be doing this and you disagree with me, there's no higher authority to say that I am wrong or anything, right? Yeah. So like when my wife and I have a disagreement, it's never, well, sometimes it's subjective, but if it gets too subjective, we at least have an objective higher authority at which we can say, hey, what does God say about this? What does the Bible say about this? And it'll become very clear, who's in the wrong. We might both be in the wrong. We might be acting with pride or ego and, whatever, right? We both might be being selfish. So it just kind of clarifies things. Whereas other marriages, when they don't have that, and you have two subjective people who have different beliefs, that's why there's a lot of drama. But I forgot what the leading question was to that.
I think, I don't remember. What was the question? I don't remember. It was basically
started with God and money.
Yeah.
So that's what I was going to say. So like with not serving two masters, if I am having a problem with, man, should I spend some extra? Because you can make an argument for anything you want, sure, right? So it's like, I have made this argument. I'm like, babe. She's like, you seem like you're working a lot. You're on these calls at the house. You're not present with the kids. You're on your phone. And I'm like, well, babe, we're starting this new thing. It's going to help a lot of people. And like, I got to do this for everyone. And so like on sometimes she's like, all right, like as long as it's not like a ongoing thing that's going to just be like a new habit, right? If it's a season, the business is struggling, we got to, bear down. She understands that. But the moment things become like habitual, becomes the problem. And so like, I have to lean on God for discernment of, man, I got to check my heart. Like, am I really doing this for the right reasons? Am I spending enough time with my kids and my wife, but am I also still serving beyond just because like there's the other side too, where it's like, hey, I'm not helping anyone else because I'm just only with my family. That's also not good.
Yep.
So it's like, it's tough.
Yeah. It's a tough balance to try to figure out where to land on that. But, you know, I'm always, it's one thing I'm always concerned and I'm always analyzing is where am I right now with when it becomes the ambition to build wealth and businesses.
Yep.
And then am I being a good husband and father? And it's hard to be good at both of those.
Very hard.
Yeah. So like trying to balance. And I think the answer, the book, The One Thing from Gary Keller and Jay Papasan, there's a great quote in there that I'll probably butcher here, but he basically says, there is no such thing as work-life balance. It's work-life balancing. It's a verb. So as long as we're constantly, you know, rebalancing all the time, like you're walking on a tightrope and you're left to right, like you're always balancing, you're okay.
Yeah.
So I think it's when you stop asking these questions.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause like, I'll tell you at the end of 2022, right? We all went into turmoil in real estate. So my balance went way over in the scale of like, okay, I got to work and like, get some crap done. And I'm like, babe, this just is what it is.
Yeah. The enemies are at the gate. I got to go.
And she's like, I get it. Right. And then there are times where I've been like we just kill it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going into vacation mode. I'm chilling and, you know, whatever. Right. And then like, the business side be like, hey bro, like you're kind of neglecting us. Like we need you to get back to center. And so, yeah, it's always this thing.
But let's shift a little bit and talk about still on the wealth topic of financial wealth. And this is something, again, I struggle with very much is how do you decide to spend money on something like a new house? Like you're buying a new house right now, right? And I have 2 houses, right?
Yep.
I got nice cars. I got nice stuff. How do you decide?
Except nice watch.
Except not just an average watch. just an Apple Watch. You know how much do you know, actually, true story. I'm going to get back to the question. Do you know why I bought this?
Why?
Because it has a cellular built into it. So I don't have to take my phone. It was a how to be better husband, father goal for me. So I can leave my phone at home and not take it in the house. And I have to communicate entirely off of this a lot of the times. Now, I'm not great at it.
So a lot of times you'll just ignore it. You're like, this ain't worth it.
Yeah, I'm like, if I got a text again and it got my words wrong, I'm like, I'll deal with it another time.
Yeah.
And so this actually was designed to take me away from screen time. Now, has it worked? On and off.
Like I'll just traded screen time.
Now I just do 2 things. And I'm always walking around talking to my wrist. Anyway, that was a goal of mine I said a couple of years ago was how can I be off my screen time entirely? And so anyway, going back to the original question. So there's cool things that we buy. And then we talked about on your show earlier, if I can save someone's life for $1,000 in Africa who's dying of starvation, and I know $1,000 will save a child.
Yeah.
How do we as Christians, we can't obviously donate 100% of our money and give it away. And then there's an image, like sounds weird, but an image to keep up. There's like, we're on social media. It has, so how do you balance all those things in terms of giving, in terms of charity, in terms of luxury and enjoyment?
Yeah. Great question. So there's so many thoughts with this, but I think the quick answer is what I just said earlier about like when you have God helping give you discernment, it basically that just becomes part of it, right? Should I be living in this kind of house? Should I have this kind of car, right? And so it's going to be different for everyone, right? And like people on social media could look at lifestyle and be like, oh, well, dude, this guy we were talking my show, $50K a month, $80K a month, right?
Yep.
But what if you make $1 million a month?
Yeah.
You're spending 5% of your income. Is that better than the person who spends 80, 90% of their income? Because that's what normal Americans do. They live off of 80 if they're lucky, right? So who's actually, when you start looking at it from what the Bible says, like too, with the tithe, it's like the tithe is a percentage-based thing. It has no like hard absolute numbers, just 10% is 10%. So I think, how much you spend definitely is correlated with that number and how much you're making. If you're making $10 million a month, it doesn't matter, right? I'm not there yet, but if I start getting cool stuff because like I'm making such crazy money, it's not that I'm just only buying cool stuff. Now, I think the problem becomes if you're a Christian that you're making all this money, but you're just spending it all. Yeah. That's a problem for sure. So I think the percentage of your income that you live off of is something that you should strive to lower as you build more wealth. Now you can do that by either keeping your living expenses the same and increasing your income, or, you cut cost and whatever, right? You can go the Dave Ramsey approach, whatever your case is. So For me, I look at that as one thing. The other thing is, to your point, man, I mean, to me, it's like lifestyle is marketing. You're marketing your lifestyle and everything else. And so if I'm doing cool stuff, it's like, yeah, it costs money, but will it actually bring in money and attract people who want that kind of lifestyle? The answer is probably yes.
Yeah.
If I were to tell you, I got 50 million views just from my watch videos. The watches cost $100,000. I made more than $100,000 off 50 million views.
Yeah.
So like, should I buy more watches? Marketing wise, yeah, I should. I don't, because like I'm good. Like I never bought watches for the marketing purpose. I bought them because I wanted them.
Yep.
But like marketing wise, I really should buy more watches.
That's funny. Is that what your most popular videos are? They watch ones? Really?
Yeah, dude. I mean, I've gotten literally like 50 million views from watches. It's crazy.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Those go up in value generally too, right? I mean, those are investments or not at all?
Yeah, they are too. And I'm not even, even if it went to zero and like I got 50 million views for $100,000,
for sure.
I'd be like, yeah, that was good. That definitely made me more than $100,000. But yeah, like I could go sell this today for at least what I bought it for. Yeah. So it is like a store of value.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of like spending money on things like this. That's why I have 2 houses. Like I don't feel guilty or bad about having 2 multi-million-dollar houses. Yeah, because I will sell it almost guaranteed for more than I bought it for, because I have really good debt. I'm not worried about it. I can hold it forever. I can rent it if I have to. It will be worth more. And someday all my money goes to a combination of kids and charity, mostly charity.
Well, I'll tell you one thing too. Like, so we were talking about new houses. I mentioned on mine, like my mortgage is $20,000, which I would have never in a million years thought I would have a $20,000 mortgage. I remember our first mortgage was like $1,200.
Yep.
I was like, dude, I don't know if we can, this is a lot of money. And then, our mortgage became, like 2,000, and then it was 4,000. And then now we just jumped to 20. And I was like, for me, I'm just like, whatever, that is what it is. You want a $3 million loan? Cost you $20,000 a month. Yep. But like, I think about it, and I think about, we've been living there now for 4 months. All the parties we've had, bringing people over. And like one thing my wife talks about too, and she and I both grew up very frugal, is like, man, if we can provide experience for people that like they just never otherwise would have gotten, man, like what a blessing we can be to other people.
Yeah.
And so whether it's vacations, whether it's doing the cool, dinners, whether it's, house parties, whether it's, like my daughter, literally, she's 3 years old. She's had the most ridiculous birthday parties in the entire world.
I've seen pictures.
Yeah, they're ridiculous. Like I look at them and I'm like, she has a Sweet 16 every year. Like it's crazy.
It reminded me of the scene from, was it the movie with Will Ferrell? Was it Old School, where Vince Vaughn has like the big birthday party with like the pony rides? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's like that. That's your style.
That's for sure what we do. Yeah, it's just crazy. My son had a circus. It was nuts. And so like these parties are like 5-figure parties for 2-year-olds who don't remember. And I'm like, babe.
But you remember.
But my wife, obviously she remembers and for memories, but she's like, look how many kids are here, like never have experienced anything like this. And I'm like, it's true. It's not really about us.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's about my wife. I'm just here like funding it.
Yeah, that's fine. Where'd you meet your wife?
On a canoeing trip.
No way.
Yeah. Super random. So I got drafted by the Oakland A's. I went to a school called Cal State Northridge, and I came back to Vegas to live here because I'm like, I'm not going to live in LA. It's where Northridge is. And I took a year off because I was training and wanted to really hone in on my professional baseball career. But after year one, I was like, you know what? I might as well go back to school. I only got a semester. Like, let me go see if they'll let me go to UNLV for 1 semester. So I got them to approve my classes. It took like I needed 16 credits. And so I basically needed 1 elective, 5 classes, 1 elective. So I started looking, and I'm like, wonder what like the easiest elective is. And there was one for rock climbing. I was like, oh, this will be tight. So I signed up for rock climbing. A week before the school starts, they go, hey, we didn't have enough signups for rock climbing. It's canceled. I was like, dang. So what am I going to sign up for? And I start looking down the list and they're like, well, we got like a couple spots left for this canoeing trip. And I was like, okay, so what do we do? And they're like, you canoe to the Hoover Dam, you camp out for 2 nights, and you get a credit after a weekend. I was like, I don't have to go for a weekend to get a credit? Cool. Tight. So I sign up for it. There's like 8 of us. And, I see this cute girl on orientation. I'm like, this canoeing trip's going to be tight. Like, I'm glad I signed up for this. This is cool. So we ended up doing the canoeing trip and it was great. And actually it wasn't great. I was just being a cocky, like 22-year-old who was a professional baseball player thinking I was the man. And she got super turned off by it because she was like, this guy's cute, but he's just a jerk. And I was like, whatever. So, also during that trip, I ended up saving her life. She disputes this, but the canoe,
but you're right.
But it did happen. She's still here. So the canoe flipped during the river. Her canoe, like, I don't know how she flipped it. She flipped it. And like, dude, the river is strong. Like, it's super strong. And so she was like floating away. Her canoe's gone. All our other canoes were already like docked. And we were the only ones left. I was like, oh crap. So I'm canoeing, freaking me and my partner are canoeing. Then we grab her and her partner and then like we get them to shore. So that's like the story. That's the uneventful story of how I saved her life. But
you're a hero, man.
I am.
You're a hero.
Thank you. So anyways, even after saving her life, she didn't want anything to do with me. And I ended up messaging her like a month later on Facebook. And I was like, hey, we should like go hang out. It's your birthday's coming up. Like I saw it was her birthday. And so we went on our first date on her birthday to lunch at Olive Garden. It was fancy. And, it was good. But to tie up that story, the reason I talked about the rock climbing was, after we got together, she told me that she's like, yeah, it's crazy because we almost would have never met. And I go, why? She goes, because I signed up for a class that got canceled. I go, what'd you sign up for? She's like, rock climbing.
Oh, funny.
I was like, whoa. I guess we're going to get married. That just is what it is.
Okay. I got a quick Olive Garden story about my wife real quick.
I love Olive Garden.
Yeah. Olive Garden is great, but I did not always like Olive Garden. So early on, I thought, because I was raised very like lower middle class, like the only restaurant we could ever afford was McDonald's. That was it.
Really?
So Olive Garden was the nicest restaurant I'd ever heard of. Like it was the 5-star restaurant of the world. And I would never go there because I hated rich people. I hated popular kids in school. And I hated the rich kids. And so I went to college and my wife and a bunch of friends were like, well, I had just met her, but they're like, let's all go to Olive Garden. And I was like, I don't eat at Olive Garden. I was like, I won't eat there. And it was like against my principle to eat at such a fine 5-star establishment.
Yep.
And so I went and I refused. I held a protest and I ate the breadsticks for free, and that was it. I sat there and ate breadsticks, and I refused to get any food because I would not eat at such a nice place. And I was ticked at Heather that she would eat at such a fancy restaurant. I was like, she is a snobby, rich kid from Seattle. And I almost
Seattle
it
kids.
Totally turned me off. Yeah, snobby rich kids. Now I realize, first of all, it's Olive Garden. And 2, she's like a farmer's daughter. Like they were not wealthy in any way. And she was just smarter than me.
She just knew Olive Garden.
Olive Garden was not the caveat door experience.
What's funny, the caveat door. What's funny is my wife actually rejected me on the first attempt. So I DM'd her on Facebook. Oh, nice. Yeah, I DM'd her on Facebook and I was like, hey, your birthday's coming up. I'd love to take you out for your birthday. And she's like, I think she just basically said no. I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. I have to, like the Facebook messages are still there. I got to look, but she basically said no. And I was like, well, all right. That settles that. I guess that ship has sailed. And then like 2 days later, she DMs me back and she's like, you know what? If you still want to go, like I'll do it. And then now I tell the story at all of our events. I'm like, she came crawling back. Like that's just how it went.
That's how I saw it too. That was great. That was great, man. All right, question. What do you love about your wife?
Oh man, dude, this is definitely like a podcast about, better life. It's not business. I will say, there's so many things and I'm not stalling. I'm just trying to prioritize all of the amazing things I want to say because I don't have enough time, obviously. So The first is keep this on a clip. The first would be I'll actually go in like timeline sequence of what attracted me throughout the 10 years of marriage, right? So when we first started dating, obviously looks, right? That's number one when you're first, looking for a mate. But the first thing that really attracted me was her confidence. She was super confident about who she was, what she was doing, the way she talked. She wasn't one of these girls that needed to be like told every day, like, oh, you're so pretty. Like, and then if you don't, like, they're insecure. Like, I didn't have to worry about any insecurity with, she was great on that front. So that was like the number one thing starting out. After we got married, obviously too, with that, her love of Jesus. So I always knew like I was never going to date a girl that wasn't Christian. So like, she had that. So then we get married. And, obviously we're a super young married couple. She had just turned 21 and, we're figuring everything out. But, the next thing that really stuck out to me was like, she just believed in me, whatever. I was like, hey babe, I want to flip couches. She's like, okay. I'm like, hey, I'm going to keep playing minor league baseball for no money. She's like, all right, cool. I'm like, hey, I'm going to max out our credit cards and flip a house. She's like, I'm down.
Let's go.
So she's always supported any crazy thing I've ever wanted to do. I've never been told no, right? On just like these ideas. She's never discouraged me or been like, are you sure you want to do that? Like, have you thought about this? Because I do see a lot of wives do that. They're like, a lot of stuff gets stopped because they just don't believe in them or they're scared or whatever, right? So I'm super grateful that she's always supported what I wanted to do. And along with support too, just like the trust and respect. So it's like, obviously she supported me, but she also trusted that it was a good decision. She respected me. And even when things, didn't go right, there was never like, I told you this wouldn't work. Why'd you do that? You lost money. It was never about that. So, that all kind of plays together. As we got older and as we had kids and everything else, and the next thing that really like started to stick out to me was like, man, dude, she is so good at serving, like she has that whole servant heart to serve me, the kids, she gave up her career, whatever the family needed, she was willing to do. Right. So, servant, everything. And then today, as we celebrate 10 years of marriage, we both have grown as people, we both have changed a lot. We're expecting our third here in like a month.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So, we're going to have a family of 3 now. And, I think that she has become very like entrepreneurial and like leader. And, maybe it's just from all the years before she was never like that. Right. And so now she's like, yeah, I want to help with Wealthy Kingdom. Like, I want to lead the women, I want to do all these different things. And I'm not telling her to do it. It's like, it's now becoming the next stage of who she's becoming. So yeah, we've had a lot, but hopefully that doesn't get me in the doghouse.
That's great, man.
Yeah.
I love that. And then also, what about your kids? If you don't mind talking about them, like, what do you love about your kids? Each of them.
Man, kids, dude, are a handful.
No, not at all.
Bro, so let me tell you this, okay? I love being a dad, and I never realized so many things about my dad until I've been a dad, right? And you don't realize like how much of an impact like your dad has on your life, especially as a man. And I remember my dad used to always tell me this story about him growing up. He had 12 brothers and sisters. And so he grew up in the Philippines. And his dad, he saw him once a year at the beginning of school. His dad was like some big entrepreneur in the Philippines who was making a ton of money, lost it all. And, whatever, all his kids left him, moved to Las Vegas. And, he ended up moving to Vegas too and reconciling as time went on. But I just remember my dad telling me like, dude, I saw my dad literally once a year. And it was at the start of school. He would take him to go buy new clothes and shoes and stuff. And like, that was it. And so like the housekeepers and stuff raised him. And he would tell me, he was like, Ryan, I never like want that to happen to you. Like, I'm going to be here for you with everything. And so he did exactly that. I mean, he figured out how to provide, took me to every baseball practice, got me every coach I needed, supported me on everything I ever wanted to do. And even to this day, he actually worked for me. as a project manager.
That's cool.
And he doesn't have to, like, you know, we take care of them. Like we bought them a house and cars and everything they need. They could, but he just wants to support some way, somehow. So, when I think about the wealthy way, I did not realize like the influence my dad had on it, because he was the perfect example of a child neglected by their dad. And, you know, he broke the chains and changed that with me. And so when I had kids, you know, I knew like I was going to not be like what I saw other entrepreneurs doing, but I also had such a rough experience with my son, James. So, you know, to go a little deep in the story, 2019, my son was born in January, 2 months premature. And, you know, it was crazy because my wife she started feeling pain. She's like, I think I need to go to the doctor. We didn't think she was like going into labor or anything. Yeah. We were just like, all right. We go in the doctor. He's like, dude, you know, she's having contractions. She's at this dilation. I honestly didn't even know what that meant. I was just like, okay, so like, when do we get to go home? Like, what's the deal? And he's like, yeah, she's staying here, bud. And I'm like, okay, so how's the baby? Like, the baby's going to be coming, but we're going to try and slow it down. And I was like, the baby's coming? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, I mean, the baby's not supposed to come for like 2.5 more months. Like, is it going to be okay? We didn't know the gender or anything. He's like, I can't say. Like, I don't know. I was like, wow. Okay. So baby gets born, James, you know, like 5 hours later. It was crazy. It was like literally the craziest day of my life, because we were just chilling. and then I had a kid 5 hours later. I was like, what the heck? Dude, we had no room set up. We had nothing. I had these books too. Like, I was planning to read. I was like, yeah, I'm going to read these dad books and stuff. Dude, and he was just born. And so he couldn't breathe. He couldn't eat. He couldn't do anything. And so he was in the NICU for 2 months. And so every day for 2 months, I had to go to the NICU in the morning, go to the NICU at night. He wasn't making any progress. It was just like this crazy thing. And they told us, they were like, he's going to have developmental delays. He's going to have, you know, potentially other issues. And I was like, all right. So anyways, after 2 months, we get to take him home. We're super scared because he couldn't breathe. And so I'm like, what if he stops breathing like while we're sleeping? Like, this is crazy. I don't even think he's good enough to come home. Like, I'm kind of scared bringing him home. And, you know, sure enough, God was watching over him. But, you know, we bring him home and, you know, he has to go through all these therapies because he's so delayed and still having lots of issues. And, you know, cutest, sweetest little boy, everything. Well, towards the end of the year, actually like a week before Christmas, he falls and hits his head and he gets this big bump. And we're like, well, that doesn't look good. Let's take him to the hospital. So we take him to the hospital. They tell us like, hey, you know, he's acting normal, right? And I'm like, yeah, but he's got this fat bump. Like, that doesn't look good. And they're like, yeah, just monitor it. He should be okay. I'm like, all right. Well, a couple of days later, I'm like, dude, he's not all right. Like, the bump's not going down. Let's take him to a different hospital. So we go to a different hospital. They're like, yeah, let's get him in for an x-ray right now. Like, they should have gave him an x-ray when we did that. So they go there and they're like, dude, he's cracked his skull. His brain is bleeding and we have to go in emergency surgery right now. Dang. I was like, okay. Like, so he's going to have brain surgery and, you know, that's what's going to happen. I was like, okay, well, once again, it's like deja vu. I was like, what's the odds of survival? Like, this is as serious as it gets. And like, we can't say. So, you know, it was at night, you know, we're praying. They bring in this brain surgeon from somewhere and, you know, they have the surgery and we're just praying all night. And, you know, they tell us it was successful and, you know, all that stuff. And, you know, literally he was just like super happy, like nothing had ever happened. And then, you know, they actually released him on Christmas. And so we got to bring him home for Christmas. Also during that time, my wife was pregnant. And so Dude, let me just kids have been a world. That was my first year as a parent.
Yeah.
And so to go through everything that I had to go through that year, plus that, like I said, so many things for the wealthy way came from that year because I started to take Wednesdays off and I called them work from home Wednesdays so I could support her and, help with the kids and one kid at the time. And then, it's just like 2019 was hell. And, we go into 2020 and then COVID hits and I had like 50 flips and like all this stuff. And my wife's pregnant. I'm just like, man, dude, this is whatever. We're going to see how it goes. So yeah, kids have been a crazy thing. My daughter ended up being born during COVID and she was actually a month premature, which was still like, we're like, well, that's better than 2. And we're like, I guess we're going to be in the NICU for another month. But thankfully, I guess girls develop faster. So she didn't have to spend any time in the NICU. And so like our prayer for this third baby has been like, just stay in, like do not come out.
Yeah.
And so, we're 2 months, actually month and a half away. So like, we're doing good. We're like super hyped. But my son now, he's 4.5 years old now. He definitely has special needs and development delays. And so he's still in therapies. We're constantly like trying things and looking for answers. We've done stem cells with him. We've done other things. But I mean, despite all that, the happiest kid ever, just loves to be outside and hang out. It's amazing. But raising him is like raising 4 kids in one. And so we're like, another kid's nothing, you know? And then my daughter, completely normal, and she's actually very advanced, and she's just a lunatic, and she's like me in very many ways. And so she's amazing. So yeah, dude, I've had a very crazy experience with kids in a short amount of time. And like I said, I think that's what has influenced the wealthy way so much, is because like, I know what it's like to almost lose a kid twice. And, once you've like gone through it mentally, where you're like, wow, like he could be gone. You experienced it to the closest at which you could experience it. And it changes your mindset. Because once he was back, I was like, oh dude, I'm not missing any more moments. Like work is just not worth it. It's not. And so, yeah.
How has being a parent changed, if it has, your relationship with God?
I don't even know how many units he has. How many units you got now? 6,000?
I think 10,669. I think
that could be.
That includes some self-storage though.
10,000 plus units. How much under management?
About that, because we don't manage for other people. Right?
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it's 10,000. It's 8 to 9.
How much million? How many millions
dollar
is that?
amount? Oh,
yeah. How many millions in real estate is that now?
We'll be at $1 billion in a month. So.
$1 billion of real estate in a month. Only like starting your syndication maybe like 3 years ago.
3.5, 4 years ago.
4 years ago. So $1 billion in 4 years. I've got none other than, I mean, he's already talking, so you already know. But he ruined the surprise. None other than Brandon Turner. What's up?
That was the greatest introduction of all time. I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was drawn out. You kind of blew it, and
I cried a little bit.
Yeah,
it was beautiful.
Yeah, no, but I've told you before, dude. You definitely changed my path in my life, dude. And so Thanks, it's so cool to come full circle now. We're here in Vegas. You're keynoting WealthCon, and man, we're gonna have fun.
Be a good time. This airs after that, so we're just gonna go ahead and say it was the greatest keynote of all time.
You gave the greatest keynote of all time. It was amazing. And everyone needs to go to the next WealthCon. I'm
going to put that on my speaker reel now. That was greatest of all time. That's so good.
So, dude, I mean, a lot of people already know who you are, but for those who don't, give them the 2-minute version of how Brandon got here.
I am the poster child for the what can happen when you combine real estate investing with business and then social media. So today I'm kind of the 3 things combined. So like I said, I have all those units. I have a company called Open Door Capital. We may be rebranding that pretty soon to Better Life Capital, but as of now, it's still Open Door Capital. But I got started with a single family house back in 2007, bought it, fixed it up. And then I had this crazy idea. I could go travel to Europe for like a year if I wanted to and backpack and live off just the money if I sold that house.
Yeah.
So I sold that house, and then instead of going to Europe, I got married instead. And I took all the money. But it was a good trade. So I got married, and I found out like I made more off that one deal, like 25 grand, than I made from my entire, every bit of money I'd ever made combined up until that point.
Yeah.
And then more than I would have made if I would have just like gone into the workforce of a normal person. So I changed my entire life around, went into real estate.
It's crazy. What year was that?
07-ish. Like
so what I mean, the market crashed after
market
that.
crash, yeah.
So
dude, I remember I remember watching TV. It was Halloween of 07. And like that's when like I mean things were falling apart. It's like Bear Stearns was right around then and like Lehman Brothers, all that was happening then. And I was watching TV of the collapse of the world, and like there's trick-or-treaters like ringing the doorbell. My house was empty because I was selling it like that day. And I remember just thinking like, this has to close because the world is going to end tomorrow. And the world basically ended. Financial world ended like that day. But they still bought the house, and then their equity plummeted by like half. like I think I sold it for 140.
You got bailed out.
I got bailed out. Like another week and it would have been it wouldn't have happened. So I got lucky, and that was a rough time to be in real estate.
Yeah. So what ended up leading you to Bigger Pockets? How did all this come about?
Yeah. So I actually, early on then, I found Bigger Pockets. Like a lot of people think I started it. I didn't. Josh, that was Josh Dorkin. Give him his due. He's an amazing entrepreneur. So Josh started it in his basement.
What year was that?
He started 04 maybe, somewhere like that.
Wow.
05. Yeah.
You've been doing it that long.
Yeah. It was a long time. And it was just a forum was all it was. So I remember remember the day, and I remember the query. I went to like Google, or maybe it was Dogpile. Remember Dogpile?
No.
That was like pre-Google. And I type in what to do when tenants don't pay rent, because my dad had given me a hard time. Like, hey, if they don't pay rent, you're going to lose everything. And being a landlord is a terrible idea. No one makes money that way.
Yeah.
So I Googled what to do when tenants don't pay rent. And I found this little forum called Bigger Pockets. Yep. And I signed up, became a member. And then years went by, and I just kept asking questions. You can actually go back to look, because it's all public. Go back and look at my early questions on BP.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, I'm trying to buy this house. What do I do? And it's all there. And so I just became a follower, became a fan of Bigger Pockets, and then eventually I became friends with Josh Dorkin on Facebook. We became Facebook friends, and then he wrote, I'm looking for someone to help me edit some blog posts. And at that point I had kind of like level 1 financial freedom. I didn't have to have a job.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, I got some spare time. I'll edit. And editing turned into a podcast, and that turned into a job, and that turned into me being whatever I was there, VP of something. And
so what year did you start working there as like the editor?
2012.
2012, you were an editor.
And I was a terrible editor. It was just like, he was like, do you know, like, I was like, I know how to edit stuff, and it's not true. I don't know the difference between there, and there. Didn't matter. So I never actually, this is interesting. There was never one job ever at Bigger Pockets that I was good at. Like nothing I ever did there I was good at.
Well, you're a good podcast host.
Okay, maybe that was like but that was like an accident. It wasn't like ever a role I was supposed to do. It was just like, hey Josh, we should do a podcast. And he's like, what's a podcast? And it was like, I don't know,
so
it's like a radio show. Yeah, though he will claim otherwise. And so we have a competing stories on this. He says it was his idea. I think it was my idea. Memories are weird, right? But I'm going to hold my argument that it was my idea, and he made me like, this is actually one of the geniuses of Josh. We do a whole show on the genius of Josh, but Josh is a, what do you want to call him? A automatic no person. Like he will automatically say no to ideas and say no over and over until you are so forceful with them that it can get through that wall.
I think people would say that's about me too.
Yeah, it's such a valuable skill. I'm the opposite. You're like, hey, we should open a dog walking business for dogs with 3 legs. I'm like, that'll be so good. Let's do it. Like, no matter what the idea is, I want to do it. Having someone in your life that says, if you're that person, the yes guy, have a no person, game changing. Especially a spouse. It's a great way to pair off with a spouse, is have one person be more of a yes and one more of a no.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
So we'll go with your story.
All right.
You tell him, you're like, bro, we got to do this. He's like,
Yep.
no. Then at some point it starts. What year did it start?
Yeah. Oh, I think it was 12. I think it was because I was in it for 10 years roughly, and I left right at the end of 21. So
okay.
Yeah.
So you started in 2012. You guys obviously don't really know what you're doing. Podcasting isn't really a thing.
Yep. I had a goal. I want to be a top 100 business podcast within 3 years. I wrote that goal down. And then like
the competition wasn't fierce.
It wasn't fierce, but I thought it was going to be. I didn't know what we had. I didn't, because I mean, Bigger Pockets had an email list of 100,000 people at the time, which, I didn't realize that was more than most people had on an email list back then. And so just broadcasting it to 100,000 people made us the top 10 business podcast, and it never left top 10 in, 9 years.
Wow.
So it just, we got in and we rode that wave. I remember telling Josh though, like day one was like, hey, we missed the glory days of podcasting, but at least we can get this like the tail end of it. Like I literally thought podcasting had crested and was over, and I didn't realize that it was just starting. Makes me wonder today. Are we at the peak today, or is it just starting?
I think we're just starting.
I do too.
Personally, yeah, like now I look at this now and I'm like, I have to double down even harder on podcasts because that's the future.
Yeah.
But then, like, to your point, 2012, we're like, dude, podcasting, we missed it.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? But yeah, never count yourself out, right? Like, you never know.
Well, I'll tell you, so to give the story of how I found you, you know, I'm sitting there in 2014 on my 1-year anniversary with Mindy. We just got married. We're in New Orleans. And, you know, I see this commercial about, you know, you can buy houses with no money. And I'm like, bull crap. This is a scam. So I literally search on Google like you, and I was like, can you really buy houses with no money? And guess what pops up? Bigger Pockets forums. So they pop up. So Bigger Pockets SEO was on.
Yeah, point. It was so good. It still is. Like, it's ridiculous.
Just on point. And I see these forums and they're like, well, yeah, you could do wholesaling. You could do private lending, hard. I'm like, what are these things? So I go on the website. And then, like, I randomly search. I'm like, is Bigger Pockets a scam? Like, I don't know what's a scam or not. And they're like, oh, no, it's the place where you can learn for free and it's awesome. I'm like, okay. And so I just start playing with the site. And I think your book had just, like, come out. So it was, like, featured. And I was like, how to buy a house? No, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Like, let's buy it. So I buy it on the trip. I read it in a day and just crush through it. I'm like, oh, I get it. Okay. And I remember telling my wife, I was like, I'm going to flip houses. Like, I know how to do this now. Like, I've always known how to find deals and hustle and sell, but I never understood the money part. And that's what held me back forever.
Yeah.
So anyways, during that time, I also realized you had a podcast. I didn't even know. I don't think the podcast in 2014 was like, you know, like people didn't, honestly, I didn't even know what a podcast was. I didn't. I was just like, oh, they got this thing where they teach. And so I started looking at the episode list. I think at the time there's about like 50 episodes. And I was like, you know what? I was flipping couches. I was like, I'm just going to listen to all of them. So I literally started from episode 1.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I started from episode 1 and I caught up to current. And I basically did that for years. And I'd watch every new episode. And like I want to say I listened to probably the first 200, you know, so.
Yeah, that's a lot of me talking.
I've heard you a lot, dude. But that was my education while I was flipping houses. I was like, oh, okay, this guy does that.
Yeah. Were you doing your own work at the beginning? I don't remember.
No,
I never did. Okay.
No, I still don't know how to do anything. Not like I know from the podcast you used to do all your own work.
Yeah, it's a curse to know how you. I've told the story before, but I mean I did everything at the beginning, and I slowly got myself out of it. But I just kept pulled back into it again because I was good at it. So I'd get sucked back in, like, oh, that contractor wants $2,500 for that. It'll take me 3 hours. I'll go do it. Right. I had to literally sell all of my tools to get out of that mental part of my life. So I sold every tool that I own. So I had no option. I had to burn those ships, right?
Yep.
And so today I talked to a lot of people about who have similar problems, and I'm like, you got to sell the tools. And they're like, well,
get rid of the truck.
Yeah, exactly. Get rid of all the things that could hold you to the old mentality.
Yeah.
And elevate your mindset to a new one. And if it takes a physical thing to act to do that, then do the physical act.
Yeah. No, 1,000%. So obviously, like, I started listening to Bigger Pockets and it just started to grow. Like, anyone who's in real estate had heard of it, right? And, I think, around 27, like, so also the way this happened, I was like, oh, dang, this guy Brandon is cool. So I just friend requested you on Facebook because Facebook was all there was. And then I remember DMing you back in 2018. And I was like, hey, dude, just want you to know, your podcast, you've changed my life. We've never really talked. But, here's what I was doing. Here's where I'm at today. I'd love to share my story on the show. And then, we could still probably go look on Facebook Messenger and check it out.
Yeah.
But that was it. And you were like, dude, that's awesome. Just here's the link. I'll put in a good word. And then boom, I was on the show I don't know, a couple months later.
I still remember that episode. That was a great episode.
Yeah.
People loved that episode. It was just relatable, right? Like flipping couches.
I know.
Yeah, such a good story.
Yep. So that was in 2018. And for me anyways, that kind of put me on the map, I guess, more nationally because locally people knew what I was doing. But then the next year, I went to Maui to see you.
Yep.
You started this Maui mastermind thing.
Yeah, the real estate mastermind out there. It was. It's been a few years now.
2019 was the first year you did it.
Yep. Yeah, you were in the founding class of that one.
The founding class. What made you want to do that? What was it?
Oh, it's funny actually. This is a great story. So you remember the dinner we did, right? Caveat dinner.
Yep.
So I became friends with this guy, Yeshua, and Matt, and they run this company called Caviar Outdoor. And they're like they cater these high-end outdoor dinners. You know, we did it in a field down by Big Beach. It was just ridiculously nice food and wine in this crazy cool setting. And they do it for celebrities and a lot of like big people that come to Maui and celebrities and wealthy people. And so I saw one of these dinners and I asked him once like how much a dinner would cost when I became friends with him. And he's like, yeah, it's like 15 or 20 grand. And I was like, how could I ever afford 15 or 20 grand? And I was like, well, what if I had 20 people come to Maui and subsidize my dinner? That's literally how the real estate mastermind there started. And you were part of my test group. So thank you.
It was great.
Yeah.
I went surfing for the first time.
Yeah.
We had that meal, which was delicious. We had that one place in Andaz.
Yeah. Yep.
The kitchen.
I can't remember what to tell you, but yeah, it's a good place.
So good.
Yeah.
You know, met some amazing people.
Yeah.
We met for the first time. I met investor girl Britt, who's been on the show. We've met few other people there.
Yeah.
But it was just great. And I remember one of the takeaways, and it's kind of funny, was I actually was in like a small mastermind group with Britt.
Yeah.
And at the time she was doing good on Instagram. And I had like maybe 10,000 followers or 5,000 or something. That was it. No YouTube, no TikTok, no podcast. I didn't do any of that stuff. And she was like, Ryan, you would be really good. Like you are good on social media. Like you just need to like make more content and take it seriously. And I was like, yeah. And she's like, I mean, look at my stuff. She had like 100,000. She was like, I just do this and it's not that hard. Like if you really commit to it, you could be good.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
And so I remember I left the Maui mastermind. I ended up hiring my first videographer and then COVID hit.
Yeah.
And then, but like, so I had already had this idea. I was like, you know what, dude, social media is important. And then COVID hit and it was like really the catalyst because I was like kind of just dabbling a little bit. I was like, yeah, film me and we'll go do some content for a day and that'll be it.
Yeah.
And then during COVID, I was like, no, like we need to build a routine. It's like, we're going to film X amount of content every single week.
Yeah.
And
yeah, what's cool about that story?
Yeah.
What's cool is like, there's a famous quote that says, in 5 years, you'll be the same person you are today, except for the books that you read and the people that you meet. But I would add a third thing is the events you go to.
Yeah.
Right. Like when you never know what event you're going to go to and you're going to meet that one person or get that one book recommendation or have that one idea or whatever that thing is. And so people oftentimes will look at an event like, WealthCon, right? Like, well, what am I going to get out of it? Am I guaranteed to make a lot of money by going to this thing? I was, I went to that one conference and I didn't get anything out of it. And I'm like, just go, because you never know. Like on average, every event I've gone to has made me millions of dollars on average, right? Not everyone does, but some of them I've met. Like I met David Green at an event who we ended up doing the podcast together for years.
Yeah.
Right. And I wouldn't have had Open Door Capital today if it weren't for an event, because I met Brian Murray at actually the first Maui real estate mastermind. Like
that
Brian,
was where you guys started talking about it.
That's where me and Brian Murray started talking about it, and Ryan Murdoch. And like we formed that whole thing out of that group.
Yep.
And so and now I've gone to a dozen, masterminds or meetups that I haven't had that impact. But on average, they all make you money. Same with books. Every book I've ever read has made me on average of $1 million, right? Yeah. Every book I've ever read, nonfiction book, because all of my, on average, it's ridiculous when you start thinking that way.
Yeah.
Thinking in averages. Like I want to write a book someday called Thinking in Averages.
Well, I mean, if I just credited what your book has built.
Yeah. And you never know if you wouldn't have read it.
Yeah. Like, I mean, and it will keep adding.
Yeah.
As long as my real estate career exists.
Yeah.
The fact that this book was a catalyst for everything.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
So I think I'm with you there, dude. Just millions per book.
So in other words, come to WealthCon and other events that Ryan puts on.
That's it.
Ding.
That's it. As long as you
that's all you got to do.
You're good. Wealthcon.org. All right. There we go. Actually, speaking of that, I mean, this is going to air after, but our next event is going to be in October. We're going to, who knows, maybe the speaker's already announced by then. But we just try to keep one-upping it every single time.
I love that.
It's fun. But yeah, dude, the Maui Mastermind was amazing. Just great relationships, people. I ended up going back to Maui a couple years later, and, we all met up again and had a good time. And, now we're full circle here in Vegas, and it's great.
Maui has a magical vibe to it. Like when I first went out there, I went on vacation to Hawaii a number of times, and it was the only place on earth I'd ever been anywhere that I didn't want to leave. Like at the end of the trip, I went for a month and I was like, I'm still not ready to leave. And I went for 3 months and I was like, I don't want to leave. So I buy a house there, and like my life transformed. And I don't like to be like, I want to be like Paul, right? Like he was like, I'm from the Bible, right? Like I've learned to be content in all circumstances. Okay, I was fine in Western Washington in the rain where it rained 300 days a year. But I am definitively happier living in Maui. And so my encouragement to people is like, if you don't love where you live, you're not tied there. Like this is not, 1622 anymore. Like we can get and leave, we can drive and we can move and you'll be fine. And like the extra energy from living in a cool place. And when you're near a place that works for your real estate or whatever it is, like life can get better. If you don't like where you live, move.
Yeah. So do you see yourself living in Maui the rest of your life?
I think I'll always have a house in Maui. I don't know if I'll always live there. I think I will, but I don't know.
Where else would be on a contender list?
That's a great question. I have a house in Idaho as well, northern Idaho.
Okay.
And it's like in the mountains, and it's
a different vibe.
It's a different vibe. I love that vibe as well.
Yeah.
But I think if I was to not live in Maui, I probably would live like out of the country for a while.
Yeah.
Like I could see myself, living in Italy for a while. Something cool. Yeah. Or Scotland I went to Scotland last year, and it was the coolest place I've ever been. It's like living in Harry Potter. It was like, it was magical.
Yeah, I've seen the castles.
Yeah, it's magical. Everything about Scotland was unreal. I was going to go back again this, I think October maybe, but haven't booked the tickets yet, but I think I'm going.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So obviously I love Hawaii. We've gone many times and I've been looking for a second home. Yeah. Every time I go to Hawaii, I'm just like looking. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, one of the hard parts about Hawaii is it's so far behind.
That's one of the really good things and really bad things. Like
you gotta wake up early.
Yeah, exactly. But I love the fact that like by noon, no one else working. Like no one works after noon in Maui because the whole rest of the U.S. is off work. Yeah, and that makes that really nice.
So everybody and I honestly I'd like that too. So maybe one day Hawaii too. I mean, I want to get into your new podcast and Better Life and everything you're doing. I'm going to be on your show right after this.
Yeah.
But speaking of just podcasting, so how are you getting people on your show now? Because before Bigger Pockets was all virtual, so very easy for you. You just go sit in your little pool house and film, and you loved it. And now you're doing everything in person. So what's that been like?
Yeah, it's a huge transition. Everything's in person. We did a couple of recordings in Maui, and like the actual goal eventually is when we're a big enough show to get people to fly to Maui for the show, then I'll do a lot more in Maui. But I want everything in person because the game today, as you have recognized, the game is social media. The podcast game is social media.
Yep.
Now, podcasts are still huge and people listen to them, but they don't grow organically as well as they used to when there was like 12 shows.
Yeah.
Like, so today they grow because you see a clip on Instagram or TikTok.
Yes.
So we're investing heavily on the video side, just like you are.
Yep.
Doing a ton of video content. Even a lot of the ways that we craft questions within the show are designed to
be viral.
To be viral in nature, right?
Yep.
So like repeat after me, like, fill in the blank here. True wealth is not blank, it's blank.
Yeah.
And then they can say that line, and then that line gets clipped out later for social media.
We've thought about doing that. We need to.
Yeah. We just started playing with it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's going to work, but in theory, it sounds really good. Because the problem with podcasting for social media, of course, is you don't get the hooks in there. Like you don't get like the reason like a good video. It's like, hey, there's 3 things that made me a millionaire. The 4th thing almost bankrupted me. What this video, I'm going to share what those 3 things are, and make sure you don't do the 4th. Like that's a great hook, right? But you never think of that way when you're on a podcast, and so it's kind of a way to meld the 2 together. So
one thing I thought about too, and you could use it. We haven't done it once again, but if you have a really good clip that needs a new intro, just film an intro for it.
That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
And it doesn't have to be like the same close. Just be like, whatever. You make your hook and then it hops into the clip.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
You even could just do the same clothes. I've even thought about just always wearing the same outfit every time.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah, you just never know. It's like I could film those things anytime. But yeah,
my hair gives me away.
Yeah, it kind of does. There's filters. I could change that color. So definitely harder to get guests in terms of like trying to get like how do I land a huge guest, right? If I don't have a pre-existing relationship, it's hard to get in the door. Yeah. I can say, hey, I used to have 100 million, 200 million downloads, whatever. I can say all those things.
Yeah.
It's not the same as what do I have now. So on one hand, there's that. The other hand, it's like this, and this applies to everybody in any business whatsoever. I am building the podcast for what it's going to be 10 years from now, not for what it is today.
Yeah.
So like, who cares if I don't get Patrick Bet-David or Elon Musk on an episode right now, or David Goggins, right? I love those dudes. But first of all, they're not going to change the game. Like let's say I landed Elon Musk, right? Probably the hardest guy to get on a podcast in the world.
Yeah.
If I got him, okay, I'd get a ton of downloads. I get 100,000 downloads of that episode. Whoa. Next week, when I'm back to the same number. Like it's like one guest doesn't change the game. Just like one house flip doesn't change the game. Just like one rental property doesn't. What changes it is the system. consistency and improvement and continual improvement. So all I really care about is consistency. I'll never miss a week. The show always gets better every single week.
Yeah.
That's what the goal is, right? So that just applies to anything in life. Is like, don't get caught up in like that flip, or you really trying to put together a deal and the deal fell apart. You feel so sad. Like, who cares? It's not the deal. It's the system.
So, I mean, what has it been like? I mean, you were the host of one of the most successful podcasts ever.
Yeah.
For 10 years.
Yeah.
And now you're out on your own. And you obviously have still a great following. It's not like you
I wasn't starting at zero.
Went into obscurity.
Yeah.
So like, how is it now starting over essentially, but still having like a foundation?
Yeah. I mean, definitely easier this time around.
Yeah.
Right. And just the things that I know, like how to talk on a podcast, how to interview, like those things, you don't lose those, right? Nobody can take away your experience. And so that has been nice. We've scaled faster. I don't know our numbers though. And this is interesting. I heard this study recently, which talked about kids that like to draw. They took a bunch of kids who like to draw and they put them in like a psychological study where they started giving them all these gold stickers every time they drew a little picture.
Yeah.
And then they stopped giving them the stickers. And what happened is all the kids in this like control group that they stopped giving the stickers to, they all stopped the love of drawing. None of them like to draw anymore. Because when you give like these like rewards, this dopamine of like, it takes away intrinsic motivation and it makes extrinsic, is that the word? It makes an outside reward. And that happens with social media all the time. It's like, I'm so obsessed with the like and the comments and how many do I get and how many people did it reach. Now, I still see everything that goes on my social media. But with the podcast, I made a deliberate choice up front is I never want to know the numbers that I'm getting. I don't want to know which episode does well, which doesn't. Now my team who's smart and they do the math and all that, they know, I'm sure. But I don't want it to affect me and my thoughts. So, my vibes. Yeah. I want to treat every show like it could be the biggest show of all time. And I want to treat when I meet the people in the future, I'm like, I don't know. Did your show do well or not? I don't know. But we had a good talk.
Well, I can tell you, your next show that you're about to film will be the biggest
of all time. It better be.
Yeah, so that I can tell you for sure.
No, we put in a fun little thing. You'll see it when we film later. And this hasn't fully worked out the way I want it to yet, but I think it's a good in theory thing. Is we have an ad in the podcast. We have a couple ads in the podcast, but we actually donate 100% of the ad revenue from the show, not just profit, but all the revenue from that show go directly to the charity of the guests choosing. I love that. Right, so that way the guest, and then because we do the dynamic kind of pricing on the ads, like we can charge more. They have incentive, like you have incentive to blow that show up because your charity gets paid the more people listen to my show, which is, I think, a really cool idea. Again, I haven't had any guests that are I've had some big, Cody Sanchez been on, John Gordon, Erwin McManus, but I haven't had, David Goggins yet. So what happens when a guy like that, with 20 million followers, like start sharing it? Like, will it work? I don't know, but it's good theory.
So how are you getting ad revenue? Where are you hosting it? Do you have a publisher or anything?
Not really. We're just doing it all in-house right now. Every ad has simply been one of my companies that's been sponsoring it, which is why it's really easy. Cool. The more ad revenue or downloads, the more I'll just pay Better Life. So Better Life is all a charity anyway. That's my whole nonprofit arm, or will be a nonprofit technically. It's still technically an LLC, but it will be by the end of the year. And
that's what's happening with Wealthy Kingdom right now.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the process of becoming a nonprofit. And they're like, you can say you're profit or nonprofit pending.
Yeah. Okay. That's what we are. We're nonprofit pending.
There you go.
Yeah. That's a good phrase. Because and I mean, we do a whole show someday on that, but just this idea of like capitalism fueled charity, or like how can people who are good at business, like us, that we've done this, we've built machines and businesses before, how can we take that and apply it to not necessarily like taking over charity? I don't want to go and run, Operation Underground Railroad. Like that's not my skill set necessarily, but how do I go and make a stupid amount of money in business? 'Cause that's what I'm good at. And then dump it into charity.
Right.
And I think I love that model.
Yeah.
And I
love it.
That's my whole life is basically that.
No, I love it, dude. And I want to talk a lot about Better Life here later on the show, but let's talk about the transition from Bigger Pockets to Better Life. Because, out of nowhere, you kind of just like, we're done. Yeah. And you left the show. And then I said you didn't go into obscurity, but
I disappeared for a little while.
You kind of did.
Yeah.
And so, then you come out with Better Life and everything else. So like,
What was the lead up to wanting to leave Bigger Pockets and all that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So BP, I still love Bigger Pockets. I still own part of the company. I got equity there. I love Bigger Pockets, and it got me to where I am. But it also wasn't mine. I mean, it was owned by private equity, majority owned by private equity, and not my pocket. So the more I built that, I made incrementally more money. But on a business side, financial side, I crossed the threshold of, can I do more on my own with my own brand than I could do as a smaller piece of Bigger Pockets. And so financially, that I finally in my head, now maybe years earlier, I actually crossed that. I just didn't have the confidence to realize it. Yeah. But I finally crossed that, like, oh, I can build more wealth on my own than through them. But that wasn't the only reason. It was also just, I'm a control freak. That's why we're entrepreneurs, right? We like to control things. And even though I love the company that the people that own BP, they're amazing to work with. They're one of the best people to work with. But it wasn't me. It wasn't my choices, right? So I still couldn't decide where the companies went. So I wanted some flexibility there. I wanted to be able to build something myself. I got some really good advice from a performance coach of mine, a guy named Jason DeRees. And Jason said to me, I've been working with Jason for 6-7 years now, same coach for a long time. And he said, I know you, Brandon, and you're going to quit here on December 31st. And on January 1, at 9 a.m., you're going to have your whole life planned out on a vision, and you're going to know exactly where you're headed, because that's just how you operate. And it's kind of true. Like I'm a visionary. So like I'm going to go gung ho for it. He said, I encourage you to take a year off and he said, for a whole year, make no decisions as to what that future is going to be. And that was probably the best advice I could have got, because I would have jumped right into something else. I mean, I had a million ideas, right? You can't stop the ideas, but I just would not commit or decide on anything. I'd have conversations with people. Could we start this? Should I build a mastermind? Should I, whatever? And so I had all these ideas, but I would not decide or commit. And that's where halfway through the year, I met Tim Tebow at a conference at the Wellspring. And I met Tim Tebow, and he was talking. And that day I went from that morning, I was shopping for private jets, because I knew I was going to launch something. I knew it was going to be successful. I knew I was going to have some kind of group, mastermind, course, something. And I'm sure it's going to make a ton of money. So I'm shopping for private jets. I'm having a conversation with a jet broker like that morning. And then I have a buddy, his name is Ben Humble. Shout out to Ben. And Ben's like, so what are you going to give back to the kingdom? What are you going to give back to God out of this? And I'm like, oh, I'm going to give away 10% of profits from that thing right away. He's like, all right, that's cool. He's like, what do you want to eventually do? Like, what would be a good point to get to eventually? I'm like, it'd be cool if someday like 50% of all profits go to charity. Yeah. And he goes, why not from day one? And I was like, shut up. I'm not going to do that. And after a half-hour conversation about it, I realized he's right. I said, okay, I don't need them. Open Door Capital will likely make me a billionaire. It sounds absurd to say out loud, but I own a company that already owns $1 billion. We're going to buy 10 billion. That goes up to 15 billion. We sell off. Investors get 70, 80% of it. And I'm left with $1 billion. So what do I need 100% of that new company for? So I said, you're right, 50%. And then I heard Tim talk, and I got done, just crying. Everyone in the room was ugly crying, snot crying. And I was like, I don't need any of it. I was like, what if I just built the whole thing? What if I built the whole thing for charity? So that's what we did. We launched as basically a nonprofit. And so we're up to, 1,000 paid members now, something like that, $300 a month. The goal is 10,000. The numbers get crazy, because it's like, if I had 10,000 people, which I'll have again in 3 years, our goal is 10,000 people at an average of $500 a month. We'll have a higher tier and a lower tier. Right now we just have 300. So at average of $500 a month, 10,000 people ends up being $60 million a year in revenue. And I think I can run that whole thing on less than 10 million a year easily. That's $50 million a year to fight human trafficking. So all that money is going to fight human trafficking. We'll have a board that figures out where it all goes. That's just 10,000 people. And then in addition now, so once I made the decision, I realized also that was probably the smartest financial business decision I could have ever made. Because if I can get 10,000 people to be in a tribe, how many of them are going to invest in Open Door Capital? How many of them are going to partner in other? It's already come true. So much has come out of it. So that's that idea of capitalism field charity. So so now Better Life is cranking. We want 10,000 people in it, and it's what we call an accountability mastermind. So you get a pod, you have accountability, you have very heavy goal setting. Almost reminds me of an EOS for your personal life. Got it. Where it's these are your annual goals, your quarterly goals, your weekly rhythms, your habits, your actions, your constraints. What are you not going to do? And then you have an accountability group that holds you to it. So that's the Better Life Tribe.
I love it, dude. So a few things about that. Number one, I love where your heart's at.
Thanks, man.
It's just, the amount of opportunities like what you're saying with capitalism,
and charity coming together. Like that's kind of where I felt God leading me for the past year. And, you know, for us with what we're doing at Wealthy Kingdom, I mean, obviously it's for Christian entrepreneurs, and we're trying to start Bible studies and, you know, discipleship groups. And so it's very Christian focused. You know, like we don't have like a monetary goal. I'm just like, let's just launch hundreds of Bible studies. Like that's my main objective. And then whatever happens from that happens from that. What, like, cool. You know, like let's first build that, and then, you know, whatever income and everything else comes in, then we'll start the next things and the next things. And, you know, I actually had this vision, much like you, we think crazy because that's just the only way to think if you want to do big things. But I had this vision. I was like, you know what? And maybe Wealthy Kingdom and Better Life will partner on it. I was like, man, I've been thinking about the second home, just like you've been thinking with private jets. And I'm like, you know, going through this process of looking at all these different golf course communities and stuff. And then I was thinking about this retreat that I go on every single year called Wild at Heart. And, you know,
is that John Eldredge thing? Oh, no way you go to that?
Well, they started one based on the book. So it's not his.
Okay,
but like, so there's like 200 men that go.
Dude, that's awesome.
You can do whatever you can go shooting, hiking, you know, ATVs, golf, you know, whatever, right? And you're just with other men and everything. So I've gone like 5 years in a row.
Wow.
And I was like, man, there's no like retreat center for like Christians to do stuff like that. There's no retreat center for, you know, couples to go to, like, you know, all these crazy things. I was like, what if I just combine both of those? What if, to your point of like having something that makes money fund the other thing, what if I started my own golf community? You know, sold off the land, developed it, built this sick thing. And obviously that sustains itself, and you use profits from that to go fund this retreat center that's next door. And, you know, just go buy some cheap land in freaking Colorado or Idaho or Montana, whatever, and just build out this crazy
sick, cool place. Yeah, that's really neat.
Because I was like, I would buy there.
Yeah.
You know, how many wealthy Christians would go buy, you know, to have a second home in something like that? You know, you're around other wealthy Christians.
Yeah. And
then, you know, you're doing something big. So like that's
cool.
one crazy idea.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, I think there's a I don't want to call it a vision yet because it's not that solid yet, but I have this inkling of an idea, and maybe this is where Wealthy Kingdom ends up. You know, maybe we work on this. Is like, how can we train people to build businesses that they then give away or they donate? Like, for example, let's say I'm going to train you how to make $1 million a year in a business. Like, I can teach you how to do that, but you got to promise, or you got to, you know, sign a pledge that you're going to build another business. Once you're good at that one, you're going to build a second business eventually, and that one 100% of it goes away to charity. It's almost like Tom Shoes model, right? Where it's like, you know, buy a pair of shoes, they donate a pair of shoes. It's like, I'm going to teach you to build $1 million business, but then you have to pledge to build another business someday that all profits go to charity. And imagine if people just did that. Like now we are giving people jobs, we're helping people, the economy, all that good stuff. But all the profits is sent to charity. I'm playing with that idea right now. What would that look like? Just have an army of Christian entrepreneurs out there just making an impact in the world.
I love it. So what made you pick human trafficking?
You know, it was literally for years I'd always like, I mean, there's a lot of things that you could say break my heart, right? I mean, like, yes, it's sad when kids don't have enough food or education or whatever, right? But for years I was praying that God would like reveal like something that would like truly like break my heart. Like that would be like, oh, that's my thing. Kind of like when I was shopping for a house. When I moved to Hawaii, I looked at a ton of properties, a ton of houses, like all over Oahu. Couldn't find anything there for, I mean, months I was there looking. Couldn't find a single thing. And then I but I had a really like clear idea of like kind of what felt right. Anyway, so then I went over to Maui, and an hour into my flight, I landed. My daughter fell asleep in the car. We were driving around. I saw an open house sign. I drove up to the house and I stood there and I go, oh, this is my house. And I bought that one. I look at, like, it was like, cause it was so clear to me. And that's what I was asking for when it came to like charity. I was asking God, like, I wanted that level of clarity of like, when I'd be like, oh, that's the thing. And I never got that for years and years and years and years, never got that thing that was like, that's my life mission until that night hearing Tim talk. And I was like, human trafficking, I can put my life toward that. Like that is a mission that that's a mountain I can never climb. Like you can never beat, I mean, we're never going to beat that most likely. But it's like the starfish analogy, right? Of the kid on the beach throwing starfish in, right? And it's like, well, you can't make a dent on all the starfish on the beach. And the kid's like, well, it made an impact on that one.
Yeah.
So it's like everything you do. And like we asked Tim this, and it's hard to nail this number down. He admitted that's a really hard number to nail down, but like there is a number on what it takes to save somebody from human trafficking. And so like, it's probably in the $2,000 to $4,000 range. So it's like for every $2,000 to $4,000 I make, we can save somebody from like a life of just horrific existence.
Yeah.
And then that, sounds like a pretty good way to make money. I have a buddy actually who has a company, I don't know if you call a company a charity, where they've nailed down how much it costs to save someone's soul, like salvation. It's like, and they use like Facebook ads, they use sales funnels basically, Facebook ads, Google ads, YouTube ads, driving them to like a prayer person who gets on the phone with them and talks to them, consults, and then they track every single metric. And I think his number, like what would you guess to save a soul? Like salvation.
Well, the gift of salvation is free.
It's such a weird thought to think. But,
but as far as acquiring the customer, just based on what you're saying, maybe $500.
That's what I would have guessed too. I guess 500,000. He said it's like $30, which is shockingly low.
Wow.
And he's like, obviously it's different in different parts of the world, different whatever. And he's like, for $30, we can get somebody to at least have to say they are like not a Christian and now are Christian, and they walk through the prayer or whatever, right? So now how many of those are actually going to end up true? It's like the 1 in 4, like the seed that falls on the road and all that. But even if it's that case, okay, fine, 120. Even if it's 500, even if it's 1,000, right? When you start thinking in those terms, like it's definitely less than 1,000, right? Like, okay,
why aren't we just let's just freaking throw as much as we can.
You're right. Like when you start thinking that way, that like we're like even like feeding kids and like trafficking, there's numbers that apply to all of this.
So I'll tell you, that was exactly my thought with Wealthy Kingdom. Was people are like, well, what are you going to charge for? It should all be free. And I'm like, well, how the heck are we going to like create massive change? Like we need resources to do it. It's not just going to like magically happen. And I was like, you know what? I'll just make it $600 for the year. Like it's at that point where anyone can afford it. And it's also at the point where, if we go get to your point, let's say we get 10,000 people at $600, what's the math?
Real money.
It's
I don't do math. I'm a real estate investor.
That's $6 million, right?
Sure.
I think should be. So anyways, with $6 million, I can go run a ton of ads and I can multiply this thing very quickly. And guess what? If I know I can get a certain amount of leaders per person who joins, then cool. How many new leaders did we just get? They're going to start local Bible studies, who then, by the way, anyone can come to a local Bible study for free. And they're every week. Like we literally, next week, because WealthCon's this week, next week we're launching 40 Bible studies locally.
That's awesome.
For our first like run through. Like we've already been training them the last 2 months. So to me, I look at that and I'm like, wow. So we got 40 people who have stepped up out of our entire group who are now going to go run these Bible studies. And, how many people will attend? Well, let's just say 10 people attend, right? They invite their friends invite their friends. Boom. Now we have 400 people gathering locally. And then guess what happens? Multiplication starts to happen, right? And then it's like, this could easily be tens of thousands, like within a couple of years, just due to multiplication. And I'm like, that's where it's at. Like, we just need to acquire as many people in as possible. And then to me, it's like, it's not a direct, salvation, like how he was measuring, but it's like, I know if we got tens of thousands of people coming through local Bible studies,
lives are being changed.
People are going to get saved. And it's going to be, to me anyways, like I know your heart's for human trafficking. My heart really is for the entrepreneur. And that was why I created The Wealthy Way, because it was like, man, all these guys and women, they're pursuing this thing of money, and it's great. Like we need money, but they're missing like the real truth and the real purpose. And I'm like, and nobody's talking to them, because guess what? It's like when we go to donate and everything, people know about the poor, people know about the sick, like they're not underserved. There's plenty of things for them. But then like, you go to the person who's making money, people are like, no, that person's good. They don't need any help. And it's like, well, then who's serving them? And then I look online as an influencer and I'm like, how many big like outspoken Christian entrepreneurs are there out there, like making content and leading people. And I'm like, I just like started to really think about it. I was like, who are the guys? And I was like, I don't know. I mean, there's like you, there's me. And who else?
Yeah.
Like I just,
that's because if you get too down that, and I'm curious about, you've seen it. If you go down that path too far, you might start losing followers. Yeah. You might people might not like you as much. And everyone's like,
yeah. And
I'm
for
me,
me,
a secret Christian.
Yeah. I just don't care anymore.
I love that.
I just do me. I don't care.
Yeah.
So, but like, that's where my head's at. And it just became so completely clear to me one day. Cause I was like, wow, they really don't have anyone to look up to.
Yeah.
And I was actually listening to, I'm watching the movie Jesus Revolution. Did you ever see that?
I haven't seen it yet, but I want to.
Okay. So I'm watching it right now. And, you know, basically, I was watching an interview that my friend Ruslan did with Greg Laurie. And Greg is like, the movie's about his life and everything. And Ruslan was like, Greg was like, man, Ruslan asked him, how did you get the movie funded by Lionsgate and these big companies? Like, they never fund Christian movies.
Yeah.
He's like, honestly, I think Lionsgate just looked at it from the perspective of business, and they were like, well, this is an underserved audience. You know, there's 1 billion Christians, and yet no movies are made for them.
Yep.
And it was like, wow, yeah, that's true. There are no, they're all just like very poorly produced films.
Yeah, they're all generally terrible.
Yeah.
Well, that's where like the what is it? The Chosen.
Yeah.
You watch The Chosen yet?
Chosen's great.
Yeah, like really good acting and filming and storytelling and all that, and like all of a sudden millions of people are watching it.
Exactly.
Like maybe hundreds of millions.
They just took normal business and how you're supposed to do things, but the studio. Hollywood has its own issues. Yeah, so like, we're not even going into Hollywood, but just like nobody wanted to step up and do it. And that's how I look at it. I'm like, man, nobody's stepping up for the entrepreneurs. Everybody's stepping up for the poor and everyone else. But like, this audience, you think they don't need anything because they're doing well in business, but they need it more. Like it's harder for the rich man to go through the eye of a needle.
Yeah.
You know?
Here's an interesting question to throw at you. This is now my podcast. Do you feel like, as the CEO of a company, and there's kind of a leading question because I will admit I feel this way sometimes. Like there's nobody, like we don't like, they say it's lonely at the top, right? In other words, like there's not a lot of people that want to serve us either. And I'm not asking for people's pity or anything like that, but like they're like, where I have my team and I'm always pouring into my team constantly, right? Like my buddy Alex said, he's like, I realized the other day, like you have a lot of fans. You don't have any friends, Brandon. And I was like, dang. I have friends. He's like, you have a lot of people who work for you that are your friends. But do you feel that way ever? Like, and if not, how have you overcome that? And if so, what do you do about it?
So this actually was the reason I started Wealthy Kingdom. So I've been having a Bible study here at my office for 5 years. And to your point, actually, I'll take a step back. So I joined a group called YPO, which is a massive like entrepreneur group worldwide. And they have these things called forums, just like what you have with Better Life. And, the people in the forums, they're all super successful CEOs. And so they go through the problems that you're talking about. And one thing that I found was that they just never had anything like that, right? Like the forum is the first time they've ever had anyone they could lean on, that's a friend, that knows what they're going through and all this. When I came into forum, and I've had lots of conversations, and I can say some things, I can't say others, but one thing I was like, dude, I've been doing this for like 5 years. Like this is nothing new to me, being vulnerable and like sharing issues and, helping out. Like that's just normal. I've been doing it for 5 years. It's called Bible study. Yeah. And, I look at my life today and I look at all the problems and drama I've been through and everything. And I think back to, why have I been able to like still maintain a sense of peace and level-headedness and like joy? And, obviously it all comes from faith, but it's the accountability, it's the fellowship that we just literally have every week in there. And so even though those guys may not be on my level business-wise, like I don't have issues business-wise. Yeah. I have issues personally and spiritually.
Yeah,
That's the core root of the issue. It's not like the business, struggling. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And so I think like for me, I have a lot of friends in that who are not, we have a lot of employees in there too, but like people where they hold me accountable and,
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, that's kind of what, I don't want to say the church is meant for, but maybe it's a large piece of what the church is meant for is that community aspect.
Oh, it is 1,000%.
Yeah. Do you find it? I find it difficult sometimes, and I'm working on this. I'm trying to get better at it. But like you and I can sit down, have a coffee, and talk for 4 hours and have a great conversation because we have so much similar, right?
Yep.
And then I get in a group of like friends who are like that are from church, and the guys like,
they know nothing about it.
Yeah, they don't care about real estate. Their biggest problem is that their boss made them work extra last night.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm like I can't even identify with that. So I've struggled having deep relationship with people that just don't understand my world.
And I 100% agree because I will go to church too and like men's retreats and stuff and like they have the dumbest complaints. Yeah. And I'm just like, guys, what are we?
What are we really complaining about
We're
here?
talking about freaking what this guy said on the news yesterday. Like this is and you guys are getting so worked up over this. Like you're wasting my time.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm with you on that. But it goes back to once again why Wealthy Kingdom was needed and different was because everyone in our Bible study is an entrepreneur. So they all are very like-minded. We all want to grow. We want to grow in our business, our faith, our family. And we all understand the problems of business, and so we're all very like-minded. Yeah, they may not be at our level.
Yeah, but they at least it's not even about the level. Yeah, you're right.
It's just being like-minded.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's like-minded, not the same level.
Yeah.
So if you can get the best of both, you get like the Christian, the community aspect of it with people that are in your mindset.
Yeah. We're all in business, but we share in fellowship and faith.
That's cool.
So that's why I knew it was so needed, and nobody was going to do it.
Yep.
Like there's like the Christian Business Network. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Yeah, I've seen it around, but I don't know.
Yeah, like they've been around for a long time, but like the problem is they meet like once a month for like an hour.
Yeah.
And it's like more like a networking thing.
Sure.
You're not building relationships.
Yep.
And it's all like old people too. So like it's kind
Even
of
the
like
name of it just sounds old and
and kudos to them. Like I'm down for like anything building the kingdom. So they're serving their audience.
Yes.
But nobody's serving the social media younger audience.
Yep.
And it's funny because like I think I'm serving the young audience, and I'm like, man, I'm in my mid-30s. Yeah. Like I'm not as like young as I think I am.
I know I'm much closer to 40 than I am even 35 now. I just turned 38 yesterday, and I'm like, I'm getting old.
Happy belated.
Thank you.
But no, I guess for you and for me, what has changed your mindset where we're both literally like walking the same path of like, man, we've built businesses, we've made money, we've written books, we've done podcasts, like we've done so many things, which is why we get along. But now we're both at the point where we're like, you know what? I'm going to keep making money.
Yeah.
Like, but that's not going to fuel me to do more.
Yeah, I think it's like, they call it a hedonic treadmill, where it's like, you get buy a new car and it's really fun for the first like week, and then it's just your car. Yeah. And like now that's the new baseline, and you're not any happier. Yeah. I think that you can get this hedonic treadmill when it comes to success and wealth, right? So like, I make a lot of money. Okay, now what? Like I'm not any happier because of the money, right? Like I'm still chasing happiness, fulfillment, enjoyment, those things. But just making another $1 million isn't necessarily going to do it.
No.
Even giving away money is a huge boost. But even giving away money, you'll hit the hedonic treadmill.
100%.
Right?
Yep.
So instead, the way to avoid that, at least that I'm avoiding that, is by just building new businesses. So like, because then it's brand new, and it's like getting a new car every few years. Every year I start a new business, it feels like.
Yep.
And if that's the kingdom-minded stuff, then even better, because now I'm building businesses that are for the kingdom, or I'm going to help other people.
Yeah.
And so it's really a way for me to avoid or to work within the hedonic treadmill sort of framework, and keep being challenged and happy.
Yeah.
I was just talking to a dude earlier about how I asked him the question how when in his life was he most happy, and his answer was, well, and he didn't even mean to go this deep, but it ended up being such a great statement. He said something like, the periods of my life that were the happiest were also the periods of the most stress in my life. And I'm like, maybe that's not a coincidence. Maybe that's a requirement, right? Like, because happiness comes from the grind or the struggle or achievement, right? And if you achieve like, hey, I got the best parking spot in the parking lot today, like that's not like, that's not, done. Whatever. But if it's like, hey, I did this really, really hard thing and I didn't win at it for 5 years. And then the 6th year I won at it, that whole time can be looked at as a positive thing. It's happy because the struggle is what makes it happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I want to talk about your real estate portfolio, but I guess this is me asking you as a friend. One thing I've been struggling with and thinking about too is as my goals start to be more kingdom related. It's not like they weren't before, but it's just like it's now becoming a bigger part. You know, like you, I still want to start other businesses and do other things. And like one thing I look at like in different struggles I've had with partnerships and just different people, it's because they just weren't Christian.
Yeah.
And I think about that a lot now with partnerships. And I'm like, man, you know, the Bible talks about being equally yoked.
Yep.
And I'm like,
and we apply that to marriage, but that's not what it was.
We always apply it to marriage. That much, like, okay.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
But now I look at it and I look at the problems I've had and I'm like, well, that's a very glaring problem.
Yep.
What do you think?
I struggle with this one. Not all my business partners, in fact, I would say majority of them are not Christian. If I think through, majority of probably my partners are not Christian.
Yeah.
And I've thought about it. I had a pastor one time tell me, like my pastor, or at least it was assistant pastor, said he was teaching on the unequal yoked, and that was not just about marriages.
Yeah.
Like you should not have a business partner who is not a believer. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna partner with the best person, you know? Yeah. So I guess here's where I'm at. Here's where I land with it. There are Christians who I've hired who have been terrible human beings and have been terrible to be in business with or partners with.
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever had a terrible Christian business partner, but I've had Christians I've hired that have just been not the right person or just
low performers.
People. Yeah, low performers.
Yeah.
There's been Christians who have stolen. There's been Christians who have done a lot of bad things. There's been
as
non-Christians.
There are in the Bible.
Yeah, as there are in the Bible. Yeah. So I don't actually think the Christian thing makes it's definitely not a prerequisite for being a good person. So I lean more toward that as like, how do I find the best people possible? That said, I also recognize that every human, Christian or not, is flawed and has a likelihood of stealing from me, taking my company, bankrupting me, or whatever. Like there are bad people all over, and there's accidental bad and then purposefully bad.
Yeah.
They exist everywhere. So I care, I guess I've cared a lot more about that. The short answer is I care more about trying to protect myself from what's the worst that could happen should this person not be the person I think they are, Christian or not. And then making sure I vet the people as good as I possibly can.
Yeah.
But yeah, am I gonna get to heaven and guys be like, yeah, you shouldn't work with that guy? And I'm like, yeah, but we made $1 billion and gave it away to fight, human trafficking. It's like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I can't imagine God being like, yeah, that was a bad move. In fact, he has brought me, I'm convinced of this, that like every partner I have like fell into my lap, Christian or not, have fallen in my lap at just the right time. I mean, just like random crazy stuff. Like I remember one time, this is not really a partner, but this was a team member employee when I was at Bigger Pockets, is I said to a friend, I'm like, we just need like, because it was somebody doing the editing for the podcast. They're really on editing, or not editing, but like management of guests and all, like basically producer. And this one person at Bigger Pockets was doing it, but she was doing like 10 different jobs. It was like her side hustle kind of helping with the podcast, and it was a mess. I said, we just need a full-time podcast producer, like somebody who's like from NPR that could just come and like take over and do like the right systems and stuff. And she laughed and she's like, well, we can't, we're Bigger Pockets. We're not that big. We're never gonna get somebody from NPR to come over. And I go to my email like an hour later, and the subject line is NPR producer looking for a job. And I was like, come on. And then like my finance manager came when I said, we hired him actually, Kevin, big shout out to Kevin. My finance manager at Open Door Capital, I was complaining to Ryan, my partner, and I was like, we just need somebody to take over all the finances and the money, because it was early to the Open Door Capital, like the first month. And I'm like, we just can't keep track of all this stuff. And I go to my mailbox and there's a letter in there. And the first thing is like, hey, I'm Micah. I'm a local finance manager. I work at one of the hotels. I'm looking, I'm a huge fan of Bigger Pockets, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I would love to come help take over anything you need help with for free. Like, I just want to volunteer. And like, I didn't give him the job day one, right? I made him earn it.
Yep.
But like, you can't tell me that those things are just pure coincidence. Like, right. It was like a week later, a month later, sure, maybe coincidence, but day of both those.
Yeah.
And I I don't know both their faith journeys, but I don't believe either of them were believers, at least at the time.
Yeah.
They both may be now. So again, maybe that was part of the reason. So
yeah, I think,
long answer to a short question.
Yeah, it's a tough thing that I've asked not any pastor, but I've been asking it recently.
Yeah.
I don't know the right answer. One thing I have thought about, just like for anyone who's made it to this far, is like, there's definitely a difference between somebody who's like an investor or an employee versus like a true partner.
Yes, agreed.
So like investors, employees, no, we have lots of, non-believers and everything. Even if somebody's a partner, but they're like a small partner or a silent part, like, okay, but I think the moment you don't have full control, and let's just say you guys are 50-50 or whatever the dynamic is, and you no longer have the ability to run it the way you see fit for the kingdom, I think that's a problem.
Yeah. Which, 100% agreed. I've got a buddy who had a 3-way partnership. One of the guys got into like cocaine and hookers. Like, I mean, it was real bad.
Yeah.
It's like downhill.
Yeah.
And like just blew up his business. Like, that's extreme, but it happens. But it also could have happened to a Christian just like it happened to a
100%.
non-one. So
but at least with one though, like there's a higher authority to say,
yes, correct.
You're wrong.
Yes. And you can appeal to that higher authority. You can appeal to a pastor or just Christians principles.
But other guy who, it's like, I mean, that's what I do now.
Yeah, you do you. That's your new life. You go do your thing. Man, it's hard because it's like we want to believe the Bible and take it at face value and what it says. And then it's like, well, how do you practically do that in modern America 2023?
Well, and what is a partner?
And what is a partner? Yeah. And what is unequally yoked? And what exactly like do they mean by that? And like how and then you get people just like fitness, you have somebody saying that, the paleo is the best thing. Somebody else says that vegan is the best thing. And they all have science to back it up. You can get Christian theologians to tell you
what you want
to hear. 10 different things. And at the end of the day, we don't really know a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So somebody can be like, actually, unequally yoked. They were talking about the yoke that goes on an oxen, right? And an oxen, blah, blah, blah. And so what they're saying is they both had to pull at the same time.
Yeah.
So if you have a little bit more power, then therefore it's not, okay, that sounds good. Like, we're going to go with that one. So it's like, so there's so much, I mean, we could like.
Yeah. Cause what if you do have a Christian, but they're new in their walk. You're not equally yoked.
Yep. So it's got to be a new Christian or a 5-year Christian is all you. You have to be a 5-year Christian. Oh, you have to go to Bible study twice a month in order to qualify to be a partner, not once a month. Like it's.
Yeah.
How do you guide that? So I generally just. This is a longer or a bigger topic, but like I want to always, even if I will 50-50 with someone, I'm not. This is going to sound maybe weird, especially my partners. Forgive me if I say something weird here. Yes, we're 50-50 partners on a lot of my businesses. But at the end of the day, at any moment, the brand is here, not with them. I can leave and go do Open Door Capital 2.0 over here with a whole new crew that doesn't involve them. And guess what? Almost nothing changes.
Yeah.
So yes, we might be equally from equity standpoint. In fact, Open Door Capital, I own less than 50%. I'm about 42% of ODC, I think, because I give equity to all my team and my employees and partners and everybody. Not everybody, but a lot of people have equity. But I could at any point lead. So now, are we equally yoked? It doesn't quite feel like we're equally yoked, right? Like it still feels like I'm the leader, at least from a visual standpoint. So,
well, I mean, Elon Musk owns 10% of Tesla.
Yeah, exactly. But like, he's not, and he is the leader of it, and he could go start Tesla too, and no one would really care.
Yeah.
And whoever owns the rest of the 90% would just be out probably. So he is the leader, whether or not he has 50% ownership.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's
basically what I was getting at with control.
Yeah. That's what it is. There's ownership and there's control, and those are not always the same things.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. So let's talk about Open Door Capital. So, you started this thing. For all my business people, they're like, thank you.
Yeah.
Tell us
stop talking about church.
Tell me about the 10,000 units and the billion. How did you do that? All right. For you guys, if you've made it this far, which you probably haven't.
Yeah.
But anyways, for those of you who have, cool. So let's talk about this. I remember you starting this fund, right? Yeah. And I mean, I was at the Maui mastermind where it was conceived.
Yeah.
And
you were there for the conception of my baby. How'd that feel?
So
this is going weird. All right, keep going.
So I saw it And you know, it's funny too. I forgot about this, but right before that mastermind, I actually read Brian Murray's book.
Oh, really?
Because I bought my first apartment. I bought a 10 unit and I read Brian's book because I didn't know anything about apartments. And I was like, oh, that was good. And then I met him I was like, wait, you're that guy who wrote the book. And he's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, cool. And anyways, you start Open Door shortly thereafter and you wanted to buy mobile home parks.
Yep.
That was like the first thing.
Yeah.
Like what led you down that path? Why even start it? What happened?
Yeah, a couple of things happened. One, I was on stage at there's a few areas that began this, but they flow together, so I'll tell both stories. One of them, I was on stage at, what's that conference? Best Ever Conference. Joe Fairless has a big conference called Best Ever. I'm on stage at Best Ever, and I'm looking out at 1,000 people in the audience, and they're mostly syndicators and big real estate investors with hundreds or even thousands of units. And I realized in that moment, I did not deserve to be there. Like I had like 30 units at the time. I mean, I was like small time. I just had a big podcast and I could sell tickets to a conference. So they put me on stage. And I remember saying to myself, someday I want to be back here and I want to deserve to be on this stage teaching these people. Because like I was like, the least qualified person in that room. And I was like, I left that
least
conference.
Qualified, most known.
Yeah, exactly. Least qualified, most known. And I'm like, I want to be the opposite, or at least I want to be both, right? Like I want to be most qualified, most known. And so I left there going, okay, I'm gonna do that. So that's one piece of the puzzle. Then I went to, on the flight home, actually. On the flight home, I read the book Vivid Vision by Cameron Harold.
You let us go through that.
Yeah. Make a really clear vision for what you want. It made a huge dent in my life because I was like, what do I want? Like I could buy apartments or mobile home parks or self-storage. And there's a million things to do in real estate. And I read this line actually in the book Traction. It said, it's more important that you decide than what you decide. And that stuck with me. And so I was like, you know what? I've interviewed people who have done mobile home parks, and every time I do on the podcast, I interviewed them, I was always super intrigued. Yeah. And so, but I also like everything else. It's all fun, but I was always a little more intrigued by mobile home parks. So finally, when I was doing the Vivid Vision, I just literally on that plane ride, I was like, okay, I'm going to buy mobile home parks. Like that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. And, I went all in on mobile. It was more important that I decided than what I decided. Now we buy a lot more than that today. We buy apartments and self-storage as well. But it started with just making a choice and saying, I'm going to go in. So newbies all the time, I'm sure they ask you the same thing. Like, what do I do? Do I buy a duplex or flip houses? It's like, doesn't matter. It all works.
Do one.
Just do one. And if you don't like it, you're going to find out very quickly you don't like it and you'll change. Now I did a mobile home park and I found out I liked it. So that happened. And another thing happened in that, two other quick things happened. One, I went to Nashville. A buddy of mine owns a music production company, does a ton of like the Newsboys and Skillet and all the big Christian bands, but he also did a lot of huge country bands. And Grammy winning team, like he's a Grammy winning, the whole team's Grammy winning. I go there and I recorded a song in his studio. Okay. And it was like the best day of my life. Not because I was in a Nashville studio, but because I got to witness this amazing team of like 5 or 6 people who loved each other. Like they did work together. They loved each other. They hung out in the evenings, but they were all top performers, like the best of the best in the world. Yeah. And I was like, I want that. Like I want people who I love to hang around with that are the best at what they do in the world. And so it was all of that kind of culminated together into Open Door Capital. And then I saw what, Grant Cardone was doing, which was being a big influencer and using that to raise money. And when I interviewed him on the podcast, it clicked that day. I was like, oh, if I get millions of people to know, like, and trust me, I can buy a bunch of real estate. So that's how Open Door Capital came about, was all those things kind of smushed into one idea.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I had Jordan Feliz on the podcast. You ever listen to his music?
Wait, a little bit, yes. He had a real big song recently.
He has a few. Yeah. Good buddy of mine now. But
that's cool.
He was on the podcast a few months ago. We went in golf. So he lives in Nashville. That's why it made me think of it.
Yeah, I'm sure he's worked with Seth. He's my buddy that's there.
I'm sure he has.
Worked with everyone.
So speaking of that, okay, so you're running a thing from Cardone's playbook. Yeah. Right? And I've run some plays from Cardone's playbook too, because I mean the dude's been like you said. I mean, you want to have influence and buy real estate, he's the guy.
Yeah, he did it better than anybody else.
And I remember you interviewed him early on in the podcast. I remember watching one of the first ones. I'm like, who is this guy? He was always just like super like brash and like just He's gotten more extreme.
Yeah. We had him before he was really big.
Yeah.
He had just come out with 10X rule.
Yep.
And
and I remember that's what it was. He was talking about the book. I bought the book. I was like, oh yeah, that was a good book.
Yeah.
And then, to see where he's taken his career.
Yeah. Nuts.
10 years later is insane. So coming from a background of Bigger Pockets where he was on Bigger Pockets, but Bigger Pockets was kind of always against gurus and paying for education and all this stuff. Like, how did you feel about all of that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, Josh was Bigger Pockets was built on this idea of you do not pay for education.
Yeah.
Very, very, very hardcore stance. Josh still has that stance today, very much so. Bigger Pockets still, the most expensive thing you can do is $40 a month for a pro membership. And that's not education, it's tools. You can buy a book for $20, right?
Yeah.
I was very much part of that, and I still am in some ways. I'm part of it. What I do not like is the grandma who saw an ad on the radio to come to a boot camp.
Yeah,
gets told, here's how you raise your credit card limit up to whatever amount, and that whatever amount her credit card limit is happens to be the price of this program. That's $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, which then you get a bunch of workbooks. I have a friend who spent $20,000 and they gave him like 6 workbooks. That was it. Like, he got workbooks, and I'm like, oh geez, So that's what Bigger Pockets was against. Now, I do believe that we have oftentimes in this world thrown the baby out with the bathwater, because I have seen firsthand people who have taken really high-end courses and classes and then killed it in it. The problem is, I believe that if you're able to succeed without a program, you could probably succeed with one. And if you're not going to succeed without one, you're probably not going to win with one. That said, if you are a person who would succeed with a program and you then do the right program, you can 10x your speed and your chance of success. It's like 1 in 4 people are probably good, like actually able to actually pull that off.
Yeah.
And find the right program for them.
Right.
So I'm all for it given those circumstances. So maybe the answer is like Oprah Winfrey has a really good rule of thumb where she once said that she always waits 24 hours before buying anything. Even as a billionaire, she said, I always wait before buying anything. And I kind of like that. It takes a little bit of the emotion out of it. Like, if you're going to sign up for something, I'm all for it. Just think about it a little bit. Make sure you know the person.
Yeah.
Make sure you have results. You've seen other people who have taken their stuff and done well. Then maybe it's fine. And so now, I've got we had the Maui real estate mastermind. I've got a new thing that I'm going to do as like my first like high ticket thing, limited. I might do that, or I'm doing that. But just the general make grandma pay $50,000 to learn real estate. I'm just like, oh, like you just bankrupted grandma. Like she can't afford that.
Yeah.
So
it's funny because there was like this switch, when I was coming up, Bigger Pockets was promoting that. And that was the thing, because there was no like, gurus today.
Yeah.
Like myself or you.
Yep.
Like, you're a guru now.
Oh,
right?
I know, it's so sad.
So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
But
influencer.
I'm
gonna go with that.
Content creator
who
also has
TikTok
coaching.
star. Yeah, we're gonna go with that.
Right? We'll go with content creator who also has coaching.
Yes.
Right? That didn't exist, 10 years ago. Really, all it was what you said. It was these professional organizations that did, hundreds of millions in revenue. They had perfected the model to.
They were so good.
They
still are.
Yeah. Well, I think most of them aren't around anymore.
Yeah, you're probably right. Actually,
like
I see a lot less ads for them these days.
Well, the FTC shut them down. So, because I know many of them.
Yeah.
And I've actually had many. I don't even need to go down the hole. But anyway, so I think most of them are gone. Yeah. Right. And so all that remains are, from what I can see visually, like people like us who are like
real estate investors.
Yeah, like just guys who have built their own communities based on what they do. And that's just what I see now. Like I did a video where I was like, I just don't think the fake guru really exists anymore, because like I think it's so easy to spot and they just don't last. Like there might be somebody who's hot for a minute, but dude, to last for 10 plus years. Shows like, it's not like you haven't made a mistake, but
1 or 2.
You're legitimate in that you just keep going and you keep, moving along. Myself as well. It's like, I'm going on my 4th year in the coaching program. We throw a wealth con every quarter. It's like, it's hard to fake that. And even with a guy like Cardone, who's kind of triggered this whole conversation, it's like, say what you want about the guy, but he's out there every day getting after it. And like, you can go find him. He's not hiding. He's not like behind the scenes. He's putting his face out there and like doing it.
What I worry a little bit is, and this is not Cardone speaking of him specifically in any way, but I worry what happens when the market shifts dramatically and a bunch of us start going bankrupt. Like hopefully we don't ever, right? But like what happens when the market's not easy like it has been the last 10 years of just going, you know? Do we get more do we get more harassment as like, hey, you taught me how to do this and then you went bankrupt or whatever? Like because there's a lot of people out there who will. I mean, that's how cycles go. We boom and bust. So just also recognizing like I'm not saying I will never make a mistake or that I'll always make money. I hope I will, but this is what's working for me right now. This is what has worked for me in the past, and this is what I think still works. And so take that if you want to use it, apply it, and hopefully it goes well, and hopefully we don't.
I think just being transparent is what does it. So like even for me, I've shared it many times. I'm like, you know, last year when the market shifted, I lost a lot of money on my house flips. It is what it is. But guess what? I've been doing it for the last 8-9 years, and the ups are way better than the downs. Like it's just that comes with it. I'm not going to have a perfect game, you know, for 8 years flipping houses. Nor are you going to have it perfect in multifamily or, you know, mobile homes. Like one deal's going to go south, and it just is what it is. Like,
we have one deal right now that's like, now we buy in funds, so thankfully it's balanced out by some really good ones. But like we have a deal right now that, and we just lose that property will never make us money, and it's from something we never could have seen before. Like the county council of the city that owns it just has a vendetta and hates that park, and they want to shut down. So they're changing rules and laws to shut down our property. And to take it from us. And we're like, the government is taking our property and not going to pay us. They're just going to not let us have it anymore because they're like, oh, they can afford it. And I'm like, oh, that's true, but I don't want it just sucks. And I'm like, well, you know what? You can't win every single one.
No.
You can't hit a home run every time.
Yeah. So speaking of that, let's talk about just like raising capital and the environment. Like one struggle we've had. So we have Pineda Capital and we don't have nearly what you guys have. You know, it's not even close. And so I'm super like inspired by what you're doing. I'm always watching too. And I'm like, man, how is Brandon raising so much money right now? How is he getting these deals? Because like we're looking at deals.
It's hard.
But like penciling the deals with the higher rates is like, I'm like, dude, nothing's a deal.
It's very, very, very difficult right now. We just landed a huge deal. I mean, it was a $120 million portfolio. We got that, but we assumed the financing. So we got like 3.8% interest financing on it, which is crazy low in this time. But yeah, it's incredibly hard to find deals right now. There's still some stuff, mobile home park space, we can still survive a little bit. We're getting some self-storage that we're making some money on. The key for us is to find deals. Then I'll talk about raising capital. That's a whole different thing. But finding deals right now, it's all about generally about the value add. Right? Because the only way to make money right now is if we dramatically improve a property. So if it's self-storage, we're dramatically improving it or building more onto it. If it's mobile home park, we're going to infill a bunch in. Meaning we're going to add a bunch of new homes. That's like the only way to make it pencil, and it doesn't pencil the first few years. This has been the biggest shift. Is back when we first started, like we were offering 8% preferred return.
Can't do that.
Year one. Year one, everyone's making 8%. I get investors that are pissed today at me because like not a lot, but some like I get texts from them. There's like, hey man, I just got the return. It's not looking real great now. It looks like that was only like 1% or 2% for the year. I'm like, yeah. We told you that when you signed up last year. Like the first year, we're expecting to have like 1 or 2%. This is not 2018 anymore. And I'm nicer about it. The fact is, like everything now has to be moved into a good investment. It's not a good investment when you first buy it.
Right.
And so we have to look for things that are good investments that will be long term in areas that we think will grow. But the glory days are largely past. And
so are you guys doing prefs anymore?
We are still doing, I think, a 7 pref. It's cumulative, I believe, still, meaning that even if we don't hit it first year, which we won't, then we owe it to you the next year. If we don't hit it that year, we owe it to the next. And so we still will hit it to people. We tell people, you will get the money. Like we're still projecting anywhere between a 12 and a 14% IRR, on average, which has dropped. It used to be 15 to 20 IRR. Back in the day. Again, with lower returns, which it makes it difficult, right? Because now we're in an environment where interest rates you can go get 6% in the bank account, right?
That's what I was going to ask you about.
So why
when you're competing against risk-free money?
Yes, risk-free 6% or 2% cash flow with a potential of 11, 12, 13, 14. Potential. Versus 6 guaranteed. It's harder to raise capital that way. Now, the difference between 6 and 12, though, is still massive over a long run of investing. So most people still understand, okay, it's 12 and 6. I'd still rather take the 12. It is harder though. So here's what we've seen is it got twice as hard to raise capital, and people are generally putting in this, call it like half as much as they maybe were. It's not quite true, but let's just say for easy math, right? Yeah. So we're half as many people want to invest and they're putting in half as much money. So what are our options? We can raise a quarter as much money then. Right now we can raise about a quarter of what we could have raised 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. Or you have to 4x your effort. And so that's what we've done. We've 4x'd our effort by heavily relying on ads lately. And so we've spent close to $1 million over the last 12 months on ads. And so the ads we run, I had this idea. I said, and I hope my investors listening to this don't get turned off by what I'm about to say, because it's not a bad thing, but we started realizing that raising capital is nothing but high ticket sales, right? I'm selling something, just like I'm selling a car or just like I'm selling a $50,000 product, like a coaching program.
Yep.
I'm selling an investment for $50,000 to $100,000. Really, it's $100,000 minimum.
You're trying to get money from them.
Yep, trying to get money from them. So it's the same thing. So I said, well, how are people selling cars? And how are people selling their salespeople? And then how are people selling high ticket coaching programs online? Yeah. They do ads to video sales letters to getting on a call with a salesman to follow up text messages. And I said, what if we built that all out for our syndication company? Yeah. And that's what we did. We then actually hired like a high ticket sales who'd never worked in real estate before. Yep. Like one of the top like high ticket sales for people like course creators. Yep. And we said, pretend we're a course. What would you do? And they coached, they actually helped us build out an entire system, and it worked. Fascinating. It was expensive and it ate up all of our income, right? Because the only money we make is acquisition fees.
I actually want to talk. I'll talk to you about that.
Yeah. It ate up all of our acquisition fees. So it's not a sustainable model. Yeah. But when it's like, oh shoot, we have $40 million to raise in the next 3 weeks, and our audience, I can't raise it for my audience anymore. You either give up and lose $1 million in earnest money, or you spend $1 million on ads.
Yeah, and so we had a deal last year where I lost the earnest money.
Did you? Yeah, it sucks. It happens. It's happening
and by
all
the way,
the time.
When you guys lose the earnest, so everyone listens. Yeah, I lost the earnest.
Money. Not the investors.
The investors didn't. Yep. We just didn't raise, and I'd eat it.
Yep. And it sucks.
It was right when the market shifted too.
It was a really rough time. Yeah. It was really rough. But that was around that time. I think I was trying to figure out the ad thing, and it helps. Now I did have this goes to a social media thing, but I did have a call the other day with my team. I have a team of like setters and closers, just like you'd have in big high ticket sales, right? I have setters, closers. I had a meeting with them, and it was kind of a rah, like, hey, we did it. Like it's really a good congratulatory because we raised the money we needed. And one of the guys, I was giving them all props of like how good they all did, and we're talking about how awesome it was. And then one of the guys said, "Oh, Brandon, just realize that." And this is not like a pat on the back like me, but like they were saying like the reason we're able to do this is because 99% of our cold calls, like people who just randomly click an ad, they say, oh yeah, I know Brandon from the podcast. Oh, I read Brandon's book. I like him. Yeah. I know him. And so even cold traffic is warm traffic. Yeah. When they've heard of you for years and years and years and years and years. Yes. And so it made my team, I don't know if anybody else can do what we did with the ad system that we built, because it's not actually cold traffic. And again, we're barely breaking even, if probably losing actually, of what we make in acquisition fees. Yeah. And we're willing to do it. But if I didn't have that 10 years of like brand building, yeah, we wouldn't be breaking even. And so somebody new coming in wouldn't be able to do that. You could probably do that.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. So I have a lot you mentioned like 8 things in there that I could just talk about on whole hour-long. Oh, you want to learn? I've actually done a ton of podcasts about ad to VSL to setter to closer to app. You like all that. So
and it works.
I've made millions of dollars doing it. So anybody who wants to watch that, I'll link to it down below. How I build my marketing funnels. That being said, we run a same system, except that my sales team isn't what it is on the other side, because good salespeople would rather go work for me over there because the money is way better than on the syndication side. And so that's something I've always wondered about. Okay, so here's my dilemma. I'll just put it out there. So and Cardone, I was actually on Cardone's podcast and he brought this up. Yeah. Basically the dilemma is this. You only have so much time to build companies and promote and do all the things, right? And so with syndication, you really don't make money until you sell.
Yep. I make nothing. nothing personally.
You own $1 billion and it's not making you anything.
I own $1 billion of real estate almost, and I make nothing. Even the salary I get, I actually donate away because I want to tell my investors. And the truth is, I do not make anything until the end. I think nothing. Maybe health insurance is covered now, but like I don't make money.
There's our viral clip.
Yeah, there it is.
I own $1 billion of real estate and I make nothing.
It all comes at the end. I eat my marshmallows last when I eat a bowl of Lucky Charms cereal, and I make my money last when it comes to real estate.
100%. So I know that as well. And I tell people that at Pineda Cap, and I'm like, dude, the syndication game, like it's good.
A long game, though.
But man, I have to wait 5+ years to make money. And so like the goal is you keep doing this every year for 5 years. You'll start having exits every year.
Yes,
now.
exactly. Yes.
And now it becomes consistent. But the first 5 years of build up suck.
Yeah. You know what's funny about that? This is a side note. You know the Burr strategy people talk about, right? You know that term?
You invented it.
Yeah. You know, I coined the term, right? It came from an article I wrote that I was trying to explain how to make $100,000 a year. And I said, if you buy one house every year, that's it. One house every year. That's like a $400,000 house or $300,000 house. You could, house hack it, whatever. After you do every single year, it's one house a year. After year 5, you just sell the one you bought 5 years ago, and now you make $100,000 a year forever. And I explained the strategy as a buy, rehab, rent, refinance, repeat. And I said we can call it the Burr strategy, and then it took off. So anyway, similar tactic. If you just don't make your money right now with Burr, you don't make your money right now with syndication.
Rental's not changing your life right now. So. That's why I'm such a proponent of learning to flip and wholesale.
You need money coming in.
I'm like, you got to create active income. Some way, somehow. As much as we think active income is bad, you need it.
That's funny. It's so then, you have to have a way of making money, right?
That was one of my biggest problems with Bigger Pockets, like early on, was everyone was like, you got to get passive, you got to get rentals. And I'm like, bro, I'm broke. I need to make money.
Exactly. I need money. So I made all my like living expenses all came from selling books. So my book, the book on rental property investing, is like still the best selling book I've ever. I think it's sold 1 million or 2 million copies at this point. And the other books, I have 5 or 6 of them. They were making me really good money. Now, when I left the podcast, that has dropped dramatically. So this,
what percent has it dropped? Do you say
80% probably?
Wow.
Now, some of that's COVID, some of that's results of COVID. Meaning like Amazon stocked up on a lot of stuff and then stopped buying for a long time. There's some mess there they explained to me, but it dropped 80-90% sometimes. So my income has gone to almost nothing in terms of income. So this year has been a really funny thing where I'm like I have a bunch of savings. I made a bunch of money. I make money, and I have my own rentals, and I've got some Airbnbs that make tens of thousands. So I make money, but I also spend a ridiculous amount of money. So
what do you spend a month? What's your living?
$80K.
$80K? Dude, your living's more than me.
Dude, that's included. I know that shock you. That's because that included a full-time nanny and a full-time contractor.
I have all that too.
I know, and then 2 houses. It's a lot, of money. I don't know where it all goes.
Hold on.
I don't know.
I gotta break this down now because
I just did it the other day.
I was doing the math. Well, actually, I've never done the math.
Alex is shocked right now.
But it's
really bad.
My monthly living. This is not accurate by any means, but my guesstimate is it's like 50.
Yeah.
But it's probably actually...
My guess was 50 until I sat down on mint.com. I went on mint.com the other day and I was like, I'm going to find this out. So I went for a couple months and I looked at it. And the thing is, it's like, okay, if it's 10, let's just call it 10K for each of those employees. Because Hawaii is more expensive anyway. So,
oh, wait, you're counting your business?
No, just the 10K, my nanny and my contractor, because those are like personal employees, right?
What is your contractor as an employee? What does he do?
You've been to my house. Have you been to my house?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Just taking care of that property is.
Okay, so you're just talking your landscaper, your
landscaping,
pool. Okay, all right.
Yeah, but I also still have a landscaper and a pool guy because he doesn't do all that. I'm also I had a ton of projects to do around the house. Like I'm building like a deck with all this stuff.
I get it.
So
That's just like expenditures.
Yeah, right. So figure 10 grand for each of those. The actual house in Hawaii is about 10K. For
my new mortgage is 20.
Is it really? Shoot. Wow. So I got about 10K there. I have about 10K at I have that second house. That's about 10K.
Yeah.
All combined. So that right there is 40, right? So not counting anything else. Like I don't have much. I have a car payment on one of my trucks. I just never.
But you go
off.
on vacation.
The vacation
travel.
Every month it's at least 10K for travel.
Yeah.
Every month. So now I'm up at 50.
Yep.
And then just my credit card of like I put everything on my Marriott Bonvoy, right? Yep. That's typically between 15 and 25.
Just stuff.
That's just stuff. Going out to eat, when I'm random travel stuff, like which is whatever that.
You don't even have a watch. You're wearing an iWatch.
I'm wearing an Apple Watch. Yeah, this thing cost me $500.
Imagine if you got a watch addiction.
Yeah, I know. I don't buy crap. That's what's crazy. Like
you're just buying experiences.
Okay, I buy some crap. What do I buy?
There's no reason for you to spend $80,000.
There's no reason. A month.
No, a month. This is a month.
That's his only outfit.
That's my only outfit. I only wear this.
I don't know where the money goes.
Yeah.
All right, so my $50K a month I spend. That's just a guess. It may be.
Yeah, it's
closer
bad.
to you.
Okay,
but,
so I am. Yeah, so now I make no money and I'm spending $80,000 a month, right? That's a real problem. I'm going to have to solve for it at some point. But here's the point of all of that I want to bring up.
You still did Better Life 100%.
And I still made it 100% charity. Now I am now feeling the pain of that. I mean, not pain. I have a chunk of savings, but I see my savings number drop. And I'm like, all this year though, for the past 18 months, I have not been making really much money, right? Now again, I have a couple Airbnbs. They make 20-ish thousand a month, and I rent out my other units. So
and you're investing in your own deals
I'm investing in every deal I ever do. Right?
Every time I
make cash flow from those.
Yeah.
So I make money, but if I had to guess right now, I mean, like I'm probably bringing in an active income, like from those things, passive income and active income all combined. Let's call it 50.
Yeah.
Right. So
you're negative 30.
So I'm probably negative 30 right now, but I don't care. At all. And this is the point I want to bring up here. And this is why I'm being vulnerable
You're no longer
expenses.
financially free like you were 10 years ago.
But at any point, you're right. I'm no longer technically financially free. Because at any point, well, first of all, at any point I can rent out my house. I can rent out my second home. At any point I can let go of my two staff that are in in-house staff. At any point I can not travel and spend 10 grand a month on travel. Right. At any point I can become profitable. I have no problem with that.
I can become profitable.
Right. Yeah. It's like how Amazon's operated for 20 years. Yeah. Is like they don't need to be profitable.
We know the long game.
But here's the bigger reason why I don't care. Because at any moment I can make $1 million. At any moment I can go out and make money. Yeah. I mean, like that's why I could launch a new course. I could make something. I could do affiliate marketing. I could go and tell everyone to go sign up for your thing and work in it.
Wait, what are we doing here? We got to get you out of the hole.
Yeah, no, but
all right.
That's why I don't care.
We got the next thing. Going.
Yeah, so I've just not cared. And the point being, when millions of people know, like, and trust you, you will never have to worry about money the rest of your life. That's why I don't worry about it. Yeah. And like we're gonna sell one of our funds this year. Like we'll sell one of our early funds. And I'll make millions of dollars from that. Like none of that worries me. Yeah. Because I've built 10 years of a brand. And when you have a brand, they can't take, I mean, unless you destroy your brand, like you can always make money when they know, like, and trust you. So that's why I don't worry about it.
That is fascinating.
Yeah.
I have wondered how it was going just from knowing how the syndication game is. I'm like, I mean, he's killing it, but man, I mean, I wonder how he's doing.
Yeah. No money in it.
But I wouldn't have guessed you were spending that much a month.
Yeah.
I thought I was
I thought I was eccentric. I do think those are high numbers. Like those are not average for the year. I would
guess we're similar.
Yeah, I probably am similar. Yeah. The contractor's not last. In fact, the contractor I already gave him is like, we're just about done with the projects he was working on. So I won't have that. That'll drop down to probably $2,000 a month of just like a 2-hour a week, person coming over to do like yard stuff. Yeah. The house the vacation house I have in actually that's funny. Here's a real estate tip for everybody. It's gonna change your life. Before buying a vacation rental, make sure you check with the HOA that you're allowed to have a vacation rental. Yeah. Because I bought this house and actually while we were in escrow, I was just gonna it's a stupid house, 22 beds, like overlooking Lake Coeur d'Alene. I mean, stupid house, stupid location, amazing. So I get there and I'm like, well, I could easily rent this for between $1,500 and $2,000 per night. Yeah. That's what the house would go for, especially during ski season or summer season. I'm like, easily pay for my mortgage the whole year just renting out like 1 month, right? Yep. Then I find out that HOA says you can 30-day minimum. Yeah. And I was like, well, they're not going to know unless I happen to live next door to the HOA president. There's no way anyone's ever going to know, right? And I was like, it'll be fine. I get there, day one, I show up at the house. I bought it actually like sight unseen, which is generally a terrible idea. But I was in Europe and stuff. So I bought this house. I show up. It's everything I knew it was going to be. And it was amazing. And I'm standing out there and the next door neighbor comes over. Hey, I'm, Bob, HOA president. And your grass is looking a little long over there. And I'm like, no, I got that HOA president. Like the guy that cares about. There's zero chance. There's zero chance I'm bypassing those rules. So I am going to probably
you
eventually.
Can do monthly though.
I can easily do monthly. I just didn't want to. And that's why, again, I haven't had to care. So when I have to care, I can instantly cut probably $40,000 to $50,000 a month at any given moment right now. Yeah. With very little change in my life.
But you got big chunks of money coming in from the sale of a fund. Yep.
like you said too, you can spin up something new. You
any
can
point.
affiliate, which I think is your best option because it's already built in. So,
oh yeah, affiliate would be a super easy way to do it. I do have. I mentioned earlier, like I have one high ticket mastermind that I've not done. I'm going to do that. We'll talk more about that later because maybe you want to be in it. Basically, I want a group of people, just like a very small group of like, we want to be billionaires through real estate. So I want like a really like,
yeah, that'd be tight.
A very high end of like the most aggressive people I can find. So that's what I'm like, if I can do that, I'll make some money off that one and then we'll just, we'll figure it out. I'm not worried about it.
As long as we can cover that $30,000 gap right now.
As long as I can cover the gap, I'm fine.
We'll be
as long
good.
as I can get it. Yeah, there we go. No, actually, so I don't actually, this is like, what I want to do is I want, like what everyone says, I want passive income to cover it.
Yeah.
What I did though is I sold almost all my rental properties.
Yeah.
And I only have, I've got my Airbnbs could pay all my mortgage, like all my bills, but I sold all my other vacation or all my rentals because of the mental real estate they take up. Right, like I'm making like $200 a month in this one, $300 there.
Focus on open door.
Yeah, I don't need that. Open door capital will make me $1 billion if I do it right.
Yeah.
Better Life will give away $1 billion if I do it right. So why do I want to focus on Miss Johnson and 5063?
Hey,
yeah.
I got one more question because we got a film for yours. We're like going super long.
Oh, I don't mind.
So with your with the fund, okay.
Yeah.
Here's one problem I've had too. It's not a problem, but it's just like, it's the reality of fundraising is like investors.
Yeah.
Right. When you were doing Burrs, you had 100% control of everything.
Yeah.
And, if it doesn't do the thing you want it to do, you're good. Right. Then you were talking about how some investors, you're like, hey, it ain't going to make money for like the next couple of years.
Yeah.
And then they still get mad. Like, how do you deal with that?
We have, that's a good question. Some investors will never be happy, right? Like I just know that.
Yeah.
We try to weed them out ahead of time. Like
Yeah.
we're very vocal with people. Like this may not be the right fund for you. For example, we tell people up front, you're not going to get a lot of information from us. Like, and I know like you want it. You're not going to get a ton of it. Like I'm not going to tell you what paint we're using. I'm not going to tell you what percentage of tenants paid rent. Not because I don't want you to know, because it's an administrative hell. If you want me to look at 10,000 units and try to disperse that between everything, it would eat up all of our team's time to figure that out every month and put it into a format that you can. We send quarterly reports and monthly reports. They are very high level.
Yeah.
Here's the property. Here's the net operating income. Here's expenses. But I'm not going to give you the nitty gritty of what you want. We call those people deep divers, and like 10% of investors are deep divers.
Yeah.
They want to know everything. Hey, why was your interest rate 3.8 and not 3.82? Did you try this thing? And I'm like, I can't have those conversations. Like, this is not. And we'll tell people this is not for you. So number one, weeding those people out and making sure that we try to minimize that and managing expectations. If they expected to get that, then they're going to want that. So we just tell them, you're not going to get everything. You're going to get regular reports. Number two, we remind people a lot of times it's the long game. Like we're playing the long game.
Yep.
Like, yes, things go up and down, but every one of our projects is value add.
Yep.
If we're giving distributions at a high level, what are we not doing? Value adding. Like we have an option here. Like you didn't invest in.
It's one or the other.
Yeah, it's one or the other. So take your pick.
Yeah.
And then in three, honestly, people, and I actually had the investor that was the most upset, and he had a good right to. Like his email somehow was on our spam list or whatever, like our do not mail list. I don't know how it happened. Maybe he hit the spam button once. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
So he was not getting updates. And for like several months in a row, he was texting me, and I would like send it to my guy, and I'm like, hey, this guy's got to get updates, and okay, I'll make sure I take care of it. Didn't get it taken care of for like 3 months in a row. He was pretty upset. And then he made this great point. He said, I wouldn't care about the return if your communication was 100%.
Yeah.
And that's the truth of it, right? People understand. I'm actually invested in multiple syndications right now with other people that are doing terribly. Like I invested in other people's deals that are doing just terribly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't act, one of them, they're really good about communication. I don't care. The other one doesn't communicate at all, and it ticks me off.
Yeah.
They're both doing bad. So it's all like communication.
Yeah. No, 100%.
So.
And, the reason I bring that up is I came from the world of flipping where we raised lots and lots of money. And, our investors, to your point, I would say, hey, you don't have a say.
Yeah.
Like, don't ask me why it's, taking longer on the rehab. Don't ask me why we did a certain finish. Like, that's not what this is about, right? And so we weeded out investors, like you said, and it was fantastic, right? Now, with our investors too, it was always just interest. And so they always got paid no matter what. Whether I lost money or made money, they always got paid their guaranteed rate. with the fund, it's a little different because it's not quick like a flip.
Yeah.
You know, like everybody's like, oh, cool. Like we're going to be in and out of this and, you know, under 6 months. This is great. So the funds have been a mindset shift. And, you know, like 99% of our investors are amazing.
Yep.
They're chill. And so I love all of our investors. I only bring it up because it's just different where, like, as we're talking right now, you don't make money.
Yeah.
Like until the exit.
Yeah.
And our exit's not in 6 months like a flip.
Yep.
It's in 5 years.
Yeah.
You know? So it's just like a different mentality of like, hey, are you in this for the long haul? Because we're doing value add, like you said. We're not making money for the first couple of years. We need all the capital to freaking get this thing producing.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because, you know, I was sitting down with Cardone like a month ago in his office, and we were talking for like an hour about his deals. And I don't think anyone's ever really like got the opportunity to see behind the curtain and what he's doing and everything. But I was like, Grant, what are you projecting now? Like, you know, it's so hard to get deals now, and you buy like the craziest deals.
Yeah.
Like you want beachfront,
Yeah.
you want like all this stuff, and like there's
They
no way
can't
you're-
make money right now.
Yeah, I go, there's no way you're getting cash flow, right? So what's your projected returns and like what are you trying to get? And, you know, for him, he's a little different because he's not doing value add.
Yep.
You know,
He's
he's
on
just,
the best properties in the best areas.
they better just be ready to roll in cash flow right now. And, you know, I can't reveal like what he was saying or anything, but it's like, you know, he's always gotten a lot of crap because it's like his returns are low.
Yeah.
But it's like everyone's returns are low. Like you don't make the money to the exit. So it's like who picked the best property 5 years from now is who's
that's why
going to win.
the location and the operator matter more than anything else. You have a good location, and can the operator last long enough to make the business plan come to fruition? And if so, invest with them. Like
But don't expect anything.
Yeah, don't expect a whole lot in the meantime. Especially in this economy right now, like it's a different game. It's a very different real estate game than it was 5 years ago.
Yep.
I love writing. I mean, writing is, but here's the problem. I just read a book called The Name of the Wind. Have you read this? It's a fiction book called The Name of the Wind. Super popular. It's got, I don't know, like 50,000 5-star reviews, but some guy recommended it to me and said, hey, it's one of the best fantasy books of all time. I don't read fantasy.
I haven't read a fantasy book in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't read it. I never do, but I read this book, The Name of the Wind. It was so beautifully written. It makes me never want to write another word because I'm like, it's so,
I suck.
I know, like I'm so terrible. This is so good. And I'm like, and I know that's just a mindset thing. And so I know I'll get over it, but I'm like, I can't
like
put in the work to write like that.
You know, you're a good basketball player. Then you saw LeBron. You're like,
exactly.
Oh, crap, dude.
What am I doing? Like what, like amateur hour. Like this is, So maybe I'll get back in the book. I mean, books are life-changing. Books are, you're boiling down 5, 10, 20 years of wisdom from somebody into one like thing you can consume for $20. Like books are life-changing. So I want to keep writing them because they help people at scale, but it's a lot of work to write a book.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a lot of work.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting because, you know, to go back to the history, because I do want to tell people what I think they should do today, but, and I've kind of been saying some things, but the way I'm shifting my business is very different and I've never done it before. So I'm going to keep leaving them on the cliffhanger.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, you know, after I started flipping 2015, I literally only did that for years. I'm just like, dude, I don't give a crap about rentals. Like I'm just trying to stack cash and get skills. And to me, it was like, well, dude, I could buy rentals at any point if I know how to find deals, raise capital and fix them up. There's no difference. It's just, I keep it instead of sell it. And so, you know, I just like honed my skills, and then I finally started to keep some in 2017 and 2018. And 2018 was the first year that like I felt like the market started to like really explode.
Yeah.
And it was like, man, we had some crazy appreciation in Vegas. And it was nuts. Yeah. And then, you know, we kind of ran through that in 2018. 2019 was like a little flat. And then right before COVID, 2020, like things were about to skyrocket. And then, as we all know, people were like, oh crap, I don't know what we're going to do.
Yeah. Yeah. That was insane. The run up that we had over the last 4 years. I almost feel bad for people who got into real estate in the last 4 years. Cause like
they have false expectations
of what like thing is. Yeah. It's like, it's not like this. This is not real estate. This was fantasy land for 4 years, especially flippers. Like every flipper I know is like, I just made another 180 grand. I'm like, where'd you get the deal? MLS. I'm like, how? Like, no, like, what are we doing here? Like, it's not, that's not the game. And so they're not good enough. People who build businesses in times of prosperity. Their muscles are atrophied or never built to begin with.
Why do you think Tesla is so good? You know, he started building that thing in like 2009.
Yeah. All the best. I mean, there's a stat. I'm going to butcher it, but it's
Amazon,
something like
same thing.
Yeah. It's like 70% of all the Fortune 500 companies were built in recessions or something like that, or 80%. It's like vast majority of them were built in recessions. Why? Because they had to get good.
Yeah.
And that's where I think we're at right now is like, there's no room for mediocrity in real estate anymore. Like either you're great or you're out.
Yeah.
And there's no other option. And so you have a choice. You can choose to level up your skill set right now, choose to hone your skills and become the world's best at something, or go get into something else that's easier, because real estate's not for the weak at heart right now.
Yeah. It's funny now that you're saying that, like, great businesses are forged in a recession.
Yeah.
You know, I became an adult in 2007 is when I turned 18. But yeah, 2008, I went to college, and, you know, that's obviously when everything dropped, and I got to go through college. Like, dude, I don't know how we're going to like pay the rent, and, you know, trying to play baseball and all this stuff. And, you know, like I was saying, when I was a realtor in 2010, just dealing with that, like, it was so hard. And, you know, I'll go on stage, like I spoke at an event in Dallas, and I was like, it was a predominant realtor and loan officer event. I go, how many of you guys have been in this business for over 10 years? Like, very few.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, how many of you guys think this business is like, it's pretty hard right now with things going on? Everybody raised their hand. I go, okay, let me give you a perspective of what hard actually is. And then I start talking about 09 and 10. Yeah. I'm like, imagine this is what's happening. Okay. You guys are complaining because, you know, your rates are a little bit higher, and, you know, you got to actually work to get a buyer to do something. And but guess what? I would have had to sell 4 or 5 of these to get your one.
Yep. But what's that great quote? You see it around the internet all the time. It's like, hard times make strong men make like safe times, and safe times make weak men. And it's like this great like idea that when things are really hard, it makes good, strong people. Yeah. But then those people make things really nice. So when we look at 07, made us strong investors. 08, 9, like, we became stronger investors because of it, which led to 2015, 16, 17, 18, which made things really nice, level and good. And that led to weak practices and poor behavior and not being good at your business. You just made money, which led to a lot of the mess over the last few years. And now we're getting into, we have a lot of weak people. Yeah. And that we're going to see a lot of blood in the streets over the next couple of years, I think, because people weren't good enough. But then that's going to make better investors. We're going to learn. The cycle continues. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, speaking of that, right? You know, obviously 2020 to 2022, things just went bonkers. And then, you know, we've had this kind of reset here the last 12 months. And, you know, obviously there's still a ton of uncertainty of what's going to happen here. Yeah. Right. I mean, people are going to say, well, you know, rates have got to come down here at some point. Others will say, well, you know, it's election year. It's always good. What do you think?
Oof.
I mean, and also too, let me preface and say, you're in a different stage of your investing journey, where you're now managing a massive fund. Yeah. And that's like your main business and strategy and everything. I kind of do a little bit of everything in real estate. So I'm looking at it from a very opportunistic, and I know you're kind of looking at it in just one way. Yeah. But what do you see?
I mean, I think 2024, first of all, I don't see rates dropping anytime soon. Who knows, right? My crystal ball has been broken for a little while, so I'm not sure, but I think
everyone's ball. Yeah. Nobody has that. I
don't see rates dropping, because if they do, and even if they do, then people are going to just put their house on the market, and a bunch of people are going to want to buy them. Like, there's such a blockage right now. Like, it's like economic constipation, we'll call it. Yeah. Like, nothing's happening because everyone's waiting. It's all just like getting festering in our society right now. And so if rates suddenly dropped, like, it just, prices aren't going down. Yeah. I don't see rates dropping because I don't see inflation. They're going to keep rates high to combat the inflation that the government caused. Yeah. we didn't cause the inflation. They caused the inflation by printing all the money, and then they're going to make us pay for it by having high interest rates. So I think we're going to have just a defensive year. I'm calling it a defensive year. I think there are offensive years where we're like, go all out. And I think like 2024 is going to be defensive years where we get better.
That's what 2023 has been too.
Yeah. It really has been. Yeah. It's like, we gotta get better. We gotta hold back a little bit. Like I'm reducing my like goals for the year a little bit. I'm always been like, every year I want to grow by like 50%. I'm always like, go bigger. When it comes to my real estate specifically, I'm like, let's play safe, a little bit safer right now. We need better debt. So when we buy things, we're getting like 50% loan to value. We're doing 50% down on some deals, 60%.
Well, you have
loan to value. Yeah, you kind of have to from
you can't get the deal done.
Yeah, they don't work otherwise.
Yeah.
And I want to be safer, and so I would trade right now. I would trade more safety and security for slower growth. And I think that's just the season that we're in. Now, when it comes to other business stuff, like I'm going all in on things like the Better Life Tribe, even though it's a charity, but it's or sort of a charity. We give all profits away to charity, but I'm going all in on that. I think now's a good time for that. I think now's a good time for a few other things that I'm working on. I got a mortgage company I'm starting right now. Why? Because I think this is the best time in the world to start a mortgage company because it's the hardest time. Everyone's falling off, and it's the hardest time to start a mortgage company in the history of the mankind.
It's just what you said. The best companies start in the.
That's what I'm doing. I'm like, what's the
worst?
Yeah, what's the worst
to start right
exactly. Now? I'm like, let's get good now.
Yeah.
So you remember baseball, right? You were a baseball player. What's it called? A donut, that big heavy thing you put on the end of your bat. So you're swinging the baseball bat with that big heavy donut at the end, and it feels super heavy. Then you step up to the plate, you take the donut off, and now the bat feels like it's like 1 pound.
Toothpick.
Yeah, it's because your muscles got used to that heavier weight. So I want to use this year. I'm swinging with that donut. I'm putting 4 donuts on my bat, and I'm just swinging with a bunch of donuts. So that is that what it's called, a donut? I'm not using okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Call it a donut.
Yeah, I'm really proud I knew that term because I don't follow baseball at all.
I haven't heard someone bring up a donut in a long time.
Oh, here we go. That's a good metaphor for life.
Well, I hear donuts a lot, but not in that context.
Not in that kind.
But no, it's absolutely right. I tell people this too. It's like, I look at my life the last 5 years, and I remember in 2018, that was like what I feel like was a culmination of everything I was building. And like, I felt like I really broke out.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you've had years like that where you're like, dude, like it finally just like all came together. Yeah. But I remember reflecting on that year. I was like, wow, I can't believe how much more capacity I had than what I thought. You know, to do, I looked at the whole year and I was like, dude, I did this. I was like, I can't believe I did all those things, you know, in the same amount of time I've always had. Right. And now I look at where I'm at today and I'm like, wow, I cannot believe how much capacity I have today managing XYZ, dealing with this fire, this thing, that thing. And you know, I don't know where I'll be 5 years from now, but that's like the concept of the donut is like, I don't think there's a point where you have too much on your plate, right? Yep. And so you start to feel overwhelmed, stress, etc. And so something gives. Either there truly is too much and you don't have that capacity and you need to get stuff off your plate, or you keep filling your plate and all of a sudden your capacity expands and you're like, oh, all right, like I can actually do a lot more than I thought.
Yep. Yeah, you know, there's a metaphor that my buddy Jason Dries, who's my performance coach, he has used, and I like this idea of, think of a balloon that you like inflate the balloon, and it's really hard because it's used to being small, and you inflate the balloon bigger and bigger, and stretching and stretching and stretching, and then if you leave that balloon at that size for a while, the balloon gets used to being that size. Now, it's not a perfect metaphor because the balloons do shrink back down again, but to some level, it gets used to being that size. Maybe a better example would be your stomach, right? Yeah. You eat a lot of food, you just eat, your stomach is really big. And then even if you skip eating for a day, your stomach's still that size.
Yeah.
And so you have bigger capacity, and it is a mental capacity more than it is tactical or anything else. Like your mind,
it's all mental.
It's all mental. So your mind can tackle more things. And so over the years, if you're growing, and that's why it requires going outside your comfort zone. It requires eating more food or blowing that balloon up bigger. But the majority of the world, they don't like that stress or that discomfort. So they don't want to stretch their balloon. They don't want to stretch that at all. And so they're stuck in this mediocrity forever.
Yeah.
And they're never leveling up their mindset or their business or their leadership because they refuse to get uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. They want to be the weak little rubber balloon.
Yeah. It's floppy,
Doesn't even have any air in it.
flaccid balloon.
Yeah.
That's the name of your new book, Flaccid Balloons. I hope that's what you call it.
It is. Hey, you don't want to be a flaccid balloon. You don't want to be flaccid ever.
We're going to avoid that. We want strong,
girthy, strong,
huge
blood flow, everything. So
anyway,
speaking of that, you know, of capacity, and we're talking about body.
Oh, good.
I'm not going to talk about certain body parts, but I will say I've increased my capacity, health wise, for the first time really in like 12 years, because I started to take my health seriously. I was like, dude, you know what? I've been in good shape my whole life. It's not like I had a problem. I was like, let's see what I'm truly capable of. And so I started taking my health to the next level. You know, 3 months ago, I, got a coach.
Yep.
I started getting on peptides.
Yep.
I got on TRT.
Yep.
And I've put on like 10 pounds in a very short amount of time. And I'm like, dang, dude, I didn't know I could like get this strong this quick.
Yeah. I just went on TRT like 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. I have felt no difference. How long did it take for you to feel anything different? Or did you ever feel anything different?
I definitely feel different for sure. Are you doing an injection or cream or what are you
Injection,
doing?
yeah.
Okay. All right. That's good.
Yeah. I do it because I feel super low energy a lot. Like throughout the day, I'm pretty low energy a lot. Unless I'm like literally on a podcast.
Are you working out or anything?
Yeah, I work out like 5 days a week at the gym.
Okay, so you are.
Yeah, 4 to 5 at the gym usually.
How much do you eat?
I skip breakfast.
Okay. Do you know how many calories you eat?
I don't track it very well. I probably should.
Do you have a guess?
2,500, 2,200.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I thought TRT would help. It hasn't yet, but I'm only 2.5 weeks in. So
okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, you would feel it by now. So
it also takes me like 12 beers to feel tipsy. So, I mean, maybe I'm like, I'm just a big dude.
You're just a big dude. Well, yeah. And that's why I'm like, that's not very many calories for like how big you are.
Yeah. Maybe I need more. I don't know. But but I eat more and then I gain fat. So I don't know. You need more protein. I know. Yeah. That's what I need.
That's probably what you don't need enough.
I need to cram a lot more protein. I'm probably 150 grams a day, which is a good amount, but it's not the 220 I probably need.
That ain't a good amount.
Yeah.
That's why.
It's a good amount for average, like people who aren't trying to build muscle.
You're like 6'4", like
and a half.
Yeah. Well, how is 150 grams good? That's terrible.
All right. So I need more protein.
For sure.
Yeah. I'm working on it. Less carbs,
I take like
maybe.
200 a day.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 190 now.
Yeah. Where are you getting your protein from right now? Like what's your what's that look like? Okay. I struggle with getting that much.
Yeah. So I'll tell you guys what I'm doing now since I've started this journey. And also too, I can recommend some peptides for you later,
please.
Off camera. So, anyways, I wake up at 5 and I eat a Greek yogurt and a banana every morning. Then I go work out. I get it done after my morning routine with prayer and everything. So I work out at 6:30 to 7:30. After my workout, I eat a bowl of hash browns, eggs, and steak. It's just a meal prep.
Okay.
9 o'clock, I eat a protein shake. And that protein shake, I varied on what it is. Now I'm doing like 40 grams and half of it is like a weight gain shake. So it's half protein, half weight gain.
Okay.
Pound that. 12 o'clock, I have another meal. So I'll have just another meal prep. It's like 500 calories of like 40, 50 grams of protein, some rice, a veggie, whatever, right? 3 o'clock, I have turkey, just literally deli meat.
Yeah.
I just eat it in the office.
The stuff from Costco, they have the best turkey.
I don't even know. My assistant buys it, so I just crush it.
You ever dip it in bitchin sauce? You ever had bitchin sauce?
No,
dude.
Is it like spicy?
It's like it's got some kick to it. Not crazy, but bitchin sauce.
Oh, where do you get it?
So good. Whole Foods, or I think Target might even carry it. Costco's got it.
All right, I'll ask him about that.
Anyway, give it a try.
Yeah, and then I eat Filipino mangoes.
Oh,
dried mangoes every day.
Yeah,
I love them. And then for dinner I have whatever like my wife gets. It's always going to have a lot of protein. It's going to just be rice and like it's nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything crazy. And then at night, I'll either have an ice cream or a bowl of like whole grain cereal.
Yeah.
That's basically it. That's all I eat every day.
Makes some
It's very frequent. Cause it is a lot of meals, like thinking about it's like 6 meals a day.
Yeah.
But,
and the key is protein in every single one. Like I know
every single one.
Everything one. Yeah. That's where I'll go like if I skip breakfast, which I've been doing the intermittent fasting for a little while now, and I really like that.
And I've done that before too.
Have you? Yeah.
I've done just literally 2 meals a day.
Yep.
And that was me. Like I felt fine.
Yep.
But definitely like my weakest. It's good. I think intermittent fasting is good for somebody trying to lose weight because you're just going to skip a meal and you're going to lose.
Yep.
Yeah. I also think it's good for anyone who's like just on a lifestyle. Like, dude, I don't care. Like, I'm just trying to like optimize for not having to eat 6 times.
Yeah.
Perfect. But it's not good if like you actually are trying to, I don't know, increase.
Bulk up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. I find that when I don't eat, I have way more energy. It could just be I'm more energetic in the mornings, but after I eat lunch, I'm just like tired from like 1 till 5, 6. And so like I'm playing with that idea. But yeah, I think the key is I like that you have the Greek yogurt in the morning, low protein there. The protein, then you got the breakfast with the steak and eggs. Yeah, I think that alone would add 50 grams right there.
That's
like
50, that would add 50, 60 grams. That's what you're missing.
There. Yeah, it really is. And then for lunch, I always have, some kind of meat, dinner, some kind of meat. I went vegetarian for like 6 months and it was actually really,
that sounds terrible.
It was the best food I've ever eaten. This is an interesting thing about vegetarianism is you can't just throw a steak on the stovetop and eat it. You have to actually make something when you're vegetarian to enjoy it.
Yeah, that sounds terrible too.
The best meals, but the best meals I ever ate were like as a vegetarian because I had to like get cookbooks and like do the work and like taste wise was amazing. But no, I got off that quick. Went back on to eating steak and chicken.
All right. So I now understand why your testosterone was low.
Yeah, it might have been that way. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Because like
why you lack energy.
Yep. Yeah. But that was like 1.5 years, 2 years ago. But man.
Hey, it destroyed you permanently.
It destroyed me forever. Yeah. We're going to go with that. Dude. Yeah. It's rough. So yeah.
I am anti-vegan for sure.
Oh yeah. I just started doing a thing called Legree. You ever done Legree?
No, I've never heard of that.
Legree is like, it's a Pilates kind of a thing, but it's designed for people with bad backs. So my back always sucks. And so like I've been doing that and that it's nothing upper, it's all lower body, but it's super fun. If you ever get a chance to do Legree, and by fun, that's the wrong word. It's painful and miserable.
Okay.
On your
actually
legs.
now that you're bringing this up, because you were like, I work out 5 times a day. And now you're telling me you do Legree. No. So I want to know what you actually do. Okay. So tell me
I do Legree for lower body because it's great for lower body without hurting your back. Then I do the gym for upper.
You don't do any weights.
There's weights because you're on a machine that uses your weight. So
you don't have weights. No. Okay. So you do that 3 times.
So then 3 times a week I do that. And then 2 to 3 times a week, I'll actually do upper body at the gym.
But what do you do?
Like the typical stuff, bench, I don't know, rows.
Okay.
I mean,
do you do high reps or low reps?
Lower reps.
Like how many?
3 to 5 probably.
Okay. All right. So you're lifting heavy weights.
Sometimes I like to do the reverse pyramid or whatever, where you like do like a whole lot and then go down from there. Yeah. I like that idea to like do like 2 of like really heavy and then do 5 and then do 7 or whatever. I've done that for a little while. I did the Kino body thing for a while.
Yeah. I was going to say, did you get that from Greg?
I did. I got that from Greg. Yeah. I like that plan. It was a good plan, but I get bored from plans.
I need to get him on the podcast.
You should get him on the podcast.
I've connected with him.
Yeah. He's
a great marketer.
He's a brilliant marketer.
But no, so I'll tell you, that's actually where I learned intermittent fasting from and because
he's real big on that too.
Yeah, he does 5x5. That what I think his workout is great for and intermittent fast for is like I believe what he's got is the easiest way to like stay in shape. Yeah. Like, dude, 3 days a week, freaking don't eat breakfast, just 5x5 workout, 3 of them, you're good. Yep. Because that's all he does. It's like Monday, 5x5 chest, 5x5 rows, 5x5 squats. We're good.
That said, there's an interesting thing. Hormozy brought this up the other day. I saw somebody else bring it up. It's a great line or topic. And it's basically the things that people did to get them to where they are. Like, for example, let's say real estate or fitness, right? So what Hormozy did to get in his shape, what Greg did to get in his shape is probably not what they're doing to maintain their shape, right? But then all these gurus out there are teaching what they are currently doing, not what they did. So like Hormozy was making fun of like morning routines. He's like, all these people are like, oh, just do this 17-part morning routine and do your visualization and do all this. He's like, that's because these billionaires are bored to death. So they just add all these weird routines in their life. And now they're saying that that's what will make you successful. No, what made them successful was working 80 hours a week for 10 years, but that doesn't sell. And so it's easier to be like, use this 15-part miracle morning routine. And I love the miracle morning idea, but like, it's, that's not necessarily what makes you successful. It's work.
Yeah. So actually, I disagree with Hormozy on that because obviously I've done a morning routine for a very long time. Me too. And ever since doing it, that's when I've started to have major success.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing, like people mistake that for being all they need to do. Yeah. It's like, well, dude, I
got early.
Like I'm good. Like I've won the day. Yeah. And then that's it. Yeah. That's the win. Like, so that's where I think people
you woke up. Good job.
Yeah. You did it. I woke up early. I did my thing. And yeah, I don't really need to go to the office. Like I've accomplished something.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I think they mess up. But I actually was talking to somebody about this yesterday, and I'm going to make a reel on it because I think it's super important for people to know. But like when I say, hey, like I've never worked weekends. Hey, like I've always left the office by 5, even when I wasn't making a lot of money. It is true. So it's not like I worked 80 hours a week to reach this level.
Sure.
But here's the thing. I work 24/7. It's just, I choose what I'm working on differently. So when I say that, hey, I'm going to go do a morning routine, it's super important to me because like time with God's super important to me. And so that is work. It's not like just this thing that like, that's work.
Yeah.
And then when I go to work out right after that, guess what? My health is work. We just talked about how much work I got to do to eat all this food to grow, you know, to the next level. Then the reason I leave at 5 is because guess what? I got to go work at my marriage and my kids and spend time with them. And so, you know, I'm working 24/7. And then, you know, I got to make sure I go to sleep at the right time so I have energy so I can wake up the next morning and work really hard at all these things. But the thing that people don't understand is that everything I just named there's no substitute for it. You cannot substitute anyone in your place to go have your relationship with God.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't substitute anyone to go have the relationship with your spouse unless you're a weirdo, right? Like you can't substitute the relationship with your kids.
Yep.
Like it's just time. It's just you.
Yeah.
You can't substitute your health. You're the only one who can make your body.
I love the line. You can't outsource your push-ups.
Yeah. You cannot outsource any of those 3 things.
Yep.
You want to know what the one thing you can actually delegate and outsource?
Your business,
your work, your work, as people would define it.
Yeah.
So we have this misconception that, oh, dude, I got to put 80 hours here and then everything else must suffer.
Yep.
When the reverse is true, that stuff can never suffer. This thing needs to be figured out how to be more efficient because this is the easiest one to outsource.
Yep.
I could work 0 hours here and make a ton of money. That's impossible at the other ones.
Yep. In fact, I love that idea too of like, I mean, you probably heard the analogy about if you have a jar and you were to pour in, well, I'll tell the whole story. You have a jar and then there's a professor at a college has this jar in front of him and he takes a bunch of rocks and he puts rocks in from the bottom to the top and he says, hey, is this jar full? And all the kids in the class say, yeah. He goes, okay. Then he takes a bunch of pebbles and he pours in pebbles and it fills in around the rocks. He's like, and everyone's like, okay. Yeah. It wasn't full. Now is it full? And everyone says, yes. He's like, okay. And he takes out sand and he pours sand in there and it fills in around there. And everyone's like, okay, now it's full. And he goes, are you sure it's full? And they're like, yeah, it's full. And he takes water and he pours it in. It fills in around the sand, right? And the metaphor being the rocks, those large rocks are the most important things in your life. If you fill up if you fill in your sand and water first, which is like your business, your work, like work, you won't have time to fit in your family and your fitness and your health.
Yeah.
But when you prioritize the large rocks first, it's like family time, vacation time gets scheduled, time with the kids. I don't work after 5. I don't work on Tuesdays, whatever the thing is.
Yeah.
Now you have to, because of the constraints, fill in everything else around it. And the magic is you do.
Yeah.
And this is what people don't realize is like, you will fit it in. It's Parkinson's law. Work expands to fill the time allotted for it. And so, schedule the big things, your family, your time with God, your time at the gym.
Yeah.
And then work will fit in other places.
Well, and this is the whole point. So it's like, we're all saying the same thing. So what I'm saying is the same thing Hormozy is saying. It's the same thing that whoever else was saying. It's just, what we define for our rocks is completely different.
Yes.
Because for Alex, he doesn't have kids.
Doesn't have kids, yeah.
He doesn't care about faith.
Yep.
And so he's basically, and his spouse works with him.
Yeah.
So like for him, it's like my rock is business because I already have business and spouse together. So it's just like all business.
Yeah. He just fills up with sand.
That's it. That's his rock. You don't, it is what it is. Well, I guess he's got health too, right?
Yeah.
So like, that's it. Those are the 3. And then he's good. And so when he's given his perspective, why would I need a morning routine? You're right. Like if you don't care about faith, if you don't have to worry about kids, like, sure, go straight to work because you're going, that's the only work you can do.
Yeah.
There's nothing else.
And that's why you have to be so careful. But like, I love Hormozy. I love him, but you have to be so careful about who you get advice from.
Yeah.
Right? Because everyone's got a different perspective. Even me, even you, right? Like don't take what we say and go do it to your life because it works for us. It might not work for somebody else. And so being discerning in that and not just taking like, yeah, this guy says to do this, so I'm going to go do my morning routine. It's like, well, why? Like, what is it?
But I do agree with Hormozy that making your bed is dumb. I see no benefit to making.
Dude, I made my bed this morning for the first time in years. You know why? Because my wife is not here right now, but my wife is flying in. She's on an airplane right now.
He made it for her.
So she gets in today. I want her to be like, oh, wow, he made his bed. Bro, like that was the only reason why.
Dude, I'm glad you brought that up because the last time I made my bed, I used to make my bed every day, but it was for that reason. So my wife used to be a teacher.
Yep.
And before we had kids. And so she'd actually wake up before me. Believe it or not, my wife like outworked me, those times. And so she would wake up super early, go to school, and I would wake up after her. And I literally didn't have a job or anything. I was just like, I'm a real estate guy. Like, when do I got to wake up? This obviously wasn't doing the miracle morning back then. And, she would like early on in our marriage, she like let me know one day, she's like, you need to make the bed. Like, I hate coming home to this dirty bed like that you just leave like crap. And I was like, really? Like making the bed? And, as if anyone's married, like it does not need any justification for why you think it makes sense or not. You just do it.
The irony is that made beds are actually dirtier than unkempt ones, because when you make a bed and you like do it all tight down there, the bacteria and stuff in there grows. This is true. They've done these studies on this, and the bacteria and all the filth grows under your blanket. And so you are more likely to get sick and have a disgusting bed. So next time your wife says, make the bed, be like, no, honey, I care too much about you to do that.
Well, thankfully for me, I've never made the bed since we had kids because now she stays home and she wakes up much later than me.
Yep.
And so I'm out.
Yeah, she can make the bed if she wants to make the bed.
And she does. She makes the bed because she wants it. And that's cool. But yeah, I forgot that I used to make the bed. That reminded me.
Yeah. Yeah. The bed thing, I get there's a book, Make Your Bed. It's like, hey, if
that's a book.
That's a book. Yeah. It's by some admiral guy who had a viral video go out about make a bed. Yeah. Make your bed. It's like, do the one thing every morning, like gets you started with a win, gets you in a positive mindset.
Bro, making my bed is not a win.
Yeah.
Like, I felt like I lost every day I made the bed.
Yeah. Like, what am I doing here? Have you seen that guy on TikTok and Instagram who does the ironing of his bed, and he makes his whole entire, dude, his whole entire account is like, he's like that one guy from American, what's that? Oh, Jason Bateman. Is that his name?
Jason Bateman.
Is it not the character, not the actor? What's the movie? American Psycho.
Oh, okay.
Christian Bale. It's like, he's got this vibe because he's like making his bed perfectly and he irons the whole bed.
He's a psychopath.
And he like sets his, dude, you gotta look this up later. He sets his pillows perfectly. And then he goes and does like these like one arm push-ups. He's the most in shape guy you'll ever see. And like, but it's gnarly. But these videos, every one of his videos just gets millions and millions of views because the guy is just perfect. Yeah. And there's like this sound that goes with like,
dude, that's
like,
funny.
oh, it's good.
Yeah,
I'll show you this thing afterwards. It's so good.
Dude, that cracks me up. That cracks me up.
Yeah, make your bed.
But back to real estate. So I get what you're doing. So you're going defensive and well, not even just safe.
Yeah, we're still gonna buy 100 million at least of real estate. But I'm just trying to.
You're not one of these, and this is the problem that people say is like, oh, well, it's gonna be tough, so I need to just go off the sidelines. Like I just can't do anything. You're like, no, like safe for me is just buying only 100 million.
Yeah. It's like,
I'm not going to go for like 500 million this year.
And if I could, what are the constraints that anybody has in a business, right? It's either money, it's mindset. Like you don't think big enough. You don't have the money for it. You can't manage it.
People,
the whole management of it, or or marketing, like leads, opportunities. Yeah, that's it. There's the only four things that can stop you. So right now, our bottleneck, our constraint is the ability to raise capital and the ability to find deals. Yep. It's harder to raise capital than ever before because when you can go get 6% in a checking account, who wants to invest in a real estate deal at 8%, whatever.
Yep.
People do, but it's harder. And it's harder to find deals at cash flow. So knowing the constraints exist, we're going to try to fight through them all we can. But
at what point do you look at it and you say, you know what? 80-20 rule. Like it's not worth the effort. Like we've accumulated a great portfolio. Yeah. Let's just chill on that and focus our energy on something else.
It's a good question. I don't work for me. So I work for my team, right? So like, I don't need more wealth. I don't need more money necessarily. So in my head, I'm like, I'm working for the team. So if I were to lay off, I would let down.
Well, I'm not saying you wouldn't lay them off. Like you still have your portfolio.
Yeah, I guess. But if we weren't growing, I just think if you're not growing, you're dying.
Yeah.
Right. So like, I could shift people to another thing, but at heart, I'm still a real estate nerd and I love it. Whether or not,
well, I'm not even saying you got to give up real estate. I'm just like, is there a better thing?
Yeah.
You know, because like, you know, when you first started your fund, you were strictly mobile home parks.
Correct.
And then
we added apartments. Then
you shifted and you said, hey, we're going to do this.
I think it's very likely within a year we will add in a private equity component. Into businesses. What I would love to do, I mean, Cardone's doing it. A lot of guys are doing it. Hormozy does it, right? What I would love to try, and I'm not for sure on this, but I love the idea, is we buy 80% real estate in a fund and 20% business in that fund. Because businesses,
some big diversification.
Yeah,
that's cash flow.
And it's cash flow, right?
That's the cash flow.
So the cash flow we're not getting from real estate, we can compensate with business. So if I can buy...
Bro, I like that.
Isn't that cool?
I might steal that.
Yeah, try it. I love the concept because now... let's say worst case, the business went to zero.
Yeah.
It's only 20% of the fund. It's not the whole fund. We sell the real estate long term.
Because business is definitely more risky.
It's more risky. But if we buy the right businesses, and maybe in the beginning, maybe it's 5% of the fund or 10% of the fund, but maybe it's just, we're starting out, we buy a $5 million, whatever, some company, especially one like that maybe I can personally help with, you know, like if I buy a mortgage company, like that's something I can scale it a little bit. If I could buy a company at 5x or 3x their annual profits, right? That's a 30% cash on cash return. Yeah. That will blend the 2% we're getting from real estate or 0% on real estate, which is no cash flow right now.
Yep.
And I think there's something magic there.
Yeah.
The downside, of course, is taking your eye off the ball. You do too many things and you try to catch two rabbits, you'll catch neither. It is a ancient proverb.
You would need
a team.
Well, but yeah, people. But you would just need two different divisions.
Yep.
Right. Like the capital raising division is still the same.
Yep. But you'd have two things.
Yeah.
You have private equity side and you have that said, when I got into mobile home parks, I didn't go raise money for my first mobile home park per se. I went and found one person, actually Mindy Jensen from Bigger Pockets. I grabbed Mindy. I grabbed Ryan Murdoch, who was a friend of mine that we had just met. He brought the deal to me. And then I brought me. The three of us bought a mobile home park with our money.
Yeah.
We made mistakes. We learned what happened. And then we tried a small mobile home park at $3 million. We raised a little bit of money. We bought that. We made mistakes. We made some money. We learned. I want to do the same thing this way. I want to buy a business this year with my own money.
Yep.
And then figure out maybe a couple other small people. Like we just, if I had 5 buddies, like we just put in $100,000, we take $500,000, we go out and buy a $4 million company. Let's go try it out. And then we'll raise capital for it once I'm confident that I have the right team in place. So that's where we're headed with Open Door Capital.
I like that.
Yeah. We'll see.
I think that's a great idea. And what I can say is people, for me, I'm down the same path anyway. Cause I love business more than I love real estate.
Yeah.
Real estate to me is just a business.
Yep.
So, with us, people have always been like, dude, why you guys run so many events? Like that's a lot of work and everything. I'm like, you don't realize the opportunities that come from the events every quarter.
Yeah.
Like I get business deals, investors. Yeah. If people buy my stuff, that's awesome. Like obviously I want that too, but the people that I meet that lead to other opportunities is massive. And so like, that's one of the big reasons Cardone does it too. And it's why we create social media content, because you just are generating opportunities.
Yeah.
But as you know, like in person, that just different things happen. So yeah, I mean, for me, beyond just like the business side of things and buying businesses and starting new ones and everything, on the real estate side, what I see is similar to you. I think that rates stay the same. I don't see 2024 like popping off. I don't see it declining. I just think it's just going to stay what it is.
I mean, for a while.
It's weird. It might just do what real estate's always done. It might appreciate 2%.
Yeah, I know.
Like welcome to a normal real estate market. And so with that being said, we're doing a ton of, for the last year, creative stuff. So we've been doing novations and wholesales, and I've been scaling back from flips. And so the majority of our deals this year for the last 12 months have been novation and wholesale, because we lost a bunch on bad flips, and it sucks. And it is what it is. You can't really predict that the rates were going to double, and flippers were the ones who got hurt the most on it.
Yep.
It is what it is. Got to take the good with the bad. But my plan now this year and going into next year is that we're going all in on this new program I launched called our partner program. And, it's at Wealthy Investor. It's amazing because I think it's the best way to get started. And I think it's going to be an amazing way for us on the house flipping side to get massive deal flow. So essentially what it is we're taking people who have never, really done real estate. And, as you know, it's intimidating to get into real estate on your own. And there's a lot to it, right? Finding deals, talking to sellers, managing contractors, raising money, all those things. And we teach them, but there's this set of people that are like, dude, I just really need someone to help me out, right? Like it's the whole concept of maybe somebody interning for you or whatever. Like, dude, I just want to I'm not even here to really make money. I just need to see it and be a part of it and experience it. And we've done that to a degree, over the years, but never at scale. And finally, it just clicked for me one day. I was like, dude, I know what the next move is. Like, I know what the next shift and pivot is. If I've built this massive community and all these students and I know marketing and I know how to create these things, why not merge the two together? And so basically with this program, it's our cheapest program ever. And with it, we give them AI software that already identifies the sellers. They're able to contact them, call them, text them, all that stuff. So they have the tool that they need. And that's all they need to do. Instead of having to go figure out how to negotiate a subject to deal, how to get a price and lowball and whatever, just generate the lead and pass it off.
That's cool.
And my team here will just close them. And so we're closing deals nationwide now. And in the first, I did like a challenge to launch it. And, in that challenge, we had about 200 people join. And we just finished the first week last week. This is week number 2 right now on Friday. And I think we've locked up 5 or 6 in 2 weeks. Now, will all close? No. There's going to be, it remains to be seen nationwide what our fallout rate will be. But I'm already like, okay, I mean, that's the first week. They don't even have a pipeline built up yet. Once they build a pipeline up, all these, it's going to be crazy. And so any deal that we get, we do a profit split with the person
that's cool
who got the deal. So think about what a way to start in this business.
Yeah.
You don't have to do any of the hard work. You just generate a lead.
Yep.
It's kind of like being a bird dog, essentially, but at scale.
I love that. Yeah. I like the way you're thinking on that for sure. Is how do we who not how this and get a lot of people and make it a win-win-win for everybody?
It's a super win. Yeah. And then, you do a couple deals with us. I don't need you to do deals with me forever.
Yeah.
Get your confidence up, makes a little bit of money. Freaking, all right, now go and do your own.
Smart.
Go get 100% of the profit. So yeah, for us, I'm I don't know how big it's going to be, but dude, if we get at scale, okay, let's just say my plan in the next quarter is to add 1,000 people into this program.
Yeah.
So if we have 1,000 people in there, how many deals a month are we going to get? I don't know, dude. But if we get, 50, which is easy, to me, it should be very easy to do. But if you get 50 or 100, what does that end up making a month? And guess what? On my house flipping side, the cost of marketing is 0.
Yeah. That's genius. What are you doing with all the, are you mostly flipping them?
No,
wholesaling?
Wholesaling mainly.
Wholesaling. Okay.
Wholesaling, novations, creative. Yeah. Just cause they're all nationwide. So it's
that's cool.
And we have the education and the coaching and the community to sell the deals to our student. So this new guy wins, we win, a student wins because they have a deal. Dude, it's going to be crazy. It already is being crazy. So that's my whole plan for 2024.
I love it. I think it's brilliant. We did a thing with apartment complexes. We call it bringbrandontodeal.com.
Okay.
And it was I'll pay you $100,000 if you give me a lead that we close on an apartment or a mobile home park. It was mobile home parks to begin with. And, I think we did one. I think we had one person actually do it.
That's a hard,
that's what we learned is this is a much harder. Buying 100+ unit parks was tough. People that are able to generate those leads,
they're keeping them.
They're keeping them. Yeah. So it didn't really work out the way I wanted to. Yeah. I think we paid out 1, maybe 2.
Yeah.
It was a good thing to try because it gave some people, people learn, got confidence.
Yeah. Well, the thing with this that I already realized too was okay, everyone doing it is so green.
Yeah.
I was like, crap, dude, you know what? Because originally we're going to just do 2 calls a week. Group code, just, hey, this is how you need to approach it. We're not teaching you anything about raising capital or I don't want you to worry about any of that. Just generate lead flow in deals. But what I soon realized was it's not even really about coaching and teaching because it's very simple to learn what we're trying to do. So all right, this is what we're doing. Okay. It's more about at this point, running them like a team.
Yep.
and like, guys, all right, you know what? We're just going to have a call every day now because you need to be accountable to making your calls and doing it. Because as you know, like a new person, their biggest problem is they just don't
not sticking with it. And
they're just like,
I'm busy.
Yeah, I'm busy.
Yeah.
So that's, I'm just running it like a freaking, I don't even know what you would say, like a
boiler room,
a massive team. Like, guys, show up.
I mean, that's what you do on heavy sales. Like when we're doing like heavy fundraising, like we've got like 8, 9, 10 people on calls all day. We do calls every single morning. We get everyone pumped up, get everyone accountable to the numbers they got to be hitting. Like how many people are you dialing? And we have 80,000, something like that, accredited investors on our email list.
So what is your process when you don't have a deal? They're still just dialing, just trying to generate curiosity.
We always have a deal.
Okay.
In 5 years, we've never not been raising for a deal.
Okay.
And that's a matter of, as you know, largely, and this may change, but deal finding is largely a dial you can turn up and down, right? You just spend more on marketing, you go and make more, make more offers. Like we tell our acquisition team what we want and they generally go out and just find it. That obviously has been getting a little harder this year.
Yeah.
But generally we've always been raising money. And even this year, we've always been either in a raise or just about to do a raise or just finished a raise.
Yeah.
And because of that, people's money's not sitting either. I don't like to raise money if I don't have a deal. I've done it a few times where we're like, hey, we're going to go out and buy a bunch of stuff. But like right now we're doing a fund 10 and we've got 5 properties like in the fund, but we already have them all under contract set to close over the next 3 months. Like they're all lined up. We're doing due diligence. And so now I'm raising and now I can actually say, look, these are the parks. Here's a property. Here's a picture. And that's way easier to raise. It's really hard to raise for deals that you're like, trust me. Yeah. Blind raises and blind funds are hard.
Very hard.
We've done them and they're tough. So I'd rather just have deals, and it gets a little wonky sometimes with like to raise just the right amount. And then one deal falls out and then you're like, well, crap, now I raised too much. I got to tell people that sorry, you're not in.
Yeah. Or you can't raise enough and you're under the gun.
Exactly. Then all that happens and it's constant. It's constant pressure. But
that's what I don't like about freaking the fund.
Oh, I know it's a lot.
Because you're always under the gun.
Yeah, always. Dude, always.
All right, we got the property under contract.
Yep.
Start now.
Go. Yeah, it really is that way. And what we've had to learn, and this applies to newbies that are buying their first deal too, is like, if you run your business in these like, what's urgent right now? So let's just say you're like, I got to go find a deal. So all your effort is in deal finding. Then you're like, okay, now I got the deal. Now I'm going to go get loans. I'm going to go talk to 10 different banks. And then you get that. And then you're like, okay, now I got to get due diligence. You do that. Then I got to get contractors. Then I got to rehab it. Then I got to sell it. And you're at the end, you're like, okay, I got to start all the way over again at the beginning. Right. And that's what all of us do at the beginning of our careers. We have to do that because we're the only person. But once you build up machines that just systems and processes that run all the time. So I'm always looking for deals. I'm always figuring out money. I'm always dealing with contractors. Life gets way more simple. And that's where there's a phrase I say often is sometimes the easiest way out is up. And what I mean by that is like the easiest way out of your business and out of working 40 hours a week or 50 hours a week, the easiest way is often up, means elevating, getting a bigger business. Because then you can have those systems, processes, and people that will get you to the point where you're not always just rushing to the next thing. And that's what Open Door Capital did is we're always raising, we're always buying, we're always selling, we're always closing, we're always refinancing. And they're just systems that run.
Yeah.
But it takes size and growth to be able to do that.
Yeah. I love it, dude. Well, I think it's amazing just to see, and for the people listening to or watching to hear, like, hey, guess what? Like, number one, the market doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like your strategy just matters.
Yep.
And 2, like, your strategy is probably going to change, maybe even on a year-to-year basis. Like once you're good though, it's not like, you've never done anything and all of a sudden you're like, oh crap, dude, Brandon now says I got to put 50% down to do a deal. I'm screwed. It's like, no, dude, like, no.
Yeah. It's just,
you can flip, you can wholesale.
And this is why sub 2 is taken off so much. Like why Pace is having so much success over sub 2 is like sub 2 works right now. We're in this
perfect storm.
Yeah. We're in a perfect storm where sub 2 is a thing that works. I still don't love it as what are your thoughts? I mean, like, I don't love it, but what are your thoughts?
Love it. Like long term?
Yeah. I mean, like as a strategy, I don't do it in my mind. I could be totally wrong because I don't know the industry that much, but sub 2 and some of that stuff, I get worried about the seller. Still, I mean, the loan's in their name, right? Yeah. And I know there's a million things of like, oh yeah, you can, banks aren't calling notes to do all that. I get nervous about the seller. They're still holding that note. It's still in their name.
Yeah. I mean, I have truthfully, so I mean, I have sub twos that I've had for years. I've also had sub twos where the seller went bankrupt and we had to liquidate. And, you know, it's just like, it's kind of out of your control.
Yep.
So like, you know, the pro is, well, dang, yeah, that'd be the only way to go get a 3% loan right now.
Yeah.
The con is, I mean, but you're not truly in control because something can happen underlying. Yeah, you can control the asset of when you want to sell it and stuff, but like something can still happen to that that's out of your control.
It's just messy, right? Yeah. But desperate
like
times, desperate measures. Yeah.
I mean, but it's also like any business. It's like, I mean, you want to flip a house?
Yeah.
This is what can happen. This is also, you know, there's all these. So I don't look at it any different than flipping or wholesaling, because people are always like, man, well, what if I'm a realtor and I wholesale? Isn't my liability higher? And I'm like, dude, risk is risk.
Yeah.
Just there's no 0% risk thing in life. So I think it's fine. I think it's just dependent on what you're trying to do, right? Like if you're trying to buy rental properties and, you know, like get cash flow, it might be the only way.
Yeah.
But one of the big problems that people run into is that, you know, when you're buying sub 2 with no equity, there's pros and cons, because it's like, especially too, if you're overpaying for it, because some people will buy one and overpay. And so it's like, all right, well, I always just look at deals in totality. I'm like, all right, you're telling me I could take over this loan and buy this house for $1,000 down. All right. Like it's very low risk for me. But you know, okay, I got to go put 30 grand down, and you know, now I'm going to be negative 30 grand. And my only hope is that, you know, it may or may not cash flow, and over the next 5 to 10 years, then it'll turn out okay. Not a big fan of that. Because once again, I like buying for appreciation. So it just kind of all depends where you're at. Now, I do like locking up sub 2s and wholesaling them, because there are people that are like, oh, dude, I'll buy that all day. Because that's kind of what will happen is like, okay, we got a sub 2, we put $1,000 down, and now I have a decision. Do I want to keep that? Or is there some guy, and I don't even want to say some sucker, it's just like, that's what they want. All right, you'll pay me 40 grand for this, and you're going to, you know, that you're going to be, you know, paying 40 grand over market value. All right.
Okay.
You understand the risk of a sub 2. Whatever. I'll take the 40. That's just my thought.
Yeah. I go back and forth a bit, but I mean, hey, if you're good at it, there's way. The reason I get nervous is fear is caused by I know not fear is the right word, but we'll go. Fear is caused by lack of knowledge. Right. You're afraid of driving until you know how to drive, and you're not afraid of driving. I don't know sub 2. So I don't teach sub 2, and that's why I don't do sub 2, because I don't know it. If you want to get in a sub 2, go learn it, get the knowledge, and then do it the correct way.
Well, one thing we teach a wealthy investor is, you know, like all this creative stuff, like we teach it all. The same stuff. And like one of the big things is novations or net listings. And like it goes by a lot of names. And we've been doing that now for the last year. Very successful.
Yeah, explain how that works.
Basically, the easiest way to explain it is it is a net listing. And so right off the bat, most realtors will say, well, net listings are illegal. It's like, no, they're not. Like in majority of places, they are legal. Now, your brokerage may not allow them, but they are legal. So, you know, essentially like we would go to a seller and, you know, present them multiple options. So let's say their house is worth 400 grand and, you know, they'll take, I don't know, 350. Now that doesn't work as a flip, because by the time you get hard money and all this crap, you'll lose money. They also don't want to do a sub 2 because they don't want the mortgage in their name. And so what do you do with this deal? Right. They also don't want to list with a realtor. So you're just like, all right, well, what do I do? Well, that's where a novation or a net listing comes into play. You say, okay, you know what? You want 350. That's what you want to walk away with. All right. If I can get you 350, anything above that comes to us as profit. You're good with that? And they say, yes. All right, dope. We'll handle everything else. And by the way, you're also good with us listing it. And, you know, when we list it, it'll be public, obviously, but we'll handle the negotiations, the repairs, anything the buyers need, all the closing costs, the commissions. You don't have to do anything. Like you're going to get 350. And they're like, oh yeah, no, that'd be great. I don't want to do any of that stuff. That stresses me out. We're like, perfect. So we sign a contract. We go list it for 400 or whatever the market value is. We get the buyer. We handle all the bull crap along the way. And then sure enough, we close, right? And then whatever, let's just say there was 25 grand in fees to go close this deal. The seller got 350, you paid 25 grand in fees, you got 400 in price. So you made 25 grand on the novation.
That makes sense.
I think the big thing with kids that's changed is up until this point, I've had a decision on everything I've done. I got to decide who I married. I got to decide if I want to start a business, if I want to hire somebody, fire somebody, whatever, right? With kids, you kind of get to decide. But once you have the kid, you don't know how they're going to be.
Yeah.
You don't know how they're going to turn out. You don't know what choices they're going to make. That's complete. Like, obviously I can do my very best to love them and create a great environment, but they're still going to do what they want to do. And that's kind of like the crazy, scary thing where you're like, wow, this is completely out of my control, but like, this is my kid.
Yeah.
No matter what. And there's nothing that will ever change that. And so I have to, do the very best to make them like a model citizen, So that's a weird thing of like, man, dude, I'm like, I don't really have control on this. But I'll say like, it's also, made me think a lot about, God and Jesus being his son. And, you think about the sacrifice Jesus made for us and God planned all that, allowed it to happen. I'm like, man, dude, the fact that he was willing to do that for us is crazy. Cause like, could I do that with one of my kids? Probably not. Like, it's crazy. So I think it puts more things in perspective of like, God the Father, and I'm a father now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like as a dad, once I became a dad, I feel like I could understand just a little bit more of what God feels like. When we talk about like, how can God like love everyone? Like, well, I love all my kids. Like, I love my kids, even when they're terrible people. Like yesterday, Wilder was a terrible human. In every way you can be a terrible human, he was a terrible human. He would have, if he had a gun, he would have shot somebody. Just like he was murderous. And I'm like, but I still love him with everything in here, right? And I'm like, oh, that makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah.
Or little things like, when I was younger, I used to like beg God for answers to things like, what college do I go to? Or what career do I get? And then now I'm like, well, if Rosie was like, Dad, what yogurt do I eat from the fridge? I'd be like, I don't care.
Yeah.
What one do you want to eat? Like all of a sudden I realized like, oh wait, what if God just wants us sometimes to do what we want, like in a large way. Like, I go to this vacation spot or this one? What if he's like, well, what do you want to do?
He's like,
well, whatever. Yeah. I think the Jonah situations are a lot more rare of like, God's like, no, you will go to this college and you will take this class because I have a plan for you. I think that's probably pretty rare. And I think being a father has taught me that. That's my,
no, I love that perspective.
Theory.
I think, I haven't thought about it like that, but I have thought about it like this kid is got me to like the end. But I still love him. Like there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
And nothing he does will change that.
Yeah.
And versus people in this office or wherever, if they piss me off, it's like, hey, I don't have to continue to have you here. Like you're out.
All right. Before we begin to start wrapping up, I want to ask you some advice questions for people listening to help them out.
Okay.
As somebody who's built multiple businesses,
Yep.
And you have the wealth that most people want. And we're talking again financial wealth here. Like they want to own a business, cash flow, whatever that thing is. What is your advice to somebody who's maybe in your shoes? 10 years ago, maybe they may not pro baseball player, but they're broke.
Yeah. That was broke.
What do they do?
Man, I think so. The tools that we had 10 years ago were very different than today.
Sure.
So it's like, dude, literally 10 years ago, it's like Bigger Pockets podcast was out there. That's kind of it. Like there was no YouTube videos of me telling people how to flip couches or do this or do that. And so I just kind of fell into real estate because it was the only thing I could figure out that could make money. It's not like I loved real estate by any means. I was just like, oh yeah, I can make money doing this. Cool. So to that end, I mean, I know a lot more now and resources are way more available today. So I don't think anybody in the United States has an excuse for being broke. I don't really care where you're from, where you're starting at, what your situation is. Yeah, we all have different situations starting out. We all have different unique talents and abilities. But at the end of the day, like this is the time to be alive where anyone can do anything. I mean, you didn't grow up, in some oppressive country that doesn't allow you to do anything. You didn't grow up 500 years ago where, you know, you're a slave. You know, it's like, dude, we all have the opportunity to do something in America, at least. So to that end, I would pick something that, you know, number one, you are passionate about and you think could be a good fit for you. So whether that's real estate, whether that's being a content creator, whether that's being a salesperson, whether that, like, there's so many ways to make freaking money, right? But like, if you're trying to get rich, you know, the only way to get rich is to figure out how to make big chunks of money. Mm-hmm. So like, if you're going to go work at a W-2 that makes $50K a year, there's nothing wrong with that if you want that to be like your steady income, but you're gonna have to figure out something else on top of that that's going to make money, right? So what I always tell people is like, we have a framework called make, manage, multiply. And so what we teach at Wealthy Investor is like, during the make stage, what you have to do is make 250K in one thing. All right. Because too many people are like, oh, well, should I get an Airbnb? Should I just wholesale? Should I flip? Should I do some storage? And I'm like, so what have you done again? Well, just pick one, right? To me, flipping and wholesaling are the easiest ones to get to 250. It's not rentals. It's not commercial. Like anyone can get started flipping and wholesaling right now. And anyone can make 250 by yourself right now. You don't need an employee. You don't need, you know, an office. You don't need anything. Just go out and hustle and get deals. So, you know, make is 250. The second stage is manage. Okay. So this is when you go from guy with a skill that's high paying to now business owner. Now I need to manage people and take this skill and teach it to my employees and have them do it for me. And so during the manage stage, I don't believe you've crossed that stage until you get to $1 million. Okay. So until then, let's just say you pick flipping houses. Cool. You did it on your own. You made 250. Now we're trying to go build a 7-figure business. We're going to go hire a sales guy, a marketing guy, you know, whatever, right? Cool. You learn a whole new skill set because now you still know how to run your ARVs. You still know how to like hire contractors and raise money, but you don't know how to hire people or manage them or keep them accountable or do KPIs. You don't know any of the organizational things that you wouldn't learn until you reach this stage. Nor is it relevant in the make stage. Your KPIs don't matter when you're just hustling. So, and too many people get caught up on that. Like, well, freaking, what about my LLC? And should I get this spreadsheet? I'm like, bro, get a deal. I don't care. So then you go to the manage stage, you make $1 million. Now you go to the multiply stage, and the multiply stage is where, you know, if make is when you turn into like, you know, a hustler guy who's making money, manage is a business owner, then multiply is investor. This is when you now have a business that's spitting off cash. And so how do you multiply the cash? Well, there's multiple things you could do. You could reinvest back into the business and double down and turn it into a multi-7-figure business. Option 2 is, you know, you keep the business running and growing, you know, organically. You don't throw fire on it, and you start using that capital to buy real estate or whatever, right? Start investing it into whatever your investment vehicle is. Because the way that I'm using real estate right now in this example is not an investment. It's a job. It's just making you money. Sure. Right. So now you start buying rentals. And this is why I always tell our students, I'm like, guys, do not buy a rental if you are broke. What's the point? It's not going to change your life. Flip or wholesale it. That's going to change your life. $20,000 in your pocket is life changing. Owning one rental that breaks even is not life changing. It's nothing. So people used to always ask me that too. They're like, bro, why are you keeping some of these flips when I was first starting out? I flipped probably 60 homes before I bought a rental. And I was like, because I want the 20, 30K and I want to buy another flip that makes me 20, 30K. And if I do that 3 times over each year, that's 90K. No rental's paying me 90K, you know? But if I can build this company up, I'll buy rentals way down the road. Like, this is a long game, you know? So if I can build this business the right way, rentals will be easy. So anyways, you get to the multiply stage, you can start buying rentals, you can reinvest in the business, or, you know, like most shiny object entrepreneurs, you can start a new business. You know, at that point, you've successfully built a 7-figure business. You've now earned the right to try and use those same skills in a different product. You know, most people, once again, they're in the make stage. They're like, I want a rental. I want a second business. I want to do like, and I'm like, that's why you don't get anywhere.
That's why, yeah.
So when do you double down and build the other businesses? Because you have a lot, I have a lot.
Yeah.
So like, are we just the exception?
Well, I think, man, there's so many schools of thought here. So like a guy like, whatever, Hormozy, he's been on my podcast and spoken at the events too. And he's talked about it a lot of like, just do one thing for like 10 years and just don't do anything else. Right. And it's true. Like if I only focused on flipping and I did nothing else, my flipping business would be bigger than it currently is. But as an entrepreneur, you also start to realize there are ceilings to the scale at which you can reach. Like there's only so big you can make a house flipping business. Yeah. Like, I did 100 a year for like 5-6 years straight. It's like, do I want to do 1,000? No, I'm not doing 1,000 flips. Like it sounds terrible. No, nor is it like very scalable, right? Like, I mean, we saw what happened with Zillow and Open Door. Like when you try to scale a house flipping business, it's like it just breaks. It was never meant to do that. But when you try to scale tech, it's very seamless. Yeah. It's like you build the tech once, every customer you add literally adds no new complexity. Yep. It's just recurring. And so I started to understand that and I was like, wow, okay, there's different levels to scale in different industries. And so it's like content, massive scale, education, massive scale, tech, massive scale. Real estate has scale in syndication and other stuff, but not flips and wholesales. And so it doesn't mean flipping and wholesaling is bad. It just means like back when I was couch flipping, there was a cap to what flipping couches could do. It was like I could make 100, maybe 200, but that's it. Flipping houses, maybe I could make, 10 to 20 million in gross revenue if I really, went all in on it. But like that is the cap, right? In education, I mean, who are the guys? I mean, Tony Robbins and Cardone, these guys make $100 million plus a year in educate. Okay. So, I mean, that cap's bigger than flipping. What do the tech guys make? I mean, they make billions. So, you start to notice that each industry has a cap. And so as an entrepreneur, you have a choice. You can continue in your niche, which, if you're in a lower tiered niche that has a lower cap, you will inevitably, if you're good, hit the cap. But could you be building towards something that's much more scalable? And you have to decide that, I would say, this is my advice. If you're just starting out, right, and you don't have all the things you want in life yet, you're better off doing one thing. And that's what I did. I just scaled my house flipping company, built it to 7 figures, the multiple 7 figures, and I only focused on that. Then once I was like good, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go devote my time to social media. This is the next big thing. And so I actually like made less money flipping houses because now you just took the main cog out of it. Yep. Who's now going to go spend his time over here, which is not going to make anything starting out, when you have no YouTube subscribers, it's hard to make money. But if you believe in it and you believe in the scale and what it's going to become, then it's a far better choice 5 years from now. This is what I did. But
what about somebody who's right now listening to this? Again, maybe they're young and broke, or maybe they're old and broke. And they're saying,
so they're broke.
Yeah, they're broke. Do they go flip houses, start a business, social media star? If you had to pick one of those three.
I flip houses.
Would you? Why?
Yeah. I think anyone can flip houses. I meet the dumbest people in the world who are successful flipping. Seriously, like I'm just like, man, dude, this guy makes a couple $100,000 a year. Like anyone can do it.
It is a fairly complex free, like not completely free, but limited complex.
Well, the thing with house flipping too is like it doesn't change. Yeah. It's like, the market changed a little bit, but like, dude, I mean, analyzing a deal is the same as it was 10 years ago when I started to what it is today. Nothing has changed. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about like learning this new skill set. And it's going to be around forever. Yep. Real estate will be there forever. The problem with social media is like, one, it's harder. Yep. It is harder to stand out on social media than it is to become a house flipper. 2, it changes nonstop. Yep. It's like freaking Threads came out 2 days ago. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, another thing. Like, what am I doing now? And I'm like, I'm the social media guru. I have to freaking figure this out for everyone. Yep. Like, it's so funny, dude. Within 12 hours, I just posted my first thread. And people are like, Ryan, what are you and your team doing to capitalize on Threads? What's the plan? What are you guys talking about behind the scenes? And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I have no data. It's just started 12 hours ago. What do you mean? What's the plan?
You're in charge, man. You got to tell us what to do.
Yeah. I'm like, the plan is I'm going to like make some, I don't even know what they call them, threads.
Yeah. I don't know either.
And
post thread.
Whatever. I'll see how they go.
Yeah.
So, but no, like.
Which is refreshing to hear that you don't have it all figured out.
Heck no, dude. It's literally all testing all the time. Mm-hmm. Like we'll have great months of social media and get freaking 100 million views. And I'll be like, the next month it gets 10 million views. And you're like, what happened? Why did this month suck? Yeah. It's just like, it's so random. Yeah. So social media is hard that way. And also too, social media is not guaranteed to monetize. It's only as monetizable as you are as an entrepreneur.
Yes.
So, you know, for these people who have no entrepreneurial skills, even if you do build a following, you're still probably not making money because you don't know what to do.
Yeah. Which always blows my mind about like TikTok. A lot of TikTok creators where they're really clever people and they have really clever things they do, right? And you're like, oh, that's so funny. And then you're like, wait, how are you making any money? And they're not.
They're not.
It's just a hobby for them that they spend their full-time life doing.
Well, they just have never, like, getting attention is a skill.
Yep.
And monetizing is a skill.
100%.
That's what I tell our clients at Pineda Media. I'm like, guys, okay, there's two types of people right now. There is the pure content creator, AKA the Mr. Beast when he was first starting. Yep. And then there's the pure entrepreneur, AKA everyone who's been on the Bigger Pockets podcast who you've never heard of.
Yep.
Right? So like these guys are really good at business. Yep. They're terrible at everything else. So the most impressive people are those who can combine them.
Yeah.
You, me, Hormozy, Grant, Patrick Bet-David, because they've figured out how to be a content creator while also being a great entrepreneur. Yeah. Now, if you can mash those together, it's the cheat code. There's literally no better cheat code in business. Elon is the same thing.
Yeah.
Elon literally he bought a social media company to do this. Okay. Like, it's a
baller move right there.
Yeah. He knows.
Yep.
They all know. Mark Cuban knows. That's why he went on TV. Like ever since Shark Tank, Mark Cuban wasn't who he was. He's from the old social media and now he's on the new social media. Yep. Kevin O'Leary's the same way. All these TV guys are now merging to social media, you know, because they know they need it. And so it's like, yes, if you merge it, you have the cheat code.
All right, repeat after me and then fill in the blank.
Okay.
The key to social media success is blank.
The key to social media success is consistency. At the end of the day, I was actually sitting in Grant Cardone's office a month ago, and he was interviewing me on his show, and he goes, hey, dude, so I got to say, I saw you a couple years ago, and I'm doing not a good accent, but his accent is like, you know, I saw you a couple of years ago, you know, and you had your different colored hair and all this stuff. And, you know, I saw one of your videos and I was like, all right, I like what that guy's saying, you know. And then I saw it again. Then I saw it again. And it kept popping up on my feed. And, you know, I saw it for months and months and months. He's like, and I knew you were going to be successful. You know why? Because you're consistent. He was like, too many people, when it comes to social media or anything in life, they go really hard at something for a little bit and then they stop. And he's like, you just have been consistent. Like there's not a week that goes by I don't see you. And it's true. Like in the last 3 years since I've been doing social media heavily, I've not missed a week. Yeah. You know, like content goes out every freaking day, you know? And if I know I'm going to be gone for a week, I film double the week before. So you would never even know. And so consistency is the key to winning. And you know, it sucks for people to hear that because they're like, well, isn't there like a trick to go viral with ChatGPT or whatever the case is? And I'm like, sure, those are tools you can use to help come up with ideas and stuff, but you still got to make the videos every day. Yeah. You know, like if you don't release content every day, what are you doing, right? If you're in a real estate business and you're not talking to sellers every day, how good's the business going to do?
Yeah, agreed.
Right? If you're in any industry, if you're a sales guy and you don't talk to a lead for a week, are you going to close? And that's a realtor's problem. Realtor's problem is they get some leads and then they go and show them and then the pipeline is dry. So like we are just constantly making content. And the cool thing is when you're constantly making content, you get data on what's working, what's not working. Also, you get repetition. So for me, I mean, I've become a pretty good speaker just offhand. I have no preparation for anything I do. I could walk on stage, you know, tomorrow and not have a clue what I'm saying.
You probably will.
I don't want to say I'm going to, but there's a likelihood that that's what's going to happen tomorrow. And it's just the plan is let's roll. Like that's the plan. Yeah. But it only becomes with repetition.
Yeah, you did that because you did it so many times. I'm the same way. Yeah, you do something 1,000 times, you're going to be okay at it. Yeah. Hopefully. Let's move on to, we got 3 segments in every show. All right. This one's called the 3-2-1 pivot. So the idea of a pivot being you're moving one direction, something happens, you pivot another direction. So we're going to start with 3 pivot books that you've read in your life that have changed the direction of your life.
Dang, dude, that's a hard question. So
Yeah, 3 books.
Repeat the question again.
3 books that have changed the direction of your life in some way.
3 books that have changed the direction of my life. Okay. So, I mean, this one's a gimme because I told you on my show, but your book.
Woohoo. Okay? That's why I asked it. I just wanted to
I know. It was all a game. But yeah, your book.
The No and Low Money Down?
No and Low Money Down was literally how I got started in house flipping because I didn't know where I was going to get the money, all the stuff. I read it in 2014 and I was like, wow, okay. And then boom, I'm a real estate investor. So shout out to your book.
Thank you.
None of your other books did that for me. So
they're all terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't read
the
them.
other books, I don't know how they did, but that book, life-changing, pivot changing. Second book. Let me think of a second good book I read.
You can't say the Bible.
I know. I mean, that's the daily read. So it's not like I am pivoting every day. Maybe that's why I pivot so much because I read the Bible every day. Man, I want to sound like very smart and life-changing, but
can I throw a suggestion for you that you told me, and maybe this is not one of your pivot
maybe
books.
I forgot. Tell me.
You suggested the book to me, I think it was The God I Never Knew.
Oh yeah.
Would you call that a pivot book?
Oh, for sure.
Because you told me it changed your life.
Yeah, it was.
That's why I bring that up.
Yeah. You know I'm glad you brought that up. My wife is actually reading that right now. So I read that book about faith and it was this, we're talking about faith now. So like, I grew up as a Christian in a Baptist church and everything else. And so, it's very like conservative and proper and, it's all good. And then, I experienced a Pentecostal church and a charismatic church and it was weird. It was really weird, but it didn't feel weird because of everything leading up to. In fact, it felt right. And I was like, this is so weird that like, I don't feel weird by this. And so, I prayed. I was like, God, I don't know what I'm feeling or what I'm experiencing, but I want it. And I ended up going to my friends and asking them all these questions. I was like, guys, have you ever seen like miracles? Do you speak in tongues? Like, what is going on here? And they're like, yeah. I was like, what? Like, why have you never told me about this? This is crazy. And they're like, we should have a meeting. I was like, okay. So, I meet with a couple of pastors and stuff and they recommend books. And so that was one of the first books I got recommended and I read it and I was like, wow, this has like been in the Bible the whole time. I don't know why it gets glossed over or why I never saw it this way or why I had this like preconceived belief that like this stuff had stopped, but it drastically changed everything. And then I ended up reading like 10 other books thereafter. I'm like, all right, that was good. Let me read what he says and let me read the counter arguments and let me read this. And then by the end of it, I felt like the guy, I forgot whatever that movie was where he was an atheist and he was trying to disprove Christianity and then he became a Christian. I forgot what it's called, but that's what I felt like.
The Case for Christ? Case
for Christ. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. That's what I felt like. I was like, okay, hold on. I've never believed this stuff, but and I've been in the church forever. And then, that book, that was a huge pivot moment for me.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it made a little impact. I'm not as far down there as you are probably, but it definitely moved me more in that direction. So
and I think for me too, it's what sparked Wealthy Kingdom starting. It's what sparked me being way more bold on social media in faith and like just being, not caring what ends up happening from it. So that's a great, thank you for bringing that up. I forgot about that. Yeah. So we'll go with that as book number 2. Book number 3, let's say, I was going to say something simple like Atomic Habits, but I've always been very good habits and discipline. So like, it was just like
reinforcement.
Yeah. I was like, wow, okay. I do those things. That's cool. Like I'm going to actually take this more serious now. A good book I read, I'll bring this up, was a book called Ready, Fire, Aim. And it talks about the path to going to 100 million. And, for me, you first want to make 100,000, then 1 million, 10 million. So now it's like, all right, how do we get to 100 million? And, not 100 million in real estate, but like $100 million revenue business, and he talks about all the problems that go with each stage. He's like, when you're from 1 million to 10 million, these are the problems. I was like, oh my gosh, these are the problems. I can't, this is exactly what is happening to me. And I did not understand why.
Okay, I'm buying that book today.
Oh yeah, dude, it's good. And then the next, he's like, all right, so this is the 10 to, I think 50 million or maybe 100 million, but he's like, these are the new problems you're about to encounter. And that's the stage we're in. And I'm like, wow, like I'm already kind of going through something. I get it. And it's actually making me want to reread it again, but it's not like, I don't know that I did any kind of like massive, I did. I definitely went to the team. I was like, guys, this is why we're experiencing this. This is how we got to fix it. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to focus on. And yeah, that book made me think differently. And then it also like kind of opened my eyes to like, yeah, the path to 100 million isn't like crazy.
Yeah.
You just need these things for it to happen.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. All right. I love getting good book recommendations, so I'll get that one.
Cool.
All right, so this is a 3-2-1 pivot. So the first one was 3 books, next one's 2 people, and then 1 quote. So 2 people that have made a pivot on your life that made your life move in a new direction.
2 people that have made a big pivot. Do they have to like have been personal, or could I have like watched a YouTube like
Sure, that's fine, yeah.
Whatever. Okay, so taking Jesus out of it, obviously. 2 normal people. You know what sucks is like whenever I get put on the spot like this, I don't do a lot of reflecting. That I've learned that about my life. Like I read the book and then it's like gone. I'm just like it absorbed into my DNA, whatever it needed to, and then I don't even remember how it got there.
Yeah.
So like so much of the wisdom and things I've learned over the years, I don't even remember how I got it, but I'll say this. So one guy, I was actually with him just now. So he is top of mind, but I can for sure say he's affected me a lot, was my business coach, Gary Harper.
Okay.
And so he's actually a partner with us now. He runs one of our coaching programs called Wealthy Business. And so I hired him at the beginning of 2020. And literally, he turned me from like a guy who was hustling into a legitimate business person who
That's
could,
cool.
like, I never had built an organizational chart. I didn't know what SOP stood for. And I had made millions.
Yeah.
Like, I just didn't know anything because I was a baseball player. I was just like, dude, let's just get deals and make money. He's like, bro, have you ever done a pro forma? Have you ever done a budget? Have you ever like, do you have any kind of like hiring thing, or you just bring them off the street and you just, I was like, we don't have any of that. So he helped me legitimize that. And that is what actually allowed us to open so many more businesses, because it was like very plug and play with his system. And so for now to be a partner, and he's actually one of our board members for Wealthy Kingdom on the nonprofit side. So to have somebody in my corner who's a believer, but also like a business coach who knows way more than me, you know, on business in general, right? Like it's amazing. So he's one. Second one, you know, another person who's made a massive impact. It's hard to say, man, because you like have different seasons in your life. So I could be like, yeah, I mean, when I was playing baseball, this guy was super impactful. You know, I was first starting flipping houses. You were super impactful.
We should just go with me then.
We should just go Brandon. You know, when I was like starting social media, you know, there were social media guys. So it's really hard to say.
Who do you look up to in the social media space right now? Like who's doing it? Who's doing an amazing job of what you're trying to do better of? Because I look at you and I'm like, you're doing an amazing, like you are the guy we look to. One of the people that we look to is like an amazing job at social media. So who do you look to as doing an amazing job?
I like what Steven from Diary of a CEO is doing.
Oh God, he kills it. He's so good.
Everything he's doing is just really, really good.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise why he's blown up. I think on a short form side and like shorter videos, Hormozy obviously kills it. So he's doing great. Cody Sanchez, you know, they're the hybrids I'm talking about.
Yep.
Where they're amazing business people, but their production value and their content is just so good.
Yeah.
So, and I think too, I think about this a lot. Well, I don't think about it a lot, but they're further along in their business journey than I am. And so like, they just know more, and you can't trade experience for anything else. Like I can learn from them, but until I actually do it, you know, it's hard to have authority on it. Plus like I can only have authority on what I've accomplished. And, they've been through just a lot more in business. Cause like even in my business career, I mean, I retired from baseball in 2017. So I've truly only been in business for 6 years. Like that's what I've really actually focused in business. And then when you see guys like Patrick Bet-David who've been doing it since he was like 18 years, the dude's, been in business for 30 years. I'm like, I've been in business for 6.
Yeah.
A guy like Cardone's been in business for 40 years. And you're like, yeah, it's kind of hard. But like, so, I don't get in the comparison game. Like, I'm just like very aware of my position and where I stand in like the totem pole of just like, I just, like I have more experience than 99.9% of people. But if I'm looking at the guys I look up to, it's not that I'm behind or I'm slower or I'm not as smart. It's just time. They just have more hours in it. Like there's nothing you can do about that other than
such a good point.
Just keep going.
And it makes me wonder where guys like you, I mean, I've told numerous people this, and I'll say it again now. And I always use you as an example, actually. I said like, the billionaires today are the tech founders of 20 years ago. The billionaires of 20 years from now are the social media / business people of today. And I say like Pineda, like Hormozy, like these are the guys that if you can get that today, like, so, Patrick Bet-David and all, they didn't have what we have today, the massive level. No, they're going to be the trillionaires of tomorrow, right? Yeah. But it's fascinating to see like that group that you named and others where they'll be 20 years from now.
I'll just say like, now that I'm thinking about it and talking through it, because I didn't want to just give a first answer, I got to give a lot of respect to Cardone. Mm-hmm. His 10X event in 2018 changed my trajectory massively because I'd never been to an event. That was my first ever business conference. And I remember they're like, I had heard him on the podcast and it just happened to be in Vegas. I was like, all right, let's go to this. And literally from that, I ended up buying a bunch of stuff. I bought my first guru stuff, but that led me to writing my first book, creating my first course, holding my first event. I would have never did any of that stuff. And right now that is my life now. Yeah. Right. So like I give credit to Grant for that. And I actually, this is crazy. Honestly, like, I hate being like a fanboy of you because we're friends and like I consider us peers. So like it really is full circle to like have you speaking at WealthCon and then talking about, what it was like 10 years ago, first reading your book, right? So it's like a cool full circle moment. But it was full circle for me and Cardone because I went to his thing in 2018. I had heard him on the podcast and I was like, dude, this guy is like killing it in real estate, changing lives, like regardless of what you think about him, he's doing good things. So, and he changed my life. So that's all I can say. Right. But I ended up going to 10X again this last year because it was back in Vegas. But this time, Grant and I are friends. And so I remember in 2018, just looking at the stadium, I was like, one day I'm going to throw an event like this. That was in 2018. Didn't have a coaching, didn't have anything. I was just like, I know I've got what it takes to do something like this. So then I go to his event again. Now we're friends and talking with him and the team. And they're like, dude, come backstage with us. Like we got T-Pain in the back. Like it's going to be tight. And I'm like, all right. So we go backstage and like everybody's like, what's going on? Oh, and then whatever. Right. So then we're just hanging out and T-Pain freaking is like right there and all this stuff. And I was like, wow, this is like full circle of like 5 years later, I'm back in Vegas, but now I'm backstage and, Grant and I have done a bunch of stuff together. He wants to do deals together. I'm filming for his TV show. I'm actually going next week to finish filming. And it's just crazy, dude. Like, I'm just like, wow, it only took 5 years to like, kind of like reach the quote unquote top of like being next firsthand.
That's so cool.
But he was in here for a whole day. We were filming his TV show, like literally just right here.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. He paved the way for definitely a lot of us is like what's possible, like just that bigger thinking. So love it. Well, on that note, I don't know why it's on that note. One quote that's made a big impact on your life, like a pivot quote. You may not have one off the top of your head, but sometimes people have those life quotes that resonate.
Well, you know, it's funny. I was making a presentation for WealthCon tomorrow. And so I literally got 5 quotes. So I could just give you one of the quotes I got. There was a quote in there from Michael Jordan that was pretty good, where he was basically like, I can accept failure. What I cannot accept is not trying. And that's the way I've always thought about it. I was like, the regret I would have not attempting something big would far outweigh anything else. So like, I'm a gunslinger at heart. So like, I'm going to be like, this has a chance to go big. Let's do it. And if I fall on my face, I fall on my face, and we'll pick up the pieces where they may, but at least I know. Like, and I've never once had to live with regret of like, oh man, I wonder what would happen if I would have did that. And that's what was happening when I first started flipping houses. And I just didn't realize it was, you know, I had to max out all my credit cards to do it. And my mom, who was a realtor, was like, that's such a bad idea. You're going to ruin your future. That neighborhood is really bad. And I was like, Mom, I literally have nothing to lose. Like, I'm broke. Like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Like, I'll go bankrupt and I'll whatever. I'm still broke. Yeah. I'm still broke, bankrupt, or I'm still broke, not bankrupt. Like, what's the difference? And that was my mindset. I was like, I have to at least try. And if it works, great. And it did. What have you done recently? A thing you've done in your life in the last year that's given you a better life? Just any tactical thing or anything you've recently done? What have I done this year that's given me a better life? This is kind of dumb, but since we moved into the new house, like I have a gym in the house and I have a golf simulator in the house. And like, I just have this whole quicker routine where it's like, I do my morning routine, you know, prayer, Bible, then I just walk downstairs, I get my workout in, then I walk to the simulator, get my practice in for golf. And so what used to take me, call it 3 hours, takes me 2.
Dude, that's awesome.
And so like,
gym.
Yeah, that's like, it's so efficient. And like my life is way better not having to drive and go to all these different spots.
Yeah. I love it. Love it. That's not a dumb question. I'm gonna answer. Oh, that's perfect. I love the tactical ones that are just like very like real. All right. What are you excited about right now? And then where do people find you?
WealthCon, dude. That's what we're excited about. It's WealthCon week. I mean, by the time this airs, it'll be gone. But
there'll be another one.
There'll be another one next week or next quarter. Yep. But yeah, I mean, it's our event we hold every quarter. Over 1,000 people come attend it each and every quarter. And it's here in Las Vegas. By the time this airs, I think it's going to be October 5th and 6th or something, October 4th or 5th. Just wealthcon.org is how you're going to find it. And dude, I love event week. Like, even though I'm an introvert at heart, I love just meeting these people, learning, like the speakers, like you're speaking at this one, like, you know, behind the stage, all the things that happen. These events like fire me up. People were like, why do you throw a freaking massive event every quarter? I'm like, because freaking we can, and it's tight.
Yeah.
So
I love it. And where do people find you? Where do you want them to follow you at? Threads.
Find me on Threads, Twitter, you know, everything. No. Honestly, the best thing to do is just, I'd go to wealthyway.com.
Okay.
You can get all the things we've talked about on the show, like with the book, with free resources and all this stuff.
You said the first misconception about everything that we do. Everybody focuses on an illustration. They don't understand the concept of what we just talked about moving the money. Because really, if they understood the concept, they'd never care about the numbers as much as you are. Think about it. Like, we have 2 alternatives for what we're talking about. You can put money in a bank account, maybe a money market to have access and liquidity, or you could put money here and have access and liquidity.